My name is Miosotis Rivas Peña, Director of ECLA Subregional Headquarters for the Caribbean. From each other and Honorable Sarah Watson, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago, in that order. It's my honor to invite Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, to deliver his opening remark. Mr. Executive Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Miosotis, and good morning to everyone. Senator, the Honorable Kennedy Swarat-Singh, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago, and Chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, distinguished delegates of ECLAC participating as members of the CDCC, and also distinguished delegates of ECLAC participating as observers of the CDCC, distinguished representatives from the Diplomatic Corps accredited in Trinidad and Tobago, colleagues from the UN system, international and regional organizations, dear Joanna Casana, resident coordinator in Trinidad and Tobago, Aruba, Curaçao, and San Martin, dear Jan Jerry, resident coordinator in Guyana, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A pleasant good morning to all, and welcome to this seminar for the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. For me, it is a great pleasure indeed and an honor to be back in Trinidad and Tobago to participate in this important seminar. I remember being in this very room exactly a year ago, and it was a very fruitful meeting. This year's theme focuses on how the Caribbean can unlock its development potential by enhancing growth and development through South-South cooperation. This is as challenging as it is timely. I know it is cliched, but it is apt to remark that the Caribbean is at the development crossroads. The decisions made and strategies employed will determine whether the sub-region escapes the middle income track that has bedeviled many economies. Indeed, just 5 years to 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals are far off track, and only 17% of targets are expected to be met, and another 1/3 either stalling or regressing. In fact, the Caribbean is one of the regions that is regressing in key areas such as education, inequality, climate change, and natural resources. Added to this, the international environment could not be more challenging. This has been an extraordinary turning point for the world economy, for geoeconomics, and for geopolitics. This is not globalization as we knew it. This is a change to a new world of unilateral measures by some of the major powers, a new kind of interaction quite appropriately described by the term instrumentalized interdependence, the title of the cover of the recent issue of the journal Foreign Affairs. As we all know, a rules-based world trade and investment system is to the benefit of all economies, large and small. But in particular, it is essential for the small economies that do not have the power and can have much to lose in a world of raw power and unilateral actions. But this seems to be the new reality, and it is a major change from the kind of world order of the last 80 years. So we have to rethink the challenge of growth and development in light of this new reality to manage global interdependence. As we have been saying in ECLAC, and as indeed has been saying the Secretary General of the UN, countries should continue to strive for a solid multilateral system based on rules and solid multilateral institutions that help countries coordinate and collaborate on the many development, environmental, security, peace, and other challenges facing the world today. On the domestic front, the Caribbean continues to battle several headwinds that keep pushing it from its side growth and development aspirations. First, weak productivity growth, combined with limited innovation and technological upgrading, has kept economic growth below its potential for a long time. The reality is that growth in the Caribbean has been constrained by insufficient investment in R&D, frontier technologies, and modern institutions. This has been aggravated by the mismatch between the skills and competencies required for a modern workforce and the training offered in universities and technical learning institutions. And of course, I may say, we know very well that in tertiary education, University of West Indies, all the Caribbean make a huge investment, but there is an important and significant proportion of graduates that unfortunately don't find opportunities in the Caribbean and then migrate, which is an important talent loss. Weak growth combined with high public debt and debt servicing costs limits the sub-region's development prospects. Public debt has declined since the pandemic, but it remains uncomfortably high. The Caribbean countries maintain an average debt to GDP ratio which are 20 points higher than the average for Latin America. This leads to a situation in which debt servicing costs average 30% of government revenue, a situation that limits the ability of governments to invest in high growth propelling infrastructure, social policies, and resilience, and to strengthen public administration and institutions to improve state capacity and institutions. At ECLAC, we have called this predicament development distress, as opposed to the usual term of debt distress. Given its small size, the Caribbean must leverage the support of partners in the South to make the case for increased access for concessional financing for highly indebted, vulnerable middle-income SIDS, and for the scaling up of climate finance for SIDS, which have contributed little to the climate crisis, but are mostly affected by it. And as I said, it is also important to work together with all countries in the Global South and also in the Global North for improved rules-based trade arrangements. It is also crucial to diversify trade partners and economic partnerships, particularly, not as usual, but particularly with the new geoeconomic configuration. So all these challenges make it more urgent for the Caribbean to leverage South-South cooperation to boost long-term growth. The region must improve its strategies for attracting appropriate foreign direct investment flows from the Global South to modernize its traditional sectors, including agriculture, tourism, and niche manufacturing. But more than this, the Caribbean must do this by having a clear vision of what are its assets and develop clear strategies to leverage these assets to seize the opportunities of the new redefined globalization. This is the core, in our view, to unlock developmental potential. This includes actively seeking out investment in the growth poles of the future. This includes renewable energy and green tech, telemedicine, and digital health services, AI-enabled solutions across the economy and society, including in disaster risk reduction, education, and learning and design systems, fintech, e-commerce, among other areas. And of course, one of the great assets of the Caribbean is the ocean, the blue economy. Nevertheless, doing this and moving up the value chains would require both qualitative and quantitative changes in investment and in productive development strategies. There must be a strong focus on value addition in traditional industries, exemplified by the Dominican Republic, which has developed world-class niches in medical device assembly and pharmaceuticals, and St. Lucia, which has innovated in producing biofertilizer from sargassum. At ECLAC, we have championed productive development policies aimed at transitioning our economies from the low capacity to grow trap to sustain high growth by boosting productivity and driving structural change. These policies are key to reduce Caribbean SIDS vulnerabilities from external shocks by creating more stable demand for their exports and build resilience. Further, ECLAC has used its convening power to help frame debates on financing for development, digital transformation, and data for development, among other areas. This is critical for centering the particular concerns of Caribbean SIDS in global processes. Dear delegates, Climate change poses an existential threat to the Caribbean and aggravates the growth and debt challenges. The sub-region is the second most disaster-prone region in the world after Asia. Further, the hurricane season in the Caribbean has become more active in recent years, with storms intensifying more rapidly, partly due to warmer sea surface temperatures driven by climate change. This is reflected in the 220% impact on Dominica's GDP in 2017 from Hurricane Maria, and in the significant effects in Jamaica from Hurricane Melissa over a month ago. The sub-region has acknowledged the climate threat. Strong measures have been taken to reduce disaster risk and build resilience. SEDIMA, a comprehensive and integrated approach to disaster management, has facilitated risk reduction in the region. In addition, countries such as Grenada, Barbados, and the Bahamas have included hurricane clauses in their debt contracts to allow temporary suspensions of debt payments to aid recovery and reconstruction. Indeed, Grenada was the first country to benefit from a debt pause clause after Hurricane Beryl in 2024, which led to the suspension of $12 million in interest payments. I invite other countries in the sub-region to adopt these clauses. South-South cooperation is essential for sharing lessons and best practices on climate adaptation and mitigation strategies that have worked well in other regions. The Brazil-Caribbean Water Management Partnership, for instance, has helped countries such as Barbados and Dominica in upgrading water harvesting, ground conservation, and dealing with droughts and water scarcity. Another key topic is digital transformation, and now the enormous potential, but also challenges of AI, artificial intelligence. Digital transformation and AI can be major drivers of development. It is a critical process that entails integrating and mainstreaming digital and AI tools and processes into business operations, household activities, and government operations. More than just technology and methods, it involves fundamental shifts in organizational culture and outlook. Digital transformation and AI offers Caribbean cities a window to overcome some of the limitations imposed by size and structural vulnerabilities. It is essential to help the Caribbean move up the value chain, thereby reducing reliance on basic tourism and crude commodities. And I want to make just a point here, because we know that in the development literature, it is a classic, from the times of Arthur Lewis and other distinguished Caribbean thinkers, to think of the problems of smallness. There are books with the title, The Economics of Small Economics, the problems and challenges of smallness. And one of these challenges is, or was, the economies of scale. Of course, if you are small, as a company or as a country, it's very difficult to develop economies of scale, which are the basis for productivity and competitiveness. But this is the magic, or this is the opportunity, because it is not magic, of modern services. And this is why I wanted to make this additional comment, because I think modern services, even for a small economy, offer a tremendous opportunity, because you can be in a small place, in a small economy, but you can be a platform for exports of modern services to the world, to the extent so that the Caribbean has the require characteristics for being a platform for modern services exportation that is tremendous. And the example is my own country, Costa Rica. Costa Rica, the main export today, that was not the case 20 or 30 years ago, is modern services. More than $6 billion, 25%. The second is manufacturing, is medical devices. But really, the other country that is going very strong and is a good model to see, in addition to Costa Rica and how they manage that, is Uruguay. $1.5 billion in modern services. So I really invite you, and I think this is important, and certainly we at ECLAC can help. We already produced and supported one country in South America for a modern services export strategy, and at the moment we are finalizing a similar exercise with Panama that requested this. And we did Dominican Republic as well. So we're happy to engage with you, in that particular subject. So digital-enabled activities can help promote economic diversification and scale up key activities. For example, digital-enabled tourism based on virtual marketing, AI-based virtual tours and pricing and e-booking platforms can boost efficiency and lower cost of operations in the sector. The creative economy is an important area of comparative advantage for the Caribbean, of course. Expanding the use of digital media, animation, music technologies, and indigenous design system could help upgrade and increase value added in the sector. Importantly, there have been bright sparks with apps produced in the Caribbean doubling in the last year. And all this is part of this cluster of modern services that has great potential. So it could be modern services linked to the creative economy, for instance. Here again, South-South cooperation can help the Caribbean leapfrog digital transformation for development. The Latin American and Caribbean Digital Agenda 2026 already provides a platform for catalyzing digital integration in the region. This should be further leveraged to boost investment from Latin America in digital industries, promote workforce training and capability building, and to enhance digital governance in the Caribbean. Nevertheless, to reap the full benefits of digital transformation, our sub-region will need to modernize its legislative governance and implementation frameworks. This would require forward-looking legislation, regulations, and monitoring and oversight systems for e-commerce, AI, digital payments, and fintech systems. South-South cooperation can draw on lessons from what has worked in countries such as China, CELAC, FAO Digital Agriculture Platform, which provides digital literacy training to rural farmers in Latin America and the Caribbean, helping them to optimize the use of inputs. Notably, that this 22nd CDCC MOMCOM comes on the heels of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, held in Santiago in June this year, which adopted a landmark second resolution on South-South cooperation. The resolution underscored the importance of South-South and triangular cooperation in bolstering the productive capacities of developing countries, increasing trade and financial flows, and upgrading technological capabilities while strengthening social inclusion and reducing inequalities. Crucially, the resolution reaffirms the role of ECLAC as a convening intergovernmental platform for policy advice and dialogue, and as a provider of technical cooperation and capacity building support, which Caribbean countries continue to benefit from. Dear delegates, I assure you that ECLAC will continue to facilitate interregional partnerships between Latin America and the Caribbean and provide relevant support to Caribbean SIDS. There are enormous opportunities here. We haven't even begun to really make the most of the opportunities of stronger contacts and South-South cooperation between Latin American countries and Caribbean. And I think the new geopolitical situation had created additional incentives if there were not enough incentives before to actually do this. Friends, it's not likely that overall development progress can be sustained in the Caribbean without social transformation. Indeed, the renowned Trinidadian intellectual C.L.R. James reminded us that in the Caribbean, economics, politics, and society are 3 in 1 and 1 in 3. Social transformation must address the education challenge by providing pathways for better investment in the skills and competencies of the workforce to match the jobs of the future. Further, the sub-region must invest in the health and well-being of its citizens to raise their productivity. This is also critical to reducing high levels of crime and defiance in our societies. South-South cooperation can help to accelerate social transformation in the Caribbean. For instance, Trinidad and Tobago HALT Digital Health Project has rolled out telemedicine to remote communities using robots and assistance from India and lessons learned from Rwanda. Also, under the auspices of UNESCO, Caribbean educators have benefited from the Global South Knowledge Networks on education reform, literacy, and technical training. Collaboration on Tibet with Asia, Africa, and Latin America has been instrumental in matching skills, training, and the needs of local industries. This is key to bolstering worker productivity and income. Indeed, in October of this year, ECLAC presented a far-reaching approach for strengthening what we call the top capabilities of institutions. That is, top for technical, operational, political, and prospective capacities. This is a new analytical and operational framework for advancing productive, inclusive, and sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. The top framework recognizes that the third of three traps in which we see the region caught is the trap of limited institutional capacities and relatively ineffective governance. The other two traps, by the way, are a trap of low capacity to grow and transform, and a high inequality, slow social mobility or weak social mobility and weak social cohesion trap. To overcome these traps, we focus on the how question, how to manage the indispensable transformations in our development models. And we are systematically searching for answers in the related blocks of issues: the governance arrangements, the top capacities of institutions, the spaces for social dialogue, and the classic but very important issue of the political economy of reforms and transformations. That is, how to create coalitions for positive change and innovation, which are stronger than the coalitions or the forces that resist that change. Delegates, we're accurately aware that the Caribbean is severely challenged in financing its development. Owing to its middle and high income status, the sub-region has been graduated from global concessional financing. This is very unfortunate, as it fails to take into account the issues of small size and extreme vulnerability. This is why ECLAC has long championed the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MBI, as a more representative framework for accessing concessional finance. Fortunately, the MBI was adopted by the UN General Assembly last year. We hope that this will allow the sub-region to access adequate concessional funding to advance its development. Nevertheless, other forms of funding, including innovative financing, will be required to drive structural change, productive development, digital transformation, and climate change adaptation. And I would like to recognize the leadership of Ambassador Webster, present here with us, in many of these issues, but specifically on all the seats, Abbas, preparations for the conference itself, of course, and on the MBI. From the first meeting that I had in New York when I had recently arrived to ECLAC, he spoke to me very convincingly and persuasively, and we have been working on making our utmost to support these processes. In a decisive partnership, the African Export-Import Bank has allocated $3 billion for development projects in energy, education, tourism, and other sectors in the Caribbean. This opens a window for increased trade with Africa and with help to help the Caribbean to benefit from the demographic and potential growth dividend in Africa. South-South cooperation can help bridge the Caribbean's financing gap by working on several lines. First, providing non-traditional sources of development funding on more favorable terms, including concessional loans and grants, as have been provided by countries such as China, India, and Brazil. Second, by providing countercyclical funding that helps to smooth recessions, such as India's Exim Bank lines of credit for agriculture and renewable energy, and China's concessional financing for infrastructure, including roads, ports, and housing. Third, climate and disaster risk financing, which is lower cost and easier to access, such as the planned BRICS Joint Climate Finance Framework. And fourth, debt for climate and nature swaps. Belize, for example, has reduced its debt by 12% of GDP and unlocked $180 million in sustainable financing through its debt for marine conservation swap. Delegates, visionary and effective policies require high-quality data and information. It is therefore incumbent that the Caribbean make a calculated investment in modernizing its data and information systems. Emphasis will need to be placed on upgrading data and information architectures, staff training and continuous learning, investing in data analytics and high-frequency data for more real-time analysis, and digitizing data systems. Given its constraints, the Caribbean must seek out partnerships and other countries in the South for technical assistance, experience sharing, and funding to modernize its data systems. And if I may, I'd like to please use all the expertise of Miosotis, that among several areas of expertise, statistics is one of them. She comes from being for several years the director of the Dominican Republic Statistical Office, and also she held a very successful year in the presidency of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And so this is an area that we have discussed with Myosotis that, of course, is a great need of the Caribbean, and there are great ideas and things that can be done. Some of them, as in the relatively short term, to strengthen Caribbean data and data systems. Delegates, all in all, the Caribbean is facing a sobering time as it continues to invest in developing its economy and society. The sub-region faces a very challenging international environment marked by beggar-thy-neighbor policies that fail to acknowledge the vulnerabilities of SIDS. At home, high debt, weak economic growth, and insufficient decent jobs are fraying the social fabric and solidarity, leading to higher crime and violence. Actually, exactly the same can be said of many Latin American countries, and it's part of the very sad and concerning predicament of the region. Nevertheless, the region has its own success stories in disaster risk, niche products, sports, and culture, among other areas that could inform its broader development path. South-South cooperation must be fully leveraged to nurture these bright sparks and build and leverage the many assets of this region and foster new areas for growth and innovation that could advance sustainable development in the Caribbean. As we begin this seminar, I invite all of us to approach today's dialogue with openness, ambition, and a shared commitment to building a stronger Caribbean. The ideas we exchange here have the power to shape policies, inspire collaboration, and unlock solutions that none of us could achieve alone. Let this be a space for creativity, for partnership, and for the courage to imagine what is possible. Together, we can turn today's conversation into tomorrow's transformation. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the rich exchanges ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. And now I invite the Senator, Dr. the Honorable Kennedy Sarah Watson, to deliver his opening statement. Minister, you have the floor.
Good morning, and bienvenido a todos. Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, distinguished ministers, representatives and delegates of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives and delegates of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, members of the United Nations system, members of intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, financial and academic institutions, representatives and delegations online, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here this morning. It is my privilege to address you and to welcome you once again to Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. We are honored to serve as the chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, the CDCC, and equally honored to partner with ECLAC in convening this important seminar on unlocking the potential of our region and enhancing growth and development through South-to-South cooperation. The timing and theme could not be more relevant. Our region stands at a critical juncture. Some of the main structural vulnerabilities we have persistently been working to alleviate include high debt, exposure to climate shocks, limited economies of scale, and an over-reliance on a narrow set of economic sectors. And permit me to pause for a moment just to offer to my Jamaican brothers and sisters our sincere best wishes as they recover from Hurricane Melissa. While these factors have restricted our fiscal space, slowed productivity, growth, and hampered our ability to invest in more rapid and holistic diversification efforts, human capital, and innovation, we have never given up as a region or made our presence felt on the world stage in terms of advancing for ourselves and advocating for our causes. Over time, we have also been strengthening a solution that is deeper, more structured, and strategic cooperation with our neighbors in the global south, especially within Latin America. This is the focus of our conversation today. South-South cooperation is not an alternative to development. It is a catalyst for development. It allows us to build partnership that reflects our realities, our ambitions, and the unique vulnerabilities of small island developing states. For Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean, the question is no longer whether South-South cooperation is useful. The real question, and the one this seminar invites us to answer, is how we can leverage it more deliberately to support structural transformation, increase resilience, and expand opportunities for our society and our citizens. Whether in the digital sphere, resilience building, innovation, the sustainable use of natural resources, or governance reform, there is tremendous value in learning from the experiences of both countries that have tackled similar challenges and achieved meaningful progress. For the Caribbean, one of our greatest assets is our proximity to a diverse and dynamic Latin American region. This diversity provides us with a range of development experiences, policy innovations, and institutional models that can help inform our own national and regional strategies. As we confront the long-term imperatives of economic diversification, climate resilience, food and energy security, and institutional strengthening, this network of Southern partnerships become even more valuable. But this cooperation must be purposeful. Our region must focus on rebuilding the capabilities and systems that allow us to translate collaboration into measurable development outcomes. This requires modern, adaptable public institutions, stronger coordination among ministries and agencies, and a clear sense of national and regional priorities. These are the foundations upon which meaningful cooperation is built. Equally important is the need for the Caribbean to approach South-South cooperation from a position of confidence. Our region is not only seeking support, but we also have expertise to share. The Caribbean has made meaningful strides in areas such as disaster preparedness, renewable energy integration, financial regulation, public service innovation, and cultural and creative industries. These experiences can add value to South-South initiatives and help shape a more balanced model of cooperation. As chair of CDCC, Trinidad and Tobago is committed to supporting a more coherent and coordinated Caribbean voice within the wider Latin American and Caribbean framework. We believe that our collective priorities, sustainable development, economic transformation, social inclusion, and resilience are best achieved when tackled together. Strengthening our institutional platforms, improving information sharing, and fostering a culture of collaboration are critical steps in this direction. Today's seminar is an important space to reflect on how South-South cooperation can help us advance these shared objectives. But it is also an opportunity to reaffirm long-standing principles of solidarity, mutual benefit, equality of partnership, and respect for national priorities. These principles must continue to guide our efforts as we pursue new forms of cooperation and explore innovative ways of supporting and the development of our people. In this light, I encourage us to use our time together not only to examine what is possible, but to identify practical, forward-looking approaches that will carry our region into the next decade of sustainable development. The future we seek is one that is resilient, competitive, and inclusive, which depends on our ability to work together, to learn from one another, and to act with clarity and purpose. Trinidad and Tobago stands ready to work alongside ECLAC, the Bureau, our regional partners, and our neighbors across Latin America to advance this vision. Let us use this seminar as a launching point for deeper collaboration and a renewed commitment to the shared development of our region. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Senator Swaratsin, for your opening statement. May I kindly invite all participants to proceed to a front area of the room for the official group photo. Jabari is going to guide us. I also want to invite to the group photo the member state of ECLAC, Brazil, Chile, and Mexico, please, to join to the group photo. No. Distinguished participants, this seminar will be conducted through 3 panels, discussions on topics especially chosen to stimulate dialogue and promote meaningful engagement on how deeper South-South cooperation can support the region in accelerating growth, strengthening resilience, and advancing sustainable development. These discussions are designed to guide us toward practical opportunities for collaboration and to strengthen regional partnerships. The third of this panel discussion is entitled South-South Cooperation as a Catalyst, Unlocking Caribbean Potential for Sustainable Growth and Development. We'll consider how cooperation across the Caribbean and with Latin America can support a stronger and more resilient sub-region. This session offers an opportunity to reflect on how shared experience and coordinated approach can help address the development challenge faced by small island development states and contribute to more diversified and forward-looking Caribbean development model. We have a panel of distinguished presenters, and I now invite Mr. Benito Whitley, a special envoy of the Premier of the Bridges Virgin Islands, to serve as a moderator for this first session and to introduce his panel. Mr. Whitley has represented the Bridges Virgin Islands in the key regional and global arenas, covering issues such as financial services, climate change, sustainable development and disaster recovery, and regional cooperation matters. He is a strong advocate for a non-self-governing territory of the United Nations. In addition, Mr. Whitley served as the Vice Chair of the Regional Conference of South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Whitley, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. I'd like to suggest, first of all, that the panelists come up to the table now so that we can begin very quickly. Okay, I think we're all settled in now. Before kicking off, I would like to acknowledge the distinguished chair of CDCC, Senator Dr. the Honorable Kennedy Swaraj Singh, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, my dear friend, His Excellency Jose Manuel Cyriax, other honorable ministers present, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior UN officials, heads of regional and international organizations, and other representatives who are either here in person or participating virtually online. It is my pleasure to moderate this panel on the theme, South-South Cooperation as a Catalyst for Unlocking Caribbean Potential for Sustainable Growth and Development. Because South-South cooperation holds such promise, one of the goals today is to give the Caribbean a direct opportunity to help shape the approach of Latin America and the Caribbean to South-South cooperation so that the subregion's needs are considered in the process. Please permit me to make a few introductory remarks as we set the tone for the rest of the day. I'm also conscious that there are some colleagues here who are not as familiar with the subject matter and would benefit from a bit of background. This panel, and indeed this seminar, are taking place against the backdrop of a changing international environment. The priorities of traditional development partners are clearly shifting away from development assistance and toward their own national interests involving national security, immigration, and international trade. There's also a very clear corresponding shift in the allocation of financial resources toward these new priorities. The credibility of traditional development partners to deliver on their unfulfilled pledges of climate and development finance was already in question. What we are seeing play out today as billions of dollars are spent on defense, among other things, does not instill much confidence that things will change. This recognition, combined with the problem of graduation and the rigidity of development cooperation between the global North and global South, is encouraging greater South-South cooperation and triangle cooperation in order to meet the ongoing needs of developing countries. Those whose middle or upper income status makes them ineligible for official development assistance are particularly affected. Dialogue among the Global South continues in earnest on establishing South-South cooperation as a bona fide pillar of development cooperation that is free of the strictures of the OECD DAC rules and leverages the competencies, strengths, and resources of developing countries to help assist each other in their development journeys. In the wider region of Latin America and the Caribbean, we have structured our dialogue within the framework of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. In June of this year, at the Second Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation, there was a consensus that there must be deeper engagement with the Caribbean on South-South cooperation to ensure that the Caribbean's needs and perspectives help to shape Latin America and the Caribbean's approach. This was most welcome, and I am personally pleased that it has come to fruition, and I commend ECLAC and CDCC for welcoming the idea and executing it. The Caribbean has greater strategic importance and weight in the global affairs when it can act in concert with Latin America and the Global South. There are some fundamental questions for the Caribbean and our development partners as we further consider a regional agenda for South-South cooperation. And these were touched on a bit earlier. What gaps are South-South cooperation and triangle cooperation meant to fill or address with respect to development cooperation? Is South-South cooperation an alternative or a complement to existing development cooperation frameworks? How would South-South cooperation benefit larger Caribbean economies with productive sectors such as Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, and Guyana, versus the much smaller countries of the OECS that are reliant on tourism and professional services? What are the best means by which to go about South-South cooperation between Latin America and the Caribbean, and also between our wider region and the rest of the Global South? What does the Caribbean bring to the table? What does Latin America bring to the table? What are the modalities of South-South cooperation when it comes to sustainable development, climate action, financing for development, disaster risk reduction, and international trade? What is the role of South-South cooperation in multilateralism? Finally, what lessons can we draw from the national experiences of our wider region in South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation in advancing our development objectives? To give us greater context on these issues and how South-South cooperation can unlock the potential for the Caribbean, we have assembled a distinguished panel. It is my honor to introduce our panelists. They are Senator Dr. the Honorable Kennedy Swarup-Singh, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs, and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. He is also the chairman of the Caribbean Development Cooperation Committee. Mr. Enrique O'Farrell, Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development, AGCID, and Chair of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. His Excellency Victor Hugo Morales, Ambassador of Mexico in Trinidad and Tobago. Mexico, for some time, has had a technical cooperation program with CARICOM. Her Excellency Maria Elisa Teofilo de Luna, Ambassador of Brazil to Trinidad and Tobago. Brazil earlier this year agreed a cooperation framework with the Caribbean as well. I now invite Minister Swarup-Singh to make his presentation. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. There's a lot has been said about South-to-South cooperation. I'll just provide some brief comments. This discussion provides a valuable opportunity to reflect on how we can leverage our competitive advantage and convert our persistent constraints into drivers of competitiveness, resilience, and inclusive growth through purposeful, results-oriented approach to South-South cooperation. South-South cooperation can directly confront the vulnerabilities of SIDS by unlocking access to technology, research and development, skills upgrading, and institutional strengthening that can be tailored to our unique circumstances. But South-South cooperations must be strategic and intentional, not symbolic. It is a strategic medium for transformation. It allows us to share proven solutions, replicate successful models, and create shared public goods, such as digital platforms, resilient infrastructure, and financing mechanisms that individual SIDS could not establish alone. With access to technical expertise, we'll be able to accelerate implementation of projects that support sustained economic growth. Partnership with Latin America and the Caribbean will undoubtedly provide a framework for all of us to benefit from our unique experiences. The effectiveness of any cooperation depends on institutional capacity. Hence, I welcome the technical, operational, political, and perspective capacities framework to be part of the conversation as it provides practical roadmap that can be explored. So what are some of these concrete frameworks and instruments for structural change? At this time, I wish to offer a few modalities that can be considered for how we might channel cooperation towards structural change. First, we can explore regional project pipelines for social and environmental initiatives. Secondly, create joint investment platforms with Latin American Development Bank to support the economic, social, and environmental initiatives. And finally, there's an opportunity for us to make triangular cooperation more targeted, utilizing South-South technical expertise with a development partner financing component. As we are all aware, financing remains fundamental. Caribbean SIDS need to access climate financing, concessional windows, and blended instruments that reflect our high vulnerability despite our graduation and high income status. There is no denying that the relationship between There is no denying that the relationship between Latin America and the Caribbean holds enormous potential for building resilience in our region. Resilience must be built through facilitating the participation of micro, small, and medium enterprises in regional supply networks to ensure transformation which is inclusive and localized as well. This type of integration is how we stimulate productivity, create decent jobs, and enhance competitiveness. Equally important is the upskilling of our human capital and knowledge exchange through joint research program and academic networks across Latin America and the Caribbean. So colleagues, I wish to leave these final thoughts and reflections with you. South-South cooperation empowers developing nations to be architects of their own sustainable growth, fostering a regional environment where development is a shared journey of mutual learning and support. By strengthening our institutions, presenting bankable regional projects, and deepening ties between Latin America and the Caribbean, we can unlock a new model of development for SIDS. Together we can build a resilient, innovative, and prosperous regions for generations to come. So I look forward to the conversation, the presentations, and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Mr. Enrico O'Farrell for his presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to be very short in this part because I'm looking forward to the questions and answer and the dialogue that we will have later on. I'm just say something about first that Chile is, as well as many Caribbean countries, is a graduate country by the OECD DAC. We were graduated in 2017, only based on the GDP criteria. We oppose that, of course, because we think this is unjust. It gives just one part of the picture. And we have embraced the development in transition approach with many other countries in Latin America and some in the DAC too, like Spain. And in that sense, we think that we should keep on debating internationally to have a multidimensional approach to international development cooperation. And we should not stop that fight because we will win it in the end. It's obvious that GDP per capita is a very limited and economicist criteria. On the other hand, I would like to, and first of all, thank ECLAC for the invitation. Chile attaches great importance to strengthening South-South cooperation with the Caribbean, especially in support of small island development states. Chile and CARICOM share more than diplomatic ties. We share a commitment to multilateralism, resilience, and to building cooperation grounded in equality, respect, and shared learning. So I will leave it at that now, but I'm ready to keep on the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to switch to Spanish. You have a translation. First of all, I present my gratitude to the Jose Manuel Salazar, the Executive Director of ECLAC, and also the Honorable Senator Kennedy Swasser Singh. Agradezco a la CEPAL la invitación para que México esté presente en este importante evento y reconozco además la relevancia del seminario que es de análisis y de debate sobre el papel de la cooperación Sur-Sur como catalizadora para el desarrollo del Caribe. Mañana, que se reúna el Comité de Monitoreo del Comité de Desarrollo y Cooperación del Caribe, este tendrá la oportunidad de examinar los resultados de este seminario con miras a considerar las recomendaciones como propias. Así que este seminario no es teórico, sino encaminado a la acción y es la acción a favor del Caribe. Como pocas veces desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial, vivimos tiempos complejos y desafiantes para la cooperación internacional para el desarrollo. Por ello, es muy importante el enfoque de este seminario, una mirada desde el sur para el sur. Entonces, la pregunta es, ¿cómo construir entre nosotros un sur global más solidario y más cooperante que propicie su desarrollo sostenible? Esa es nuestra tarea y es el espacio de reflexión de este seminario. El desafío, desde luego, no es sencillo, pero tampoco es imposible. Impulsar la coordinación, la solidaridad y el apoyo entre los países del sur global. Permítanme ahora compartir la visión, la práctica y las experiencias mexicanas. La cooperación internacional para el desarrollo es un componente primordial de la política exterior de México. Hemos superado la idea de que la cooperación internacional es una ayuda. Para México se trata de un apoyo a los esfuerzos nacionales para el desarrollo de los países receptores. En consecuencia, México impulsa la cooperación internacional con el fin de apoyar el fortalecimiento de las capacidades nacionales de otros países. México se identifica, por tanto, como un actor proactivo en la construcción de la gobernanza global para el desarrollo. Lo es por ser un actor dual, multidimensional, pluritemático y solidario. México es, por esa dualidad, un puente y un mediador entre los donantes tradicionales y los países en desarrollo. Esta es una característica que puede ser aprovechada por los países caribeños y tenemos varios ejemplos de ello aplicados en el Caribe. La cooperación mexicana canaliza recursos, conocimientos, tecnología y experiencia con especial énfasis en Centroamérica y el Caribe. Ello tomando en cuenta la proximidad geográfica, los desafíos comunes de desarrollo y, en términos coyunturales, para atender las causas estructurales de la movilidad humana. Como ustedes saben, la cooperación mexicana se realiza a través de la AMECSID, la Agencia Mexicana de Cooperación Internacional para el Desarrollo. Cada año la AMECSID coordina unos 500 proyectos de cooperación internacional, un 60% con el apoyo de donantes tradicionales y organismos internacionales y un 40% son iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur. Una característica adicional que México busca en sus proyectos de promoción del desarrollo sostenible es combatir la pobreza y la desigualdad. Y esta semana justamente CEPAL dio a conocer los resultados de la medición y México aparece en primer lugar como un país que está combatiendo la pobreza y la desigualdad, y son el tipo de experiencias que nosotros deseamos compartir. Este año México focalizó sus esfuerzos de cooperación en áreas relevantes para la región de América Latina y el Caribe en temas como seguridad alimentaria, agricultura, desarrollo local, salud, transporte marítimo, gestión del riesgo de desastres, medio ambiente y desarrollo comunitario. Antes de pasar a lo que México hace en el Caribe en materia de cooperación internacional, permítanme unas palabras sobre los criterios de definición de países susceptibles de recibir apoyos internacionales, que está en línea justamente con lo que nos acaba de comentar el director ejecutivo de la agencia chilena. México ha sido un firme defensor de incorporar criterios multidimensionales en la definición de países receptores dentro del marco de apoyo oficial total al desarrollo sostenible. El Producto Interno Bruto per cápita, el GDP, es insuficiente como criterio normativo. México ha argumentado a favor de incluir indicadores adicionales que reflejen mejor las realidades del sur global. 1, el coeficiente de Gini; 2, la tasa de informalidad; y 3, el índice de desarrollo humano. Me parece que esto contribuiría a mejorar la posición de muchos países caribeños como susceptibles de calificar para apoyo a favor de su desarrollo. Esta es una contribución de política de cooperación que México impulsa y apoya. Ahora quisiera pasar a la cooperación con el Caribe. Como he comentado, el Caribe, junto con América Central, es el área donde México concentra primordialmente sus acciones de cooperación. México aspira a un Caribe desarrollado, próspero, en paz y resiliente. Esa es la visión de la política exterior de México. Repito, un Caribe desarrollado, próspero, en paz y resiliente. Hay varios frentes de cooperación con el Caribe. Permítanme destacar algunos de ellos y quizás mañana el comité decida propiciar más la cooperación mexicana hacia el Caribe. Este año, por concluir, en el ámbito de la cooperación bilateral, destacaron las acciones con Cuba, Santa Lucía y República Dominicana. se aplicaron en estos 3 países 15 proyectos de cooperación en áreas estratégicas como agricultura, gestión de agua, geografía y estadística, protección ambiental, así como ciencia, tecnología e innovación. Por otro lado, también la seguridad interna, y aquí se ha hablado de seguridad, es parte del desarrollo. Por ello, mención aparte merece Haití. En México se han capacitado unos 150 agentes de seguridad y militares haitianos, no solo sobre uso legítimo de la fuerza y tácticas militares, sino también sobre derechos humanos. Además, se han donado 1000 equipos de protección personal, así como asesoramiento para la puesta en marcha del Centro de Comando, Control, Comunicación e Inteligencia de Haití. Señor ministro, honorable ministro, estimado amigo, en el ámbito bilateral, México está en la mejor disposición de realizar a la brevedad el primer programa de cooperación técnica y científica con Trinidad y Tobago, con énfasis en agricultura. Esperamos la reacción positiva de su estimado gobierno. A nivel del Gran Caribe, México se constituye como uno de los miembros más activos y propositivos de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, la ACS. Un ejemplo de ello es su participación en el subcomité de Sargazo, con una visión de aprovechamiento económico de dicha plaga. También destaca su papel en el establecimiento del plan estratégico de esa asociación. Quisiera aprovechar este foro para hacer un respetuoso llamado de un mayor compromiso con los trabajos de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe en áreas tan cruciales como la protección del Mar Caribe, el mejoramiento del transporte y la conectividad y los intercambios comerciales del Gran Caribe. Todo ello es desarrollo compartido y tenemos una asociación como es la ACS, que tiene sede justamente aquí en Trinidad y Tobago. Un lugar destacado merece la cooperación triangular que México realiza en el Caribe. Un ejemplo muy claro de cooperación triangular es el proyecto Caribe Resiliente. Por un lado, México brinda el impulso político y la posibilidad de movilizar recursos. La FAO aporta los conocimientos y la capacidad técnica para este proyecto y CARICOM brinda el conocimiento de los requerimientos y las características de sus países miembros. Este proyecto Caribe Resiliente, en su primera etapa se aplicó en 13 países de CARICOM con acciones en alimentación escolar, agricultura hidropónica y acuacultura. Esperamos que en conjunto las 3 partes podamos alcanzar un acuerdo para la segunda fase de este muy exitoso proyecto triangular. La FAO está de acuerdo. Aguardamos el posicionamiento de CARICOM sobre la segunda etapa. Estamos también en la mejor disposición de conversar con la CEPAL sobre el contenido y el alcance de este proyecto. Por otra parte, en el mes de septiembre pasado, hace escasamente 2 meses, en la reunión de la Comisión Mixta México-CARICOM, se definieron las 9 prioridades temáticas en materia de cooperación. Repito, México-CARICOM. Agricultura y seguridad alimentaria, que está en acorde al proyecto con FAO, seguridad energética, conectividad marítima, salud pública y enfermedades no transmisibles, preparación y respuesta ante desastres, seguridad, combate al tráfico ilícito de armas, cambio climático y fortalecimiento de capacidades, enseñanza del español como lengua extranjera, y aprovecho a saludar a la embajadora de España que está aquí en la sala, y el 9º tema, Haití, consolidación de la paz y operaciones de mantenimiento. Son 9 áreas de acción en las que México y CARICOM están dispuestos a cooperar con una visión sur-sur. Eso es solidaridad entre países amigos, entre países vecinos que comparten desafíos comunes. Finalmente, amigas y amigos, esperamos que en breve pueda efectuarse la 5ª cumbre México-CARICOM, la que daría un mayor impulso a la cooperación de México con el Caribe. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that very in-depth presentation, and we noted the very serious commitment of Mexico to South-South cooperation with the Caribbean, and also the criteria that you use, multidimensional criteria that goes beyond GDP, and we very much appreciate this. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Maria Elisa Teofilo de Luna to give her presentation. Ambassador, you have the floor.
It's working again. How nice. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to all the authorities here in this table. Thank you very much for the invitation. Minister, it's a pleasure to share with you your company in this table. And well, let's go to the juice of the things, isn't it? Through the ABC, which is the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, the Brazilian government has been working to structure a cooperation program with the Caribbean, both regionally through partnerships with organizations such as the ACS, the Association of Caribbean States, the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, and through bilateral initiatives with countries in the region. Some initial words about the kind of development, international cooperation for development practiced by Brazil is to say that it is governed by the principles of South-South cooperation, such as horizontality, non-conditionality, respect for sovereignty, on-demand action, this is mutual benefits, shared governance and joint implementation. It is worth noting that the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, ABC, is responsible for coordinating the entire system of international technical and humanitarian cooperation between Brazil and other countries and between other countries and Brazil. Brazil's priority for international cooperation for development and for building joint responses to common challenges guides its actions in the Caribbean. This region is today one of the priorities of Brazilian foreign policy, and this commitment was reiterated during the Brazil-Caribbean Summit held on June 13 this year, last June, event that marked the resumption of an agenda with the region, bringing together the 15 members of CARICOM, as well as Cuba and the Dominican Republic and regional institutions such as the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF, and the Inter-American Development Bank, IBD, and the ACS. The summit focused in 5 priorities areas, which are food security, climate change, energy transition, disaster risk management, and physical and digital connectivity. And 3 cooperation instruments were negotiated, culminating in the signing of the Technical Cooperation Agreement between the government of the Federative Republic of Brazil and the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. On the same occasion, the basic technical cooperation agreement between the government of the Federative Republic of Brazil and the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States and the supplementary agreement on the technical cooperation agreement between the government of the Federative Republic of Brazil and government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago relating to the implementation of the project. This is a first concrete action now of the project. Technical support for the establishment of a human milk bank in Trinidad and Tobago. They were proposed. I think this, the timing of the the human milk bank in Trinidad and Tobago is accelerating, and I think soon we will have it. In the coming months, we expect to detail the areas of interest with each country and regional organization with a view to converting them into cooperation projects that reflect the specific needs expressed by the partners. We are making efforts to move forward convergently towards the fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Without prejudice to multilateral commitments, we remain fully available to work bilaterally or jointly with regional organizations on initiatives of particular interest of each country. The priority themes identified during the summit are in fields such climate change, energy transition, and food security, in which we have made progress in expanding the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which today has increasing Caribbean participation. There are some states that are not participating in it, but they are studying their participation in it. It is worth recalling that international development carried out by Brazil is also characterized by structural elements as demonstrated by the efforts in Haiti. We reiterate Brazil's commitment to stabilization, institutional reconstruction, and Haitian socioeconomic development, including police training, support for electoral processes, and social projects within the framework of Global Alliance. Haiti is a sensible subject for Brazil. If you remember that Brazil is the second most greater black population in the world. We are only after Nigeria. It is, this I have read. And finally, I emphasize Brazil's commitment to following up the understandings reached during the summit and building a more ambitious, solid cooperation aligned with Caribbean priorities in the spirit of solidarity, integration, and vision for the future that guides Brazilian foreign policy towards the region. As President Lula said at the Brazil-Caribbean Summit this year, when he inaugurated the meeting, we cannot postpone the connection between our countries. In this sense, in the figurative sense, connection as approximation, and also in the practical sense of the word connection, we are trying exactly to bridge this gap, connectivity gap existing between Brazil and the Caribbean. For many years, Brazil had a strong relation with Caribbean. Then, in a certain moment, those relations were fragmented, let's say like this. And since the election of the second term of President Lula's second term, he emphasized that he wanted, and he's doing his best, to approximate Brazil and Caribbean countries. For that, we are trying to focus, to tackle also this difficult connection between the countries, investing in ports and fluvial ports also, and roads, and everything that could help this reinforcement of the links between the two regions, Brazil and the Caribbean. And I'm very confident that all the proposals of cooperation Brazil has to the Caribbean now in different areas will be successful and will contribute to this, to further approximate the two regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Luna, and we are most grateful for Brazil's commitment to South-South cooperation with the Caribbean and the summit that took place earlier this year. We'll now move into our Q&A. And I would like to just say at this point that we want to hear not just from questions just from the moderator to the panelists, but we would welcome if that from the floor, if you have any questions for our panelists or any specific points you wish to make an intervention, please just raise your placard, prop it up, and we will call on you. I would like to just pose a question to Minister Swarup-Singh, who we know has to leave not too long from now. Minister, thank you again for your presentation. Which areas of technical cooperation between Latin America and the Caribbean do you believe hold the most immediate potential for productive upgrading and diversification?
Thank you very much. And my apologies that I will have to leave in a little while. In a number of our conversations and discussions, one of the things that I think all the ambassadors speak to it, we need to take a more practical approach to South cooperation between the Caribbean and of course, and Latin America. Just by way of example, Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of our economic structures, our hydrocarbon sector export contribute about 30% of our GDP, but export about 70 to 80% of our total exports, and more so to North America and to other regions. But a number of our other sectors have to start contributing more to our export initiatives. And so there are significant trade development between Latin America and the Caribbean that can be further enhanced and developed. So outside of the technical areas in which we can obviously benefit and learn from each other, I think there's not enough awareness. In fact, let me just premise that by saying next year, if we're having this, I'm going to do my speech in Spanish. We have to develop, Trinidad and the Caribbean have to develop Spanish as a second language. We have to become more bilingual. We have to be able to spend the time developing the relationship between...
Trilingual.
Trilingual.
Yes, with Portuguese inside also.
I just came back from COP. I would not attempt Portuguese. But I think there is not enough awareness. So many of you may not be aware, but there are some companies in Trinidad and Tobago who have factories in Latin America, who are developing products in Latin America. First Citizens, I think, have a branch in Latin America as well. But we have to do more. We have to spend the time becoming much more aware as to what is available, what the potential is. And I'm saying Latin America, which includes the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic, I think, also have a lot of opportunity and potential for trade. We are developing air services agreement to have different flights to direct flights to the Dominican Republic, and of course when I came back from COP, because it was in Berlin, I had to fly from Berlin to Fortaleza, from Fortaleza to Sao Paulo, from Sao Paulo to Miami.
Difficult.
So the point is that we do have lots of opportunity that we need to take the time to explore and develop. And so the area of trade for me is a priority area that we have to do more than simply exporting the hydrocarbon sector. When it comes to, for example, in Colombia, there are lots of wonderful textiles and leather and so on. On the retail side, and as well as explore opportunities for investment joint investment opportunities and PPPs between Latin America and the Caribbean in the areas of tourism and other sectors. So I think this is an exciting time for us to be having this conversation, and I hope that coming out of some of these experiences, we will have more practical solutions, more targeted opportunities. I don't know that this cut-a-shot approach has worked. I think we need to be much more targeted in how we zero in on some of the opportunities that are available to us, and take advantage of the relationship that we are currently building.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that answer, and we note the call for Spanish and Portuguese to become second and third languages that we are all familiar with here in our region. We also noted their point about raising awareness about what the actual opportunities are in South-South cooperation, which many of us perhaps are ignorant to. I'd like to just give the floor to Enrique for his thoughts on this question.
Thank you. Well, I realize I should have mentioned for those delegates that do not know our agency so well, I should have mentioned some things before I tackle the question, Benito. And I should have said maybe that the Chilean Agency for International Development Cooperation exists since 1990, 35 years. This year is our birthday, number 35. And we are a dual cooperation country. We give cooperation as a provider of South-South cooperation, and we also receive cooperation in spite of graduation, as I mentioned before. But we have established some what we call partnership for development, partnerships for development with some countries, both bilateral and multilateral. And we are strong South-South cooperation country and a triangular cooperation country. We have partnerships with many countries, mainly I would say with Japan and with Spain, with the European Union, etc. Our cooperation with the Caribbean has a long data too. We've given scholarships, and we have also made some international courses together with the CARICOM and with the Caribbean in general. Recently, we gave humanitarian aid both to Jamaica and Cuba after the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, and we have trained also Haitian police in Chile in the Carabineros school. I wanted to mention that because I didn't say it at the beginning. We are now coming more to the question. I would say that for Chile, South-South cooperation becomes transformative for seats when it is co-designed with partner countries, grounded in horizontality, in mutual respect principles at the heart of the upcoming ACID CARICOM MO. I'm telling you that we are going to sign an MOU with CARICOM, I hope tomorrow, with Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM. So that's great news, and we are very happy about that. This MO establishes a framework for identifying and developing initiatives aligned with CARICOM member states' priorities, ensuring that capacity building is demand-driven and relevant. Our agency, ACID, brings experience in some areas which we think are vital for SIDS. One of them, of course, is disaster risk reduction and emergency preparedness, drawing from Chile's global recognized seismic resilience. Another area is applied science and innovation, including water management, climate adaptation, and sustainable agriculture. And a third one is human capital training through scholarships, internships, study missions, expert exchanges, and workshops, all instruments explicitly included in the MOU. Also, the MOU is focused on human capital development and directly supports skills upgrading, helping Caribbean professionals gain advanced training in areas needed for structural transformation. I mentioned that Chile is quite active since many, many years, since the mid-90s, in triangular cooperation. So our strong partnership with JICA from Japan allows us to scale these efforts through triangular cooperation. One of the most emblematic examples of this partnership is the Kizuna program, jointly implemented by ACCIT and JICA, which has trained more than 1,200 professionals from across Latin America and the Caribbean in disaster risk reduction. This long-standing initiative has strengthened regional technical capacities, fostered a shared culture of resilience, and created a community of practice that continues to benefit the entire region. Under the Japan-Chile Partnership Program, we are now jointly exploring new opportunities to engage more actively with the Caribbean on disaster risk reduction. A concrete example is the initiative currently being planned with JICA through the participation of the JICA expert based at CEDIMA to develop a gender and disaster risk reduction program for Caribbean countries implemented in collaboration with CEDIMA. The initiative underscores our shared commitment to inclusive, practical, and context-driven approaches to risk reduction. Thank you, Benito.
Thank you very much, Enrique, and that's very exciting. And in fact, that's a very positive announcement that there will be a signing of a cooperation agreement between Chile and CARICOM, and I hope that colleagues present have noted it, and if you let us know when and where, perhaps we can support it, those of us who are members and associate members of CARICOM. I suggest that at this stage we go to our coffee break and then return where we will hear about the national experience of Mexico and Brazil in South-South cooperation with the Caribbean. We will return in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
tratar de imponer las visiones ni los proyectos. Se trata de coadyuvar, como dije en la primera intervención, al desarrollo de cada uno de los países bajo sus propias políticas. Ofrezcan una mejor adaptabilidad a las necesidades locales. Esa es la primera de las lecciones, adaptabilidad. La segunda, seguramente también y muy ligada a la primera, es la coordinación institucional. Lo que hemos visto en México cuando aplicamos proyectos de cooperación, sean bilaterales o triangulares, regionales incluso, que cuando hay una participación temprana de los ministerios pertinentes, de las agencias técnicas, incluso de las instancias subnacionales para el diseño de los proyectos, para mejorarlos incluso, se reduce justamente la aplicación, se reducen los tiempos de aplicación y se reducen también las trabas para poder aplicarlo. Mecanismos como comités interinstitucionales, grupos técnicos de trabajo han demostrado ser muy eficientes cuando se involucran desde el inicio en la conceptualización y la aplicación de los proyectos de cooperación. Así que la coordinación institucional al interior de los países receptores es una de las cuestiones fundamentales y entre más temprano sea esta coordinación, este involucramiento, será mucho más accesible y más fácil realizar la aplicación de los proyectos. Por lo tanto, de nueva cuenta, la idea desde México es que México no impone los proyectos de cooperación. Lo que hace es ofrecer apoyo y esta es una de las prácticas adecuadas de coordinación institucional. Así que, repito, adaptabilidad y coordinación institucional son dos medidas y dos experiencias prácticas que México ha desarrollado a lo largo de los años y que dan factibilidad para una mejor aplicación y para mejores resultados. Gracias, señor moderador.
Thank you, Ambassador. During the break, I was asked if we could request of you to clarify the multidimensional criteria that Mexico uses in terms of which countries are eligible for support. And we would also like to hear the same in the case of Chile. So, Ambassador, over to you. Ambassador Morales first, and then Mr. Enrico O'Farrell.
Acerca de la multidimensionalidad de la política de cooperación internacional de México para el desarrollo, primero había mencionado varias características que suceden con la cooperación de México. Uno es la dualidad. México es un país que requiere aún cooperación internacional y que la recibe. Somos receptores de cooperación, pero también es cierto que somos fuertes oferentes de cooperación. En ese sentido es la dualidad de México como miembro, como actor en el mundo de la cooperación. Ofrece cooperación y recibe cooperación. Otra de las características es la multidimensionalidad de la cooperación. Y había yo comentado varios ejemplos. El primero es que somos un país que procura y que impulsa la cooperación bilateral con los países. Y tenemos ejemplos muy claros en Centroamérica, particularmente en países como Guatemala, que es frontera con nosotros, Cuba también lo tenemos, y con otros países no solo de América Latina, sino también países de África y de Asia, tenemos cooperación bilateral, pero también es cierto que tenemos cooperación triangular, donde nos asociamos con algunos organismos internacionales, preferentemente, o con algunos de los cooperantes tradicionales, y un ejemplo muy claro es el que mencioné, este proyecto de agricultura resiliente, donde está México por un lado con el impulso político, con la movilización de recursos, la FAO con su expertise técnica y por otro lado también CARICOM. Así que también tenemos esta posibilidad de bilateral, triangular y también regional o subregional, con el caso de lo que hacemos coordinado con CARICOM en el caso del Caribe, y desde luego también tenemos una fuerte presencia a nivel internacional, a nivel multilateral, a través de la aplicación de políticas de desarrollo, del impulso de las políticas de desarrollo, y uno de ellos, del esfuerzo que hacemos a nivel multinacional, es cómo pueden cambiarse los criterios de clasificación de los países para recibir cooperación. La otra también, otro aspecto que había yo mencionado es la multidisciplinario o multitemático que tiene México. Y esto es que vamos desde temas de derechos humanos y nosotros cooperamos para el desarrollo de habilidades para la aplicación, el respeto de los derechos humanos en diferentes países, hasta temas muy específicos como el que estamos ofreciendo a Trinidad y Tobago en este año, la posibilidad de mejorar el cultivo, por ejemplo, de palma de coco o el cultivo de chile habanero. Así que la gama es muy amplia, pasa desde luego por cuestiones de cambio climático también, de adaptabilidad, de la lucha contra el sargazo, o mejor dicho, de cómo aprovechar económicamente esta macroplaga, macroalga, para, en lugar de estar combatiéndola frecuentemente, es cómo aprovecharla. Así que hay una gran y multiplicidad de temáticas, desde luego innovación, tecnología, ciencia también apoyamos, así que México tiene todas estas características que, digamos, lo diferencian de algunos otros países. Es un país dual, es un país multitemático y también es un país que abarca diferentes modalidades de cooperación.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Ambassador. Enrique, over to you.
Thank you. To complement what my colleague, the Ambassador of Mexico, has said, I think, I think if there is an institution that has written and studied in depth the multidimensional aspects of development cooperation, is ECLAC, is la CEPAL, who has written many documents on this, and also on development in transition approach, which I mentioned before. And also the Development Center of the OECD has written quite a lot about this. From Chile's experience, we were, as I mentioned before, graduated in 2017 on the basis of GDP. When we were graduated, there were many Caribbean countries that already were graduated by the DAC OECD. And the problem, for example, Trinidad and Tobago and Chile have been graduated on the basis of GDP, not on the development needs that both countries have. So the multidimensionality of cooperation has to do a lot with not only economic welfare, not only that matters, but there are other structural gaps in the terms of ECLAC, structural gaps, development traps in the case of the Development Center of the OECD, that we all faced in different degrees. In the case of climate change, adaptation, on disaster risk reduction, for example, those are areas which are just beginning to be taken into consideration by the big donors. Chile, what Chile has done is to do its part in the international debate on development, because it's not on graduation, it's on development, international cooperation for development, which we all agreed we're going to go forward until 2030, the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, the DAC, OECD DAC position, which is based on the World Bank's analysis from the late 60s of the other century. Those are criteria that are not adapting to the reality of the world right now, the Caribbean reality, but also other high-income countries and middle-income countries in the world. It's not attacking poverty, since the majority of the people in the world are in middle-income countries, the poor people in the world. The climate change and the disasters are affecting us all, like COVID did. None of that is inside the criteria of graduation by GDP. All of that is outside. They are now in the DAC thinking about ways of accompanying for 10 years countries that were graduated. It's the case of Costa Rica, for example. They have announced that Costa Rica will be graduated, and they will accompany that country, which is fine. It's an advance, really. We didn't have that possibility when we were graduated. It's good that they are finally taking that kind of decisions, because they realize that is unjust and is really a contradiction with Agenda 2030 to graduate countries based on GDP only. On the other hand, it's very worrying that this international cooperation that we are not receiving, it's in a context where a lot of ODA is going to war, mainly in Europe, I would say. But it counts as ODA. That's a problem. I'm getting a little bit controversial here now. But so multidimensional development is very, very important because it's reality. International cooperation is not linear. It has phases, it goes forward, then backwards, etc. You don't get to, like, a threshold and then you are a developed country. Trinidad and Tobago is not developed even if it has oil and gas. Chile is not a developed country. Chile is on his way, is in transition, development in transition. We are on our way, but we are not there yet. The structural gaps, the global problems still there. And of course, we have to mobilize domestic resources for that. Of course, there is a responsibility in ourselves, in our countries. But at the same time, we need international cooperation still. And at this, maybe no ODA, the classical way, but international cooperation. I want to end this part of my answer saying that there is a political decision in all of this. And when we were graduated, we automatically stopped having access to concessional loans, et cetera, et cetera. Now I have to tell you that concessional loans are back. We can now have concessional loans, and the banks are in Chile loaning money, et cetera, et cetera. So suddenly the graduated country has lithium and minerals and so on. So you change a little bit, like with the elastic, you change a little bit the hard position of 2017, and now we have a little bit more access to other cooperation tools. But technical assistance, which is what South-South cooperation is all about, technological transfers still are the most important part that for our countries, I think. And that we are not getting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Enrique, for your frankness. I think we all understand that the international context has changed and the realities we have to deal with. And of course, on the question of graduation and the issues around it, the Caribbean and Latin America are natural allies and must work together on those issues. I would now like to turn to the floor for any interventions or reflections that delegations may have. And I see we have a number of placards up. I would like to recognize the distinguished delegate of Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Moderator, Mr. Wheatley. I see the minister has left, but other distinguished members of the panel. So for us, it's more an intervention than a question. So I hope that's fine because you did say interventions. Oh, you're not hearing me? You're hearing me now? Okay. I join in expressing commendations to ECLAC for convening this important seminar and thank the panelists for their very informative and thought-provoking presentations. Indeed, we are reminded that even as we continue to navigate global challenges to equitable and sustainable growth and development, South-South cooperation remains a viable avenue to collectively unlock our potential as a region. Excellencies and everyone else in the room, the Global South represents approximately 85% of the world's population and around 40% of global GDP, which highlights its growing economic and demographic significance on the world stage. It is therefore essential that we work towards deepening partnerships with countries of the South to enhance trade, infrastructure, and technical capacity. This will lead to shared economic growth, increased regional integration, and progress towards the attainment of shared development goals, such as 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And I saw where my colleague, Ambassador Morales from Mexico, he mentioned the ACS. So when I say regional integration, I'm looking at Latin America and the Caribbean. So let us be very clear on that. And, you know, he mentioned the ACS earlier. Chair, Jamaica remains committed in advancing South-South cooperation to attain our development objectives, including the SDGs, which are 98% aligned to Jamaica's National Development Vision 2030 Jamaica. To this end, we have pursued partnerships at the bilateral level with countries such as Nigeria to bolster the staff complement of our public health system, China and India, which provided COVID-19 vaccines during the height of the pandemic and other essential medical supplies, and South Africa, where joint research is taking place as part of a bilateral cooperation on science, technology, and innovation. Only recently, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Andrew Holness, led Jamaica's delegation to the Republic of South Africa, where discussions were held on inclusive and sustainable economic growth, climate change, disaster risk reduction, just energy transitions, among other things. He also updated on the impact of Hurricane Melissa on Jamaica and the hard-won gains that were erased due to natural disasters. He called on G20 member states to advance the interests of SIDS, which face numerous existential threats due to natural disasters and exogenous shocks. I use this opportunity to say how grateful we are for the generous support provided by our bilateral, regional, and multilateral partners to assist in our relief, recovery, and rebuilding efforts in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. I wish to highlight that some of this support originated from our fellow CARICOM states, underscoring the value of South-South cooperation. Jamaica also supports the partnerships that are being explored at the regional level within the framework of CARICOM, the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean States, and the ACS. Over the course of this year alone, there have been meaningful advances in cooperation with extra-regional partners from the Global South, including the adoption of the China CELAC Plan of Action 2025 to 2027, the convening of CARICOM joint commissions with Brazil and Mexico, and the staging of the historic second Africa CARICOM Summit, building on the 2024 CARICOM AU MOU that seeks to strengthen interregional economic partnerships and people-to-people ties. Preparations are also underway with partnerships from the UAE for the convening of an ACS International Cooperation Conference in Dubai in 2026. Under Jamaica's chairmanship of CARICOM from July to December of this year, member states have also continued to deepen cooperation on critical issues such as security, including through the adoption of the Montego Bay Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime, and gangs at the 49th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government in July, and advance regional and economic development through the CSME, which has now been implemented among 4 countries: Barbados, Belize, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is also worth noting that at the Heads of Government meeting, Jamaica signed a partnership agreement with the African Export-Import Bank, becoming the 13th CARICOM country to do so. This agreement secures an additional $1.5 billion in financing for Jamaica. It improves access to trade and investment and strengthens economic ties between the Caribbean and Africa. The tangible outcomes from these and other partnerships are a powerful demonstration that South-South cooperation can unlock the region's potential to attain sustainable development and prosperity for all our peoples. Jamaica is firmly committed to strengthening South-South partnerships and looks forward to the continued support of the CDCC and, by extension, ECLAC in exploring new South-South cooperation initiatives that will redound to an equitable and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished delegate from Jamaica for her intervention. And if you would permit me to just ask you one question. Of course, we continue to be in solidarity with the people of Jamaica as they seek to recover and rebuild. But are there any specific thoughts that you have in terms of how South-South cooperation can better prepare Caribbean countries to deal with natural disasters? Perhaps specifically what mechanisms should we be putting in place with our neighbors across the wider region for the day, that eventuality when a storm such as Melissa hits? We welcome your thoughts.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'm going to ask Mrs. Rose Howell, who is based in our headquarters in Kingston, to take that question. But one of the things I will say first up is insurance. A key component of what is helping us through this, and of course, all the support and love that we have received from all our partners throughout. Very, very important. But I'll allow Mrs. Rose Howell to have a more wholesome answer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Just to mention, I had hoped to do an intervention in the next segment, specifically as it relates to financing for development, where those issues would be addressed. Speaking to the importance of recognizing the vulnerability of small island states and the importance of strengthening the various mechanisms that exist in relation to addressing these natural disasters. The international financial systems, for example, do require adjustments to take into account the challenges of small island developing states. We have participated, for example, in the discussions in relation to the Pact for the Future, which commences with development for financing and development generally, and sustainable development and financing for development. To bear in mind classification of countries such as Jamaica as upper middle income countries based on GDP alone. With regard to the support that can come from South, it is actually a development, actually, our Prime Minister has established a ministry, a mechanism to address issues following Hurricane Melissa. And one of the issues to ensure that we build back not only as just structurally, but in a resilient way to ensure that we are prepared. Truth be told, I mean, regardless of how strongly, built many of these infrastructure were, a Category 5, if there was a Category 7, that is what Melissa would have been classified as. It was certainly very different and unique, and it is recognized that we will have to, and the Prime Minister has indicated that the opportunity will be used not only to to recover and to, but to rebuild in a very resilient manner. So we hope to use our advocacy and our opportunities in various fora, international fora, and we have been doing that to advocate for greater consideration to be given to small island developing states, bearing in mind that we are not the persons who are the main contributors to to climate change, and yet we suffer the deleterious effect when these climate systems occur. So I'll say a little bit more in detail at the next panel, Chair, if you don't mind. There are a list of things that we have been advocating for. My High Commissioner mentioned that the Prime Minister at the G20 meeting highlighted a number of issues. We were also present despite the difficulty with our ministers traveling in the aftermath of Melissa. We thought it important to attend the meeting in Belém to ensure that we physically express that we are unfortunately affected, by the impact of these climate hazards. And therefore, we call on developed countries to take these things into account, and we encourage, sustainable action towards a better region. And as I said, I'll add some more in my later presentation.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, and we look forward to more detail in the next session. I would now like to call on the distinguished delegate from the Dominican Republic. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. And I will switch to Spanish, and I think it's a good start point about the cooperation that we should have among the region. Agradecer la oportunidad y el espacio para poder hacer más que una intervención, una pequeña reflexión que puede surgir del panel que hemos realizado, sobre todo porque desde República Dominicana estamos profundamente convencidos de que la cooperación sur-sur puede ser verdaderamente un catalizador para el crecimiento y para el desarrollo de la región del Caribe. Y mencionaba que era un buen punto de partida, porque el ministro Soarazzi hablaba de la importancia de ser bilingüe. Y parte de lo que la República Dominicana quiere traer a la mesa y de lo que forma parte también de nuestra oferta de cooperación hacia el Caribe es la enseñanza del idioma español, porque nuestros países y nuestras sociedades y pueblos tienen historias compartidas, pero idiomas diferentes. Y eso representa verdaderamente una barrera no solamente para el comercio, sino también para el aprovechamiento de experiencias de desarrollo que hemos podido desarrollar y creo que hemos podido vivir, y creo que eso también es importante ponerlo sobre la mesa. Volviendo a una pregunta que hacía precisamente el moderador Benito Whitley al principio del panel, sobre qué trae el Caribe a la mesa, creo que es importante también mencionar el profundo interés de la República Dominicana de fortalecer los vínculos políticos que nos permitan desarrollar de manera efectiva proyectos y ideas de cooperación, sobre todo en 4 áreas donde la República Dominicana ha podido exhibir alguna ventaja que pueda poner al servicio del desarrollo de la región. Y me refiero de manera particular a seguridad alimentaria, a transformación digital, a formación técnica y también al área de turismo. Creo que la transformación digital también representa un desafío mayor para la región, en la medida en la que se van adquiriendo progresos tecnológicos y esos progresos tecnológicos no son debidamente distribuidos, se van profundizando las brechas de desarrollo, y creo que la región del Caribe tiene una gran oportunidad de superar eso, de superar ese desafío, y por eso también poner sobre la mesa el interés de República Dominicana de colaborar al compartir la estrategia nacional de inteligencia artificial que hemos desarrollado y que creemos que es fundamental que los países de la región puedan aprovecharlo en una mayor plenitud. Por otro lado, en lo que respecta a los desafíos regionales, es de mucha importancia reconocer que somos la región más expuesta a los efectos del cambio climático, no solamente en lo que respecta al sargazo, que es un tema principal en nuestra agenda, sino también a los desastres naturales. Hoy vimos, o recientemente vimos, lo que sucedió durante la temporada ciclónica de manera más fuerte en Jamaica, pero también lo vivimos en República Dominicana, pero también se vivió en Cuba, y creo que eso nos debe de llamar a pensar en un mecanismo que nos permita reaccionar de una manera conjunta y más efectiva ante estos efectos para mitigar los daños que puedan realizarse, pero sobre todo para acompañar de manera conjunta lo que sería el proceso de recuperación. Asimismo, expresar el interés de nuestro país de poder poner también al servicio de la región, y es parte de lo que quizá hemos promovido mucho en la parte del comercio. República Dominicana como un hub para el comercio de la región. Creo que las propias condiciones geográficas que nos ubican como un hub para el comercio, e incluso las condiciones institucionales y el hecho de haber sido beneficiado de la cooperación internacional para complementar ese proceso de desarrollo interno, nos da también condiciones para ser un hub de cooperación sur-sur. Y queremos también poner eso al servicio, de servir como un puente entre socios extrarregionales y la región del Caribe para poder maximizar experiencias. En ese sentido, quiero hacer mi intervención sobre todo compartiendo el profundo interés de la República Dominicana de seguir profundizando la solidaridad internacional en espacios como estos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. If I can just have a follow-up question. What is the specific platform that Dominican Republic uses for South-South cooperation? Is it an agency or is there another mechanism?
Bueno, la República Dominicana tiene una rectoría tripartita de la cooperación internacional. Por una parte, la representación política de la cooperación se lleva a cabo a través del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, y la rectoría técnica interna de la cooperación internacional no reembolsable se lleva a cabo a través del Ministerio de la Presidencia, con su viceministerio de Cooperación Internacional. Es algo similar al ejemplo de Costa Rica, que tiene también una estructura similar. No tenemos una agencia de cooperación, pero sí canalizamos a través del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores con el Sistema Nacional de Cooperación Internacional al Desarrollo todo lo que sería la oferta de cooperación de República Dominicana.
Thank you very much for your response and your statement. And we also express our sympathy and solidarity to the people of DR who are also affected by Hurricane Melissa. I now would like to recognize the distinguished delegate from Haiti. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And for this tribune, unfortunately, I cannot do this same as other colleagues like Dominican Republic or the Ambassador of Mexico by speaking their own language. I hope for the next session you will allow other people to speak to do exactly the same with other people, because ECLAC is not only English and Spanish, it's also Creole and English. For now, I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to ECLAC for its consistent leadership and its deep commitment for fostering more equitable, resilient, and sustainable development across the Caribbean. This meeting brings us together at a critical moment for our region, a moment when our structural vulnerabilities are being exposed with unprecedented intensity, yet when our opportunities for collective action have never been stronger. South-South cooperation is an essential instrument for the future of our countries, and it is particularly important for Haiti. Since the 2010 earthquake, we have witnessed what generous regional solidarity truly means. Many countries, such as Brazil, Mexico, and Dominican Republic, mobilized immediately their support to support us. Their assistance demonstrated what, when the Caribbean and Latin America unite their efforts, we are capable of saving lives, rebuilding, and opening new perspectives for our peoples. Today, as AD stands at a difficult crossroads, the cooperation must be strengthened and modernized around three essential priorities: women, youth, and employment. Our women are at the heart of social and economic resilience. They sustain families, support communities, innovate, and create even in the most challenging circumstances. Supporting them through South-South cooperation programs is the strategic imperative. Our youth is our greatest asset. With more than 65% of the Asian population under the age of 35, we have an immense human potential for the transformation of our region. These youth want to work, learn, and contribute, especially in emerging sectors such as digital technologies and artificial intelligence, which offer new opportunities for employment, entrepreneurship, and the modernization of our economies. The term of the meeting, Unlocking Caribbean Potential Through South-South Cooperation, reflects precisely the moment our region is experiences. Faced with insufficient economic growth, high indebtedness, extreme climate vulnerabilities, and limited access to development financing, we no longer have the luxury of acting separately. South-South cooperation is today, on economic level, a strategic response, a tool for resilience, a path towards integration, and a platform for regional innovation. It must allow us to pool our knowledge and statistical capacities, build a digital bridge for integration, mobilize innovation financing, and develop regional solutions to poverty and climate shocks. AD presence at this table express a clear intention to strengthen Caribbean solidarity, particularly in the post-Melissa context. A truly integration into regional dynamic of growth, innovation, and resilience, to place the immense potential of our youth on the service of the region's future, to work closely with ECLEC, whose expertise is indispensable for guiding our public policies. AD is ready to operate not in the emerging, but in the center of the Caribbean construction we must collectively build. Our challenges are immense, but our potential is even greater. And I will conclude by this deep conviction: our unity is our strength. Our youth is our engine. South-South cooperation is our pathway. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate from Haiti for his intervention. And we, of course, also express our solidarity with the people of Haiti who were affected by Hurricane Melissa as well. I would now like to recognize the distinguished delegate from Dominica. You have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. I bring greetings from the Commonwealth of Dominica, the government, and the people. I must say that this is yet another step forward in the SDGs. We can now look forward. Partnership for the Goal. I especially love this SDG, the last but most important, because alone we can accomplish very little, but together we can accomplish so much. Having gone through Hurricane Maria in 2017, Dominica is poised to share lessons learned to the other countries, because we all, like Jamaica, who was just affected by Hurricane Melissa, we all face that because we don't know at what point we can be affected by a hurricane, we can be affected by an earthquake, we can be affected by health issues, just like the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think as a region in Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to look at the other islands when they've been through something and really learn from what has been done, what has been presented in order to mitigate the destruction done by future pandemics, future disasters, whether it be natural or man-made. In Dominica, the very first thing that the Prime Minister, Roosevelt Scarry, did was face the United Nations, and he claimed that we were going to be the very first climate resilient nation in the world. And this was a very bold statement, but we did work towards that. We haven't arrived where we want to be, but I think some of the things that we have done, you can look at Dominica for that. One of the very first things we did was create the CRED, which is the Climate Resilient Executive Agency of Dominica. And we were helped by other nations like the British government, the Canadian government. And I think we were able to come up with several documents and several actions that I think we can share. Although we are very small, we have very limited fiscal space, we are a very vulnerable island, but yet we have learned from what we've been through that we can share with the rest of the region. And one of the things that I really want to talk about is about building resilience. And it's not just building resilience in structures, like you say, but in building resilience even among your people. And so one of the things that we did was Build Back Better. So you would have known that we have the housing program in Dominica where we're building houses for vulnerable individuals that they can be protected from the hurricane, but at the same time, we are building shelters where people who are not safe in areas, they can move to shelters. And I know that was one of Jamaica's challenge, getting people to go to shelters. And I think if we can find some way to get to our people and teach them that this country went through this, therefore, in the future, you need to know better. And we can learn from Jamaica now because I'm sure they're learning things. And my colleague from Jamaica spoke about the insurance. And therefore, I remember the CRIFT. This is one of the things that we have put in place, ensuring that countries are covered with CRIFT. So in case, and not just the structural part, I want to really recognize our UN agencies, ECLAC to start with, but also the World Food Program, who is presently helping Dominica with a top-up of the CRIF that can go for social aspect of it so that they can help the people. And one of the things that we are also looking at is getting payments to people even before, because they are vulnerable individuals. We ask them to store up on food. We ask them to store up on sanitary materials, but they don't have the funds. So actually preparing your people in times of that, especially during the hurricane season, can also assist. I want to also thank the other UN nations that have come in, the UNDP. Sometimes we don't have, there's no money involved, but technical assistance can be so very important. And this is one of the things I think while we talk about the soft cooperation that we can look into, how come each country help us? Mexico talked about agriculture. We all, as Caribbean islands, were dependent on agriculture at one point in time. And I think we can get back to agriculture and we can look for technical assistance. So it's not always about funding. It's also about looking at each other. What's our strength? How can we help each other? Where can we be strong in the region? So I just wanted to give that short intervention. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegate from Dominica for her intervention. I would like to ask just one specific question. Can you say a few words about trilateral cooperation and its role in helping Dominica to get geothermal energy off the ground?
Thank you very much for this question. Yes, so one of our main things in Dominica is actually trying to be 100% renewable energy by 2030. And we have used hydro energy in the past, but now, as you know, we are developing our geothermal energy, and it has been many, many, many years in developing. How have we been able to leverage this trilaterally? What we've done is actually have several conferences where we invite our developmental partners, but we also invite the private sector and everybody, so we could see what was best for Dominica. And what we have done really is what we were able to get in some climate-related funds, and so we were able to get climate-related funds as well as concessional loans, and in that way we were able to build on our thing. I must say that we are looking to generate electricity with geothermal by the end of this year.
Thank you very much for those thoughts on triangular cooperation and geothermal energy. We've all noted it, and it will be to the benefit of Dominica and I believe the wider Caribbean. I would now like to recognize the distinguished delegate from the Bahamas. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Just a short intervention on my part, and I'll hand over to Ms. Graham here. Island countries like Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and of course the Bahamas are known for high GDPs, yet very little aid and income comes. We all exhibit varying levels of vulnerability, but even in the Bahamas, as an archipelago, we have to replicate structures and services 16 times because we have 16 inhabited of our 700 islands. So it's very, very difficult. Even though all of us have high vulnerability, we are in somewhat of a worse state because of the fact that we need 16 hospitals, we need health centers, we need everything replicated. The climate change remains a very clear and present threat to the Bahamas, and our highest point, which is all of 67 meters, is located on one of our smaller islands, Cat Island. And this presents a great problem we're actually carded for being submerged in the next, it was originally 2030, I think they've pushed it back a little bit, but this is a very serious threat. We do have some relief in that we're putting some efforts into carbon sequestration now, so we hope that that will bring us some capital. We have the same issues that the other islands have mentioned, the other countries have mentioned, in terms of insurance, in terms of not getting enough funds. Devastating, catastrophic hurricanes such as Dorian, which hit the Bahamas in 2019, and Melissa just a few months ago, have to be high on the agenda for us to remain sustainable. And here we really need to make sure that we have a plan, or we are involved in some programs which will allow South-South cooperation to benefit islands such as ours. Our Foreign Minister, Frederick Mitchell, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, he always uses the analogy of Robinson Crusoe and Man Friday on an island, which gives them GDP, they're making $100,000 a year, let's say, and so the GDP is 50,000, whereas Robinson Crusoe has 100,000 and Man Friday has nothing. So that shows another degree of vulnerability, because you may have a high GDP, but it doesn't serve all of our islands. Again, what is it that we can do to become part of more a part of the programs despite our high GDPs. I'd like to hand over to Ms. Graham now for more technical and in-depth.
Okay, a pleasant good morning. I just want to basically elaborate on the importance of this session and the importance of South-South cooperation, how it helps the Bahamas and other small island developing states by providing access to shared knowledge, also more cost-effective solutions, and solidarity among our developing nations. Also, as CG, Dr. Davis would have discussed earlier, it also helps to tackle common challenges like climate change, as we have seen and that we face basically every day in this region. It also allows for mutual learning and building resilience in areas such as sustainable tourism and disaster preparedness and economic diversification. Just as the panelists would have discussed earlier along with our fellow colleagues, South-South cooperation and the exchange of the knowledge and resources among nations of the Global South, it's definitely a cornerstone of diplomatic initiatives aimed at enhancing socioeconomic development and the eradication of poverty and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Bahamas firmly believes that this collaborative approach of South-South cooperation is indispensable in navigating the complex global landscape and addressing the unique needs of our developing nations. So we are here to work in solidarity through the South-South cooperation, and we also seek to contribute meaningfully and also to help to create more relevant and sustainable development pathways. You had a question you were asking them in terms of, okay, thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegates from the Bahamas for their intervention, and we do acknowledge the importance of developing countries of high income helping to shape South-South cooperation between our wider region and the rest of the Global South. I now recognize the distinguished delegate from Grenada. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I bring special greetings from the Isle of Spice, Grenada. And like the other countries, I would like to share that we went through a lot of experience in terms of external shocks. As I remember Hurricane Ivan in September of 2004, and last year, Hurricane Beryl, July 2024. And we learned a lot, and we want to really send our hopes and best wishes to Jamaica. Today, representing Grenada, we want to strongly support the South-South cooperation because I just want to use the Beryl experience to share with you why that is important for us. And the need for data. On July 1st, Hurricane Beryl touched us. And luckily for us, we just finished some surveys as the Central Statistical Unit. Otherwise, we would have been in a worse of position. After Beryl lifted, the housing sector in Grenada, especially the islands of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and the northern part of Grenada, 74% is gone. 10% of agriculture was affected. The energy sector, 6%. Education, 4%, and I can go on and on. In summary, I want to share with you that the loss of just one night and one day was a total of 570 million EC dollars, which is US dollar 211 million gone. And so when we speak about the impact of climatic shocks and how we wake up the next day to rebuild, I do believe that South-South cooperation is strategic in helping us to recover. It's strategic in helping us to build data because without the support of the UN Resident Office in Barbados to help us do the post-disaster needs assessment, we would not know what the loss and damage was. So we need the South-South cooperation to help us recover, to help us work together to really pick up our lives when these shocks happen. I want to share with you that in doing the post-disaster needs assessment, it is important, all the sentiments already expressed I endorse, because without strengthening the capacity of the central statistical offices of our regions, the data that we need will not surface. And in the presentation earlier, I heard the need for collaboration and sharing of information. Now, when we speak about this region, we speak about persons who speak French, Dutch, English, Spanish, Portuguese. So I think it's more than trilingual we need to go. We really need a cooperation where we can speak to one another and understand the language and the data that we shared and how we will share that. Will we come together annually, quarterly? How will we share the data? One of the challenges we faced in Grenada was that many persons trained in damage and needs assessment retired and were not in the system. And so if we don't train people now to do post-disaster needs assessment, you just don't wake up and have the skills. When these events happen, we will not have the capacity. And I really want to use this opportunity to say thank you to ECLAC. Last year, they helped me to train over 80 persons across the public service of Grenada to write concept notes, to be able to do DANA and so, and I really want to thank you for that consistent help. That is South-South cooperation in action, and it really helped us. I want to highlight another example, and we'll conclude, in that Grenada really stands for South-South cooperation, and in July this year, we were very privileged to host the Afreximbank conference called Active 2025, promoting economic growth, promoting trade and investment. And I do believe that if we need to sign an agreement, we must agree on key focus areas in terms of data collection, training of persons, the human resource capacity must be trained to really help us to improve the policy discussion with data, and with data that we can compare. I must commend the OECS region where we have harmonized labor force surveys so we can compare data, but I think we need to expand it to the region, to Latin America and the Caribbean region. In closing, I would like to say that we really thank you for starting this conversation as a catalyst. We stand ready to cooperate beyond the OECS region where we already have harmonized arrangements. And I really wanted to speak on the next topic about financing, but I'm not sure how many people waiting, so I did take this opportunity. The only comment I would like to make in terms of the financing is that we should also reach out to the CARICOM Development Fund because they have a critical role to play. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished delegate from Grenada for her intervention and commend Grenada for its tremendous work in encouraging South-South cooperation, not just in our own region in Latin America, but as far away as Africa with the countries of the Global South there. I would now like to give the final word from our panelists to Mr. Enrique O'Farrell, who is also the chair of the Second Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation for Latin America and the Caribbean, to give his closing thoughts on where we go from here with respect to our regional conference and the views of the Caribbean Express today. Oh, so, if you would permit me, Enrique, to allow the distinguished ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda, who is no stranger to any of us, His Excellency Dr. Walton Webster, to give an intervention on behalf of his country. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and greetings to all. And I don't know about not being a stranger to anybody, but that's maybe not quite correct. But, Mr. Chair, I thought we should mention a little bit about the importance of South cooperation within the multilateral space, because that has been very effective in giving the voice of SIDS in particular, small island developing states, and it has been proven in a number of areas, and I thought we might want to note the importance of multilateralism, because we know that multilateralism is under a bit of stress at this time, and we know the importance of multilateralism to small island developing states cannot be overemphasized. We are where we are with climate change discussions, and inclusive of the 2015 Climate Change Agreement, as a result of collaboration of multilateral work at the global stage, and the voice of small island developing states working with LDCs and LLDCs to bring about global attention to the critical importance of climate change. Similarly, we are where we are with the challenge that we have as small island developing states with dealing with the financial institutions because of the multilateral cooperation that we've been able to bring together from South-South nations in order to begin to focus attention on our special circumstances, which is recognized by the UN system for more than 30 years, and to ensure that we begin to, that the pressure that we are speaking about in the last 5 years or so, particularly, begin to take some hold. We now have a multi-vulnerability index, which again is only true to that multilateral collaboration, and we hope and will work with the UN system to make sure that the MVI, multi-vulnerability index, becomes a tool that we in small island developing states, some of the issues that we have already mentioned here with regards to GDP as a measurement tool, which we know is outdated, but using the multi-vulnerability index within that context of economic assessment will be most useful to many of us, particularly in the Caribbean and middle-income countries, as was mentioned by one of the speakers earlier. ABAS, the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Islands, which we all as a multilateral community agreed upon in 2024 in Antigua and Barbuda, and was approved in the resolution of the General Assembly on August 13th this year. ABAS is a critical tool for SIDS, and I know we speak of the SDGs and the critical importance of the SDGs. We have to begin as small island developing states to focus on ABAS and work with our partners in Latin America and to make sure that we can address the agenda of ABAS, which is similar and is built on the SDGs. The SDGs finishes in 2030. ABAS, it takes us to 2034, and we have to use that as our marker. The indicators that has been recently developed at the multilateral level is 80% of those indicators are repetitious to the SDGs, and therefore the linkages is clear, but the importance of ABAS is something that we have to pay more attention to, and the importance of that collaboration of partnership between SIDS and the larger members in our South-South community is so important, and the backing we receive on ABAS from those members that allow us to get over the line is so important that I thought we should understand that the importance of multilateralism within any debate and discussion on South-South cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished ambassador for his statement, and we recognize that South-South cooperation, as he rightly said, is critical to multilateralism and that the Abbas will be instrumental in South-South cooperation. I now turn to Enrique for the last word from our panel.
Thank you, Benito. Well, from the point of view of the Regional Conference on Latin American, the Caribbean, and South-South Cooperation, ECLAC's conference, Chile has the chair now. Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands have one of the vice presidency. But I want to stress that from the conference, we have to promote and stimulate interregional partnerships and strengthen resilience across SEEDs. South-South cooperation, the model of South-South cooperation, emphasizes co-design, horizontality, and respect for partners' priorities. The cooperation, the South-South cooperation strengthens by an approach, result-oriented programs that respond directly to the socio-economical needs. That I mentioned before, development in transition is like a tailor-made suit for each country's challenges, development challenges. Gender equality and no discrimination, ensuring women and men benefit equally from capacity building, should be a cross-cutting and explicit commitment from all of us. Open dialogue and trust, essential for long-term partnerships across SEEDs. And of course, triangular cooperation, many of us have mentioned this modality, which is important because it complements South-South and North-South cooperation, and triangular cooperation, which has been central. I already mentioned it twice, but I will say it a third time if you bear with me, is that I'm very pleased to highlight that ACCID, our Chilean International Cooperation Agency for Development, and CARICOM will formally sign a memorandum of understanding establishing a permanent and strategic framework for cooperation tomorrow. This MOU will expand our collaboration in disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, technical training, digital transformation, and socioeconomic development. And it affirms Chile's commitment to contributing, together with CARICOM, to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable Caribbean, unlocking its potential through pragmatic, impactful South-South cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enrique. And let me just, before I hand over to the chair, thank Ambassador Morales and all of the other panelists who presented today and responded and answered questions. And with that, I thank the chair for the opportunity to moderate this panel and turn over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Benito, the panelists and participants, the delegates for the insightful discussion on this meaningful subject. This is the first panel and has set a strong foundation for our conversation today, reminding us the power of South-South cooperation to unlock new pathway for Caribbean development. Some sectors has been highlighted by the delegation and also for the panelists in terms to move forward: trade, technical capacities, digital transformation, regional integration, disaster, economic diversification, language learning, among others. But as the representative from Grenada mentioned, we need data, and data is the common language. Now, so as we continue reflecting on these ideas, we now invite all participants to join the lunch break. Lunch will be served at the Herbs and Spices restaurant. For all who are staying here in the hotel, it's the same where you took your breakfast this morning. And for the rest of our participants, our staff is guiding you in the back of the room. So enjoy your lunch, and we are going to reconvene here maybe 1:30. Yeah, okay? Thank you so much, and once again, big applause for the panelists.
the back.
Yeah, I know, but it's just in case you be more comfortable. Not pulling the cable too much.
Let me see if I can add another mic. That might be better, right? I know, not right now. Because I don't know who else to ask. Who else can do shopping carts about Judah? Yes, when you do that. I don't know Judah. I know. Yeah, it's madness. You tell me.
to. One unlimited.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Everyone. Merry Christmas. Have a bright and a prosperous year. We celebrating Christmas once more. And the breeze blows through across the door. I have nothing else to offer but to send love and greetings to you. To all the leaders of this country, doctors and nurses too, teachers, police and firemen, I'm sending my greetings to you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I'm a bright and prosperous year. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Bright and prosperous year. And we going on to rock in our woman. I know everybody planning, but this Christmas season coming. I know everybody planning, but this Christmas season we coming. Them boys up in Lupingo, Maracas and Tango. Sometimes show what you're getting. And we going non-stop, we not one enough. Camera, we gonna get to mash up the club. It's Christmas time, I did the shouting. Some hanging to things, some painting. It's Christmas time again, the shouting. Some hanging to things, some painting. Children hanging up stocking, looking for Santa, while the parents listening to the serenade. Serenade, from every family, from every young, from every this is the seed. And we going non-stop, we don't want enough. And we going non-stop, we don't want enough.
It's Christmas, we come out to sing. It's Christmas, we come out to sing. It's Christmas, we come out to sing. we want everybody to be back. Now, not to mention the we go in the we go dance, we go dance, we go dance, we come on, we go dance, we go dance, we come on, we go dance, we come on, we go dance, we go dance, we go dance, we come on, we dance. We shall be happy on the different one. We come to be merry. Jesus Christ is born. We can not shine. Good and peaceful. Jesus is mine. We go have a step. We come on, dance. We go shake our arms and parents. Santa, 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 oh Santa, find your own like Santa, wearing a cap on your head. So find out the better time we find out the Santa was there. So I'm hanging up the stocking and a light on deep and just Santa Claus is to come in. Mama say I like it, but not the sweet loving and it comes every time that you come. In every door, small, party Santa, you're giving your bells over ringing and the song that you're singing is each time that you're giving, we can hear how you sound it. With your mouth of joy is singing, that you're singing it.
Yes, yes. Yes, 12:40 now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume this afternoon's session. So we do invite delegations to take their seats, please, so that we can begin this afternoon's remaining panel discussions. Okay, thank you very much. We will be starting within the next 2 minutes. So please, we do encourage you and invite you to take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Hello. Hi, how are you Bernardo? Benito. Benito. Nice to meet you, Benito. Welcome. Thank you.
Benito, my pleasure, Manuel Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
You're being invited on the stage? Yes, please.
Very briefly. All right.
So you are going to be
Pleasure, very good. Making sure recorder here. I'm always nice.
My good brother.
Okay.
Good. Okay, enjoy.
All good? All good?
Please, welcome.
Yep. Okay, habemos más panelistas que amigos.
Eso no es un buen signo, compadre.
Hace mucho daño.
Good afternoon and welcome back. I hope all of your bellies are very full, but not too full that you would fall asleep on us. Okay, well, welcome. We will get right on to the business of the afternoon. Minister Swaraj Singh, unfortunately, is still unable to join us. Okay, he's unable to join us for the time being, so as his deputy at the CDCC, one of his deputies, I will perform his duties for the time being. We will begin panel 2, financing for development, finding ways to increase the Caribbean's access to climate finance and other innovative financing for development mechanisms. It's my honor to introduce the moderator of this panel, Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, High Commissioner of Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to read her bio. Her Excellency is Jamaica's High Commissioner to Trinidad and Tobago and permanent representative to the Association of Caribbean States. Prior to this posting in 2023, High Commissioner Campbell Rodriguez served in the Parliament of Jamaica as a senator. In her previous life, she worked as a consultant with a specialty in the areas of gender, political inclusion, as well as youth and diaspora engagement. In this previous life, High Commissioner Campbell Rodriguez also gave up her career to raise her daughters and support the career of her husband, who has pledged to always acknowledge the sacrifice made. This is important to the gender specialist in High Commissioner Campbell Rodriguez's employee who acknowledges her blessings while advocating for women to be their best selves. This proud mother and wife graduated from the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, and became a mathematics teacher, followed a few years later by a career in development. Having lived and worked in 3 countries outside of Jamaica and gaining a master's degree in organizational sciences from the George Washington University, Natalie is committed to the development of Jamaica as well as to the wider Caribbean region. A deep hunger to do more and be more drives all her efforts. High Commissioner Campbell Rodriguez's favorite quote is the philosopher Frantz Fanon, who said, "Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, define its mission, fulfill it or betray it." The quote stands as a reminder that there is much to be done. Life is not for a mere existence. High Commissioner, I give you the floor.
Thank you so much. I won't comment on the bio. But I just want to ask everyone, can we just stand, including the panelists, everyone? The worst thing is to lead a panel immediately after lunch. So I'm just going to ask you to put your hands up in the air. We're stretching a little bit. Can we go to the sides? Can we touch our toes or as close to our toes as possible? Because I want, and you're gonna just move your hips. You're in the Caribbean, come on. You're just gonna move those hips a little bit. I see Chili still sitting down. Come on, Chili, I know you needed some wine or something, right? So let's put the hands up again, because I just wanted to wake up everybody before we get started with this panel so nobody falls asleep. Thank you so much. Give yourself a clap. Please have a seat. And now I'm expected to get serious. So let me begin first by acknowledging our chairperson once again, Mr. Wheatley, and Dr. Jean Leon, Executive Director of Nature Bank. Can you just raise your hand when I call your names so that they know who it is? So, Mr. Chair, can you just do this? Yes, there we go. Thank you so much. And Dr. Leon is the Executive Director of Nature Bank. Other distinguished panelists, you have His Excellency Dr. Walton Webson, Permanent Representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations. Can you just wave your hand so that they can see you? Yes. Dr. Angus Friday, Chairman and Co-founder of Azurus and former Chairman of the Alliance of Small Island States. And I just asked him if he's related to the new Prime Minister of St. Vincent and Grenadines, Dr. Friday. He said yes, by the way, just in case you were wondering. Bernardo Requena, Director Representative of the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. There we go. Mr. Manuel Rodriguez, Managing Director, Oppenheimer and Company. There we go. Dr. Armstrong Alexis, I don't see him in the room, but the proper thing is for me to still acknowledge him, Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM. UN agencies that are here, civil society, international financial institutions, academia, the media. I just want to say good afternoon. I'm deeply honored to be moderating this panel on financing for development, increasing access to climate finance, and innovative financing mechanisms. This session lies at the heart of the developmental challenges facing the Caribbean and speaks directly to the urgency and ambition required to advance structural transformation and resilience in our small island developing states. The convening of this panel is opportune given the recent staging of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain in July, and the just concluded COP30 Climate Change Conference in Belém, Brazil last month. At both conferences, critical discussions were held on the importance of financing, including climate finance, being easily accessible and adequate to meet our needs as developing countries, and particularly as small island developing states. As countries which are located in the second most disaster-prone region in the world and are highly vulnerable to exogenous shocks and climate disasters, financing from developed countries and international financial institutions should consider our special circumstances as SIDS. It is for this reason that we welcome the FFD4 outcome document, the Seville Commitment, and COP30's Belém political package, as they both highlight the need to scale up financing for the Sustainable Development Goals and climate adaptation at the level and scale required for our sustenance. As was evident in my country, Jamaica, with the passage of Hurricane Melissa in October, the strongest storm on record to make landfall on the island, it only takes just one catastrophic event to erode several years of economic, social, and environmental gains. Our experience with this hurricane, which has caused widespread damage to 7 of our 14 parishes, underscores our susceptibility to the more frequent and intense weather patterns brought about by climate change. Preliminary assessments also indicate that the estimated physical damage amounts to approximately US $8.8 billion with a B dollars, or approximately 41% of Jamaica's GDP. It is therefore pertinent that we explore mechanisms to strengthen our resilience and adaptation to climate change. Through our comprehensive disaster risk management policy framework, we have developed a multi-layered suite of financial instruments with the invaluable support of our international partners to facilitate recovery and reconstruction in the aftermath of natural disasters. Even as we have triggered these mechanisms, it is acknowledged that climate and development financing are not available at the level and scale required to enable the most vulnerable countries to adapt to and mitigate against the impact of climate change and ultimately to be able to withstand shocks such as natural disasters. The Caribbean's macroeconomic landscape continues to be shaped by several persistent and interrelated challenges. 1, high public debt. 2, limited fiscal space. 3, modest growth trajectories. 4, structural vulnerabilities. And 5, intensifying climate impacts. Many Caribbean states still face debt to GDP ratios that exceed global sustainability benchmarks. In 2024, the sub-region's average stood at 68.4% of GDP, with several countries above 80%, including Barbados at 115%. Debt servicing consumes nearly 40% of government revenue, crowding out the fiscal capacity needed to invest in economic diversification, climate resilience, digital transformation, and social protection. Yet the region's financing challenges extend well beyond public debt. Caribbean countries face systemic barriers in accessing affordable capital through global markets, international financial institutions, and climate funds. These constraints arise from middle income classification, stringent eligibility criteria, limited institutional capacity for project preparation, and competition for scarce concessional resources. In parallel, the Caribbean continues to endure the severe fiscal effects of climate change, despite being among the world's lowest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. Taken together, these conditions create a financing paradox. The Caribbean urgently needs investment in resilience, adaptation, product development, and climate-smart transformation. Yet the region struggles to access the volume, terms, and timeliness of financing required to achieve these objectives. It is within this context that today's panel becomes both strategic and significant. And I just want to take this opportunity for us to then I won't even finish reading all that I have to read. I have more. But I know by now you're bored, so we're going to keep it moving at this point. And I'm going to just ask each panelist to just use 10 minutes to give us their thoughts and what it is that your entity has to say about this whole issue of financing. And we're going to start at the end. Please reintroduce yourself, because I'm sure, like myself, many persons have forgotten. So just remind you.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Manuel Rodriguez from Oppenheimer.
Wait, I'm sorry, 1 second. I was just reminded of something, that we actually have a keynote speaker. And he's going to speak before you, so I'm so sorry. You are allowed to plug me after this. Right? So I get so excited about this whole topic because it's something that matters so much to my country and to this entire region that I was ready to dig into it until I was reminded that we do have a keynote speaker. So, Mr. Leon, I'm sorry. I apologize profusely and invite you, please.
Is that better? Yeah, very good. I was only having a little bit of a almost heart attack when you said I had 10 minutes. Look, let me start this. We have slide 1, I think. Let's just make sure we have. Yeah. Excellent. So, protocols observed. Let me just acknowledge Madam Moderator, President, other excellencies, colleagues and friends in the room. Let me begin by first thanking ECLAC, our hosts, and the organizers for inviting me to speak with you today. Let me start with a little reflection. Just over a year ago, in this very room, this group, or a very close to it group, met to reflect on the Caribbean's development prospects and financing needs. In this relatively short time, the world as we know it, especially for the global south, feels very different. We have seen accelerating climate impacts, heightened risk perceptions, and tightening financial conditions, rising geopolitical tensions, and an ever-growing list of demands placed on already stretched public finances. Many countries in our region face a harsher external environment today than they did a year ago. And I think the introduction our moderator gave paints that very picture of why we are looking in a very different space. But yet, what I do know is it is not the time to throw up our hands in despair. When I look around the room, I do not see only problems. I also see answers. The institutions represented here, ECLAC, development banks, UN agencies, regional bodies, member countries on the front line of climate and development challenges, together you hold many of the solutions we need. The question we need to address today is how we organize ourselves, organize our ideas and our instruments to act differently and to act at scale. And I want to underline this because what we need today is to act differently, not do what we have been doing for the last 100 years. Today, I speak to you representing the Nature Bank, also known as the Development Bank for Resilient Prosperity. It's an emerging multilateral development bank being designed with and for vulnerable countries, in particular small island developing states and ecologically vulnerable states. Its core purpose is simple but ambitious: to finance resilient prosperity by treating nature as a real economic asset, not a resource, an economic asset, using a systems control approach and embedding capacity building at the heart of every operation. My core message this afternoon is equally simple. Prosperity that collapses at the first shock is not prosperity. The task, therefore, before us is to implement resilient prosperity while maintaining the ecological stability of the planet, which itself underpins any form of lasting development. And so I will organize my remarks this afternoon around three questions. The first is why? Why are incremental fixes failing the Caribbean? The second is what? What do we mean by systems control paradigm and the Nature Bank? And the third is how? How can we approach delivering climate and development finance differently and better for our region? So let's start with the first question of why now? Why are our incremental fixes failing? The Caribbean is at the intersection of three interlocking crises. First, we have a climate crisis, where, as moderator just said, a single event can wipe out assets worth 50, 80, even 100% of GDP, and where sea level rise, saline intrusion, and coral bleaching are quietly eroding our productive base every year. Second, we have a development finance crisis, where middle-income labels and high debt burdens combine to restrict access to affordable finance, even as vulnerability grows and resilience capacity falters. Third, and maybe more importantly, we have a systems crisis, where our policy interventions, nationally, regionally, and globally, are designed for a world of isolated shocks and stable baselines, and not, and I underline not for the complex, coupled, and uncertain systems we live in. And hence why I say we need to act differently. Our current responses are largely incremental, and hence why I say incremental fixes cannot solve our problems. So our responses are as follows: a grant here for a climate resilient road, a small project there for mangrove restoration, a debt reprofiling after a hurricane, a pilot resilience contract, or a one-off green bond. Each of those are valuable, but in aggregate, they are not sufficient, because they do not change the structure of risk that keeps pulling us back. and they do not adequately address the nonlinearities, the interconnections, the tipping points, and the uncertainty that we face. At the global level, we still measure success primarily through GDP. GDP counts the flow of income from produced assets, but ignores the benefits and costs of natural and social assets. You can clear a forest and GDP rises. You can overexploit fisheries, degrade your coral reefs, and erode social cohesion. And yet your national accounts will still report growth. The income statement looks healthy, while the balance sheet quietly deteriorates, promoting what we can call dysfunctional myopia. At the Caribbean level, our risk-return framework is misaligned. We reward capital for short-term yields, not for long-term resilience. A beachfront investment may show strong financial returns in the first 5 years, but if those returns are built on a disappearing coastline and degraded ecosystems, then the social and economic costs are simply deferred, with, I argue, a material sustainability deficit. The result that we have out of those decisions is a cycle we all know well. Recurrent shocks, rebuilding in the same way, rising debt and contingent liabilities, relentless fragility in livelihoods and public finances. So let us be clear. If we keep observing shocks system-wide, but we keep responding with narrow, siloed, short-term fixes, we will continue to experience the same outcomes over and over again. Therefore, our problem is not just a financing gap. We have a paradigm gap. So my first point that I want to make this afternoon is this. The central question we need to address is not only how do we mobilize more money, but rather what are we financing, how are we valuing the contributions, and within what system are we making those decisions. Therefore, at the fundamental level, we need definitions and frameworks. Those are critical to any exercise on development going forward. The second question I want to raise is, what do I mean by systems control paradigms? And how does that relate to the Nature Bank? To illustrate the intuition behind what we are doing, think of how an engineer manages a complex system. An aircraft, a power grid, or indeed Earth system itself. The goal is not simply to maximize output in one period. It is to keep the system within a safe operating space over time. And that is what we are not doing. We are focused on short periods in particular directions, and we lose the basis and principle of systems. And so the Nature Bank is grounded on 3 key propositions. The objective is resilient prosperity, which we define as durable improvements in the well-being of people and planet, including rights, fairness, and equity, and appropriate allocation of community resources. In other words, not just temporary increases in output that we call GDP. The state variables for us are the variables that matter are the stocks of human, natural, produced, and social capital, and the ecological stability underpinning them. And the third proposition is that the policy and financing instruments, namely the fiscal, the monetary, the regulatory, and real economy tools, these must be tuned for systems coherence, for consistency over time, and for systems integrity, versus the fragmentation and isolation that we have. And it is only when those work together do we move those state variables in the right direction and with the appropriate intensity. This is what we mean by a systems control approach. We need systems thinking in foundational concepts. We need systems thinking in integrating frameworks of analysis. We need systems thinking in the identification and appraisal of investments. We need systems thinking in risk-return relationships and in financing. And we need systems thinking in implementation. And for all of that to happen, we need 3 parallel and practical shifts. The first is we need to shift from income flows to wealth. Therefore, one of the first things we need to do is move from a focus on annual GDP to the evolution of comprehensive wealth. Now, wealth as a stock says opening wealth plus transaction flow benefits less depreciation gives you closing wealth at the end of a period. So recognizing that the stock of national, and I want to argue planetary wealth, can only increase if transaction flows contribute a net positive benefit, then our intergenerational, not short-term, intergenerational optimization challenge needs to consider what we are calling a multi-capital framework that includes transactions in natural capital, transactions in human capital, transactions in social capital. So from a systems lens, we need to focus on regenerating our comprehensive wealth and regenerating it at a faster rate than we are degenerating it. You will recall I just said we may be growing in GDP income, but depreciating and depleting our natural resources, and therefore we are not in a net positive space. So if our closing wealth per capita is falling, then apparent growth is illusionary. It is simply the liquidation of the future. In practice, what this means is we need to add a wealth impact statement to major policies and project appraisals, which will answer the following question. Does this program increase or reduce our comprehensive wealth when we value natural, human, social, and produced capital properly? The second point we need to move to is from nature as an externality to nature as part of our balance sheet. So we need to stop, in our view, treating nature as a background externality and start treating nature as the balance sheet of our economies. Planetary boundaries, namely climate stability, biodiversity, ocean health, biogeochemical flows balance, define together the safe operating space for our productive capacity. Crossing those boundaries is like breaching a debt covenant. The costs will come due at some point in the future. And as of today, as we speak, 7 of these planetary boundaries have been breached. And therefore, civilization as we know it, living on the planet as we know it, is on the cliff. So in our systems control framework, key environmental indicators become constraints, not afterthoughts. We maximize resilient prosperity subject to staying within credible ecological thresholds. And that's a very different mindset from grow now and clean up later. The third is we need to move from single projects to integrated portfolios. Economies, in essence, are networks. The relevant unit is often a portfolio, not a single project. Yet, all of our development lives, we have been focused on doing projects. And it is no wonder that after 3 years, we have forgotten what the project is, and we say it is failed because we have missed the key point: development cannot be projectized. A seawall will not protect a community if the upland deforestation continues unchecked. A solar plant will not transform energy resilience if the grid is weak. A climate-smart agriculture project will underperform if there is no storage, no transport, no market access. Typically, projects fail for one key reason, or they underperform because of missing complementarities. We therefore need integrated investment portfolios that link upstream to downstream. And for example, we can be talking resilient coastal systems that combine mangrove and reef forestation with resilient housing, transport, and insurance. Or we can talk about climate-smart food systems that link water management, climate-resilient crops, logistics, and digital advisory services. Or we can talk of blue economy portfolios, protecting marine ecosystems while enabling sustainable tourism and fisheries. Now, there is one more and more important reason why we need to do integrated investment portfolios. They reduce risk endogenously, increase returns, because they tackle bottlenecks or they add complementarities along the value chain, and therefore they justify larger scale, more diversified, lower cost capital mobilization. Turning to my third point, what is the Nature Bank and how will it deliver differently? The first is, we say what gets measured, verified, and rewarded gets financed and scaled. Therefore, the issue is not there is no finance. We need the attendant conditions for the finance to flow. The Nature Bank is an outcomes-driven bank, not a project output bank, an outcomes-driven bank. It measures prosperity as durable improvements in people's lives within ecological limits. It structures finance so that outcomes are investable. It standardizes how we count, verify, and certify resilience. It prices instruments to reward resilience, and it builds local capacity to deliver on that resilience. In short, we curate standards, instruments, and institutions coherently governed so that infrastructure is both bankable and regenerative. That is the operating model of the Nature Bank. So turning to the relevance of that, to the theme of today's session, financing for development and finding ways to increase the Caribbean's access to climate finance and other innovative financing, let me highlight 4 distinguishing features that make the DBRP a different type of multilateral development bank. The first is it is mission-driven around resilient prosperity as an outcome, not just growth or volume of lending. Second, it applies a systems control lens to project selection and portfolio design. Third, it seeks to mobilize finance thematically and globally instead of being constrained solely by geographic or income labels. And fourth, it treats natural capital as a core economic asset, indeed a new asset class, and capacity building as an endogenous output of every major operation. What exactly does this mean for Caribbean access to climate and development finance? We can make the following statement: we finance nature-positive, ecologically resilient infrastructure as a system, not as a silo, with returns measured in durable, inclusive prosperity, not just short-term GDP. So let me break this down. Thematic, outcome-based finance rather than strict geographic silos. As we've heard earlier, much of today's architecture allocates concessional finance based on geographic labels and per capita income. For the Caribbean, this has meant some of the most climate vulnerable countries are classified as too rich for adequate concessional flows, even as they struggle with high debt and repeated disasters. The Nature Bank, in contrast, argues for thematic, mission-oriented, interlinked, outcomes-based finance anchored in a regenerative paradigm. So instead of asking which region are you in or what is your income per capita, we ask what resilience outcomes are we trying to achieve? Which countries and programs can deliver those outcomes with integrity and impact? And how can we pool and diversify those programs into portfolios that attract large-scale, affordable capital? For example, a Caribbean resilient coastal system portfolio could include investments from multiple islands, supported by a blend of concessional finance, guarantees, and private capital, directed towards a shared outcome, namely reduce disaster losses and enhance ecosystem health. The second point to elaborate is making nature a real economic asset. The Nature Bank's financing model centers on making nature bankable without commodifying it in a way that undermines sovereignty or integrity. And this involves the following. One, integrating natural capital into national accounts and balance sheets so that our mangroves, our reefs, our forests and watersheds are recognized for protection, for livelihoods, and the climate services they provide. Developing high-integrity markets for ecosystem services, meaning moving beyond small fragmented projects to standardized, verifiable products that reflect and value not only carbon sequestration, as some of us are doing, but flood protection, biodiversity, and water regulation. Third, designing instruments that reward resilience outcomes, such as resilience performance bonds and sustainability-linked loans with coupon step-downs that meet agreed resilience indicators. Includes state contingent debt instruments that automatically adjust payments after climate shocks, and well-structured debt for nature or debt for resilience swaps. So here the Nature Bank, in contrast to being pure intermediary or pure pooling, acts as architect and anchor investor, working alongside existing MDBs and the private sector to structure those instruments in ways that are fair, transparent, and scalable for small island developing states. Third point of clarification, systems de-risking and integrated portfolios. The Nature Bank focuses on systems de-risking. We argue that if we pay for verified resilience, markets will supply the capital. But to be able to do this, three shifts are needed to unlock scale. The first is we need to reprice risk and reward. And for doing that, we adopt nature-adjusted internal rates of return and resilient-linked KPIs so that financial incentives like lower interest rates, reduced guarantee fees, or equity bonuses are explicitly tied to verified adaptation and ecosystem outcomes. This therefore aligns fiduciary duty with long-term stability. Second, we make shocks financeable. Every deal should carry state contingent features, automatic payment pauses, hurricane clauses, or premium top-ups triggered by parametric indices so projects survive the very event that justifies their existence. Concretely, this means providing catalytic first loss capital, guarantees, and parametric insurance at the portfolio level. Supporting integrated programs, for example, region-wide resilient tourism and coastal protection platforms that combine public goods, private revenues, and risk sharing, and leveraging data and technology to monitor resilience and nature outcomes, thereby lowering due diligence costs and improving transparency. The objective, therefore, is to move away from endless one-off transactions towards repeatable, scalable structures that can be adapted across countries and sectors. So our thesis is simple. When risk is priced correctly and outcomes are verified coherently, capital shifts from risk-averse to risk-aware, and capital flows sustainably and at portfolio scale. Practically, this means embedding nature and climate as both constraints and value drivers in every infrastructure deal, from appraisal and credit assessment all the way through to performance monitoring and refinancing. The fourth is we need to endogenize capacity building to move countries from dependency to empowerment. The Nature Bank treats capacity building as a central output, not as a side activity. It promotes innovation by endogenizing capacity building to foster empowerment, as we said, rather than dependency, and to de-risk the potential for failure and loss. Every major program is designed to leave behind stronger domestic capabilities in ministries of finance and planning, in central banks and regulators, in local financial institutions. It's designed to build national and regional data systems, including natural capital accounts and resilience indicators, which will be owned by countries, and to strengthen country platforms that convene government, private sector, and communities to co-design and execute programs. This is not only good development practice, it also reduces risk. Stronger institutions, better data, mean fewer implementation delays, fewer project failures, and more predictable policy environments, all of which help lower the cost of capital. So I want to round this off by saying, what does this mean for the Caribbean, and what does it mean for ECLAC's work? So the practical implications are as follows. First, we need to redefine what counts as bankable. Far often we keep hearing we don't have bankable projects. This is not the case. We are not designing bankable projects. If we design them, they will be there. So we say when long-term stability is priced into underwriting, resilient projects become the low-risk core of portfolios, not the exotic edge. When long-term stability is priced into underwriting, resilient projects become the low-risk core of portfolios, not the exotic edge. So we need to adjust our appraisal frameworks so that resilience and ecological stability are core benefits, not externalities. So we do have to make one shift in our thinking. We need to start with the balance sheet, not with the budget. We expand, therefore, credit assessments beyond cash flow coverage for today to include wealth preservation and risk reduction for tomorrow. And we do that across the multiple layers of capital, human, natural, and produced capital. So practically, what does this mean? We require nature-adjusted project net present values and portfolio-level climate value at risk metrics in all credit policies. Second, we need to embed resilience-linked covenants that auto-adjust terms based on independently verified outcomes, maintain ecosystem services assets through reliable measurement and certification as sources of new revenue streams, collateral or guarantees in blended finance structures, increasing capacity to repay, and to align credit ratings with resilience by piloting resilience notches in partnership with rating agencies and insurers. If we do that, then we need to address the following question. Every climate resilient infrastructure project or programs should therefore be assessed on its contribution to avoided losses and faster recovery times, its impact on multi-capital wealth, as we said, human, social, natural, and produced, and its compatibility within ecological boundaries. ECLAC can play a leading role in co-championing and helping countries update their cost-benefit analysis and project appraisal guidelines to reflect those realities, so that what is good for resilience is automatically recognized as good economics. Second, shift from project pipelines to portfolio pipelines. Rather than each government producing dozens of small proposals, we should collaborate, and we heard a lot of that this morning, on regional and sub-regional portfolios, the broader Global South cooperation. Resilient housing, blue economy, climate-smart agriculture, digital infrastructure for data and early warning, and more. The Nature Bank concept, therefore, is to work with ECLAC, work with CAF and others to co-create portfolio concepts aligned with Caribbean priorities and global climate goals, to structure them using blended finance guarantees and nature-linked instruments, to mobilize both public and private capital around these platforms, and to localize resilience by establishing regional delivery hubs with universities, standards bodies, and development partners, by building data-to-finance bridges via shared geospatial and socioeconomic data sets, improving market access through pre-qualified, ready-to-build pipelines, and adopting inclusion mandates linked to marginalized groups, for example, women, and community-led institutions building community development at the same time. Third, we need to integrate climate finance, debt relief, and macro stability, a nexus that is painfully missing in today's global architecture. For many countries in our region, debt overhang is a binding constraint on climate investment. Innovative instruments, debt for nature and debt for resilience swaps, natural disaster clauses, and state contingent debt need to move from pilot projects to systemic toolkits. The Nature Bank aims to be a partner in designing and co-financing such instruments, working alongside traditional creditors and IFIs, so that climate action supports rather than undermines long-term sustainability. By monetizing natural capital, we therefore move from financing gaps to financing by natural capital, changing capacity to repay. By implementing systems de-risking, we change the structure of risk and the cost of capital. These two aspects change the foundations of debt sustainability analysis. Fourth, we need to treat data and standards as regional public goods. Access to climate and nature finance is often blocked by insufficient data and fragmented standards. So we need a Caribbean-wide effort to develop natural capital accounts, common taxonomies for adaptation and nature-based solutions, harmonized resilience metrics and verification toolkits. All of those would materially lower transactions costs and shorten the time from concept to disbursement. Again, ECLAC, with its statistical and analytical expertise, is ideally placed to support this agenda in partnership with national statistical offices, central banks, and emerging seeds data hubs. Fifth, we need to make partnership the rule, not the exception. None of this can be achieved by any single institution. The Nature Bank is not designed to compete with existing development banks. It is meant rather to augment the architecture by filling in specific gaps, championing a systems-based nature regenerative approach, and convening partners around portfolios and country platforms. ECLAC's convening power and analytical depth, combined with the financial firepower and instruments of the MDBs and political leadership from Caribbean governments, are the ingredients we need to fuse for an outcomes-driven solution. So let me end with a picture that is painfully familiar across our region. A Caribbean family builds a modest house near the coast. They save for years, take a small mortgage, and finally move in. 2 seasons later, a hurricane wipes off the roof, floods the ground floor, and destroys their few assets. The rebuilding is financed by another loan. They are back in the house, but now with more debt, no savings, and greater anxiety about the next storm. After Hurricane Beryl in 2024, which flattened communities from Carriacou and Petit Martinique to Union Island and Canouan, and more recently, Hurricane Melissa in 2025, which struck Jamaica as a Category 5 storm and brought catastrophic flooding and loss of life across Jamaica and Haiti. This is not, my friends, an abstract story. It is a reality for tens of thousands of our citizens. If our development model produces prosperity that collapses at the first shock, that is not prosperity. It is a sugar high. The task, therefore, is to finance resilient prosperity, improvements, as we said, in people's well-being that can survive the next hurricane, survive the next commodity shock, survive the next drought, and do so while respecting the ecological boundaries of the planet that make any prosperity possible. This is why the Nature Bank is being designed around 3 themes: resilient prosperity, systems control, and nature as a real economic asset. Our systems control approach redefines the objective from maximizing net discounted net benefits in isolation to keeping multi-capital wealth in dynamic balance within planetary boundaries so that resilient prosperity is feasible over generations. Second, we reframe risk and return from short-term volatility of financial flows to systemic risk and resilience, where the relevant trade-off involves ecological thresholds, precautionary saving, and preservation of critical natural and social capital. And third, we retool the practice, pushing us towards wealth-based, comprehensive wealth, that is, comprehensive wealth-based criteria instead of GDP, portfolio and value chain programs instead of projects, explicit treatment of planetary boundaries, outcomes-based nature-positive financing instead of narrow income labels, and the valuing of capacity building as a core output, not as an afterthought. So my appeal to you this afternoon is simple. Let us endorse those enhanced frameworks and commit to partnerships to ensure that when the next Beryl or Melissa comes, that family does not rebuild the same vulnerable house with even more debt, but builds a safer home in a safer place, backed by smarter finance, healthier ecosystems, and stronger institutions. Let us use the tools we have already, including climate resilient debt clauses and nature-backed instruments, and add new ones we are designing together to break the cycle of shock, rebuild, debt, and fragility. And let us treat resilient prosperity, not GDP alone, as the test of whether we are succeeding. Colleagues, I look around the room, I do not see helplessness. I see answers in the institutions here, in the countries of this region, and the courage of our people who have rebuilt repeatedly. If we mobilize the courage to implement our ideas and instruments, enshrine partnerships, and agree on an implementation oversight committee for progress and progress accountability, then the next time a family in our Caribbean rebuilds after a storm, it will not be a step further into vulnerability, but a genuine step towards resilient prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we got a lot from that presentation. And because I was a teacher in my former life, I now have a question to make sure you are awake. So the question is, how should each country treat with nature? Please don't kill yourselves to raise your hands. Take your time. How should each, or a second question is it that we should grow now and clean up later? True or false? Anybody? Were you all? Yes, please go ahead, Grenada.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think that this presentation should be held at the next CARICOM Heads of Government, where all the Ministers of Finance will be. The reason I'm saying this is that one of the most interesting statements I learned from the presentation, which is revolutionary, I would think, in the presentation, that we should not start with the budget, but with a balance sheet. Now, I think this is revolutionary and very good. If every country present their balance sheet and that we use that as the tool to really have a regional dialogue about what we need. You heard the numbers. I don't want to go back in history, but with Hurricane Ivan, we lost over 300% of the GDP. With Hurricane Emily, we lost over 16% of GDP. Now Jamaica lost over 41% of GDP. What are we talking about? The balance sheet of this country can be wiped away after 3 hours. And I want to make another recommendation.
Sorry, can I ask you to hold the recommendation a little bit? Because let me tell you, I want each panelist to give their presentation and then we open up the floor. I was just asking if you had answers to any of the 2 questions asked, and then we're going to come back to you. So you'll be number 1 after the presentations, if you don't mind, please.
Work out the net present value, how we should do it, and convince the Ministry of Finance to take it on board. Otherwise, we're not moving anywhere. The budget remains the starting point for each country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grenada. So does anybody have any answers for me? Any answers? All right. So just so you know, the school marm in me is going to do this again after the next presentation. So I'm going to ask you to just see if you can follow along what is going on and feel free to get up and stretch. Remember that stretching that we did in the beginning? If you find yourself falling asleep, let's just get up and stretch. And don't be surprised if you see me get up and stretch, or not my neighbor here to get up and stretch with me. So feel free to do so. All right, we're going to move on now. So Mr. Rodriguez, is it Rodriguez? Yes, is it Rodriguez? Please go ahead. 10 minutes. 10.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll do it with 10 minutes. Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's going to be very difficult to follow Mrs. Leon Act, but thank you for that. And thank you all. Good afternoon. I want to thank ECLAC for the organization of this event and for their kind invitation to present here. And obviously salute the rest of the panelists and attendees today. Thank you, Madam Moderator, for the earlier speech. That was much needed. Thank you. So let me start with a central reality and that frames this discussion, and it is that Caribbean seas produce about 0.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet our climate vulnerability is among the highest in the world. Every year, climate change delivers shocks that are worsening in frequency and cost. Hurricane Melissa is the last reminder. I heard 41% of GDP, and that's certainly going to set us back for some years. So we're not only talking about rebuilding what is lost, we're talking about massive investment needed to adapt, to build resilient infrastructure, and to strengthen our fiscal capacity so these shocks do not push our economies back every time. Some estimates, the IMF estimated a couple of years ago that $100 billion is needed just for climate resilient investments. Yet financing available today is scarce, expensive, slow, and difficult to access. So the purpose of this conversation is perhaps obvious, and is how do we unlock more climate finance more efficiently and at lower costs? Obviously, innovation is one of that. Not only in financial instruments, but also how we organize ourselves as a region to access these solutions. I'm going to very briefly touch upon these, and it's traditional finance and why it is not enough. Certainly they play a role in funding resilience, but even together, they cannot meet the scale of financing we need. And this is not because there is no money globally. Evidence suggests that there's abundant global capital for resilient and sustainable investments, but the problem is access. Transaction costs in the region are high, project preparation is sometimes low, and in many of our countries, they're just too small to attract large institutional investors and on an individual basis, talking back into single projects versus portfolio. So innovation becomes essential, right? And blending concessional finance with private capital, using guarantees and credit insurance to reduce risk, and just resigning structures that make small markets investable. When these tools are combined they can help reduce costs, extend maturities, attract private investors, and strengthen the relationship between the Caribbean and global capital markets. So the discussion should really focus on how we can take advantage of the existing frameworks to create new ones through collaboration, for example, between partnership with DFIs and private capital. Now, there's obviously certain barriers and structural challenges. I don't want to go in detail here, just mention that some of the largest ones in simple terms, again, refer to scale. Our projects tend to be small. When each country develops its own pipeline separately, the result is dozens of small projects rather than a handful of bankable regional scale investments. So small projects usually have high transaction costs and result in low investor appetite. And just to be clear, my view from my perspective comes from the global capital markets. So it's not necessarily from development banking viewpoint, it's more from capital markets. The second one is capacity and cost. Every country must build its own systems for procurement, environmental safeguards, debt management, and project preparation. And this duplication sometimes is costly and inefficient. Meanwhile, technical teams are overstretched, talent is scarce, and international processes are complex. So one would wonder whether Caribbean countries should establish stronger channels of communication to learn from each other. We were talking earlier, the Caribbean is somehow the climate finance lab of many of the global initiatives that we see. And it kind of makes it almost an obligation for all of us to know and learn about it from each other. The third issue is fragmentation. investors, at least internationally, tend to see the Caribbean not as a single solid region, but as multiple different jurisdictions with different laws, regulations, and processes. Fragmentation, again, drives up costs, slows approvals, and weakens bargaining power. A unified approach could help reverse that. So think about regionalization. And to be clear, it's not political integration, but it's more as a climate finance strategy. When we act collectively, we present a single investable region, not a collection of small markets. So what can we do? What can we do together to unlock larger, cheaper, and faster climate finance? I still think regionalization and more collaboration should be at the forefront of project execution and financing of climate resilience and adaptation initiatives. There is truly no low-hanging fruit, as we all know. However, Caribbean states can endeavor to bridge certain gaps that remain and could provide access to more and more efficient funding. For example, strengthening project preparation and evaluation. We could benefit from regional pools of engineers, lawyers, financial analysts, and climate finance experts. Perhaps a regional climate hub through CDB or CARICOM. There's some institutions that already exist and who could provide standardized templates or feasibility studies or help with economic analysis or environmental and social assessments. Monitoring, reporting, and verification are also extremely important. Investors are more and more focused on transparency, accountability, so ability to rely on independent entities. And this not only accelerates approvals, it raises project quality. Also, again, scale available resources to mobilize private capital. So going back to traditional sources of finance, so blending is powerful. Let's use and combine different sources of capital into first loss capital, or using more effectively guarantees or credit support mechanisms from financial institutions, relying on political risk insurance, or even subordinated tranches that leverage private investors. Again, these tools reduce risk, lower cost, and attract institutional investors who otherwise would avoid small sovereign states. Again, sometimes it's not only a matter of cost, it's a matter of access. Third, expand innovative finance. Again, easier said than done, but that includes sustainability-linked financings, natural disaster clauses that were discussed already, parametric insurance. I know it's limited, but it is there. Catastrophic bonds, and then carbon markets and sovereign carbon securities. I mean, we have a very recent example of the Bahamas of something very innovative that we should be talking about. That will generate revenue from seagrass beds. That's something that we have in the Caribbean. We should learn from each other. So this can only be achieved using traditional sources of finance collectively. Innovation can only happen through collaboration, teamwork, and awareness of what other countries are doing. We are now reasonably aware of debt exchanges for nature, but it is now our prerogative to design the next generation of debt exchanges focused on climate resilience and other areas of development, including technology, health, and education. We should also endeavor to strengthen institutions. One critical tool is climate-informed debt sustainability analysis. It is important because it shows that climate shocks increase debt and that resilience investment improves fiscal stability. So this is a powerful argument when negotiating with stakeholders, including investors, rating agencies, and traditional finance providers. Finally, and I keep underlining this concept, is regional collaboration. It is really not theoretical, it's practical. And perhaps thinking about standardizing procurement or harmonizing regulations as possible, presenting again a unified voice internationally. We have representation at QUAP. Perhaps we could have a unified Caribbean voice, and then pooling financing transactions across the region. the Caribbean can truly position itself as a climate finance laboratory, a place where new models and innovative structures are tested and scaled, as it already is happening. So just other actionable initiatives. Governments can transform access by building regional project preparation hubs, creating multi-country project pipelines, for example, fiber optic networks, they're common among regions, accelerating accreditation for climate funds. I was talking to some of bankers, not only at CAF or IDB, and some of these resources are available, but some of these entities cannot make them accessible if countries are not members. Again, easier said than done, but that should be something that we should be focusing on. And then improving climate-informed ESAs. I'm just going to touch quickly upon this case study, which is debt exchanges. Again, I'm not going to touch upon the specifics. You all know them already. But the concept is reduction of debt burden and free fiscal space for resilient investments. They replace expensive sovereign debt with cheaper, long-term, credit-enhanced financing. And then the savings can be redirected to climate adaptation, among other initiatives. I would like to insist on the benefits of collaboration for innovation. These structures could have not been developed without the ingenuity of banks, the leadership of sovereign states, the decisive support of DFIs, not only regarding their credit support, but also technical assistance and credibility. Whether it is a debt exchange or a different type of innovative climate finance, the benefit is that it provides access. It reduces borrowing costs, attracts private capital, and can help extend maturities in some instances. So there's certainly some examples about some of these exchanges. Belize, Barbados, again, the Caribbean has been the laugh of the world for some of these initiatives. These two are recent examples of how Caribbean seeds became climate labs for the world. And these transactions prove three things. Small economies can access big economy pricing when credit enhanced. Two, savings can be dedicated to climate resilience, right? Barbados recently did another one in 2024, which is now based on resilient infrastructure. And three, the Caribbean can replicate and regionalize these solutions. Imagine a regional debt swap, pulling 2 or 3 countries. This is the next frontier, and we should be talking about it. In terms of practical next steps, I think there's actionable and within reach. I think about building multi-year national and regional pipelines, prioritizing catalytic projects with feasibility studies and execution plans, improving monitoring and transparency. Again, investors reward clarity and data quality. Strengthening institutional readiness, accreditation with CAF, with the IDB, with the GAC, CF, among others. Seek credit-enhanced instruments and blended finance. Again, DFIs are there, guarantees, insurance, subordinated tranches, all those are available. And finally, pursue regional solutions. Multi-country infrastructure programs, resilience bonds, unified carbon markets, these are all common across the Caribbean. So let me just finish there and just close with one thought. I think climate finance is not only about adaptation, as Eugene Stone was saying, it's also about fiscal resilience, economic stability, and the long-term competitiveness of the Caribbean. We can secure larger, cheaper, and more strategic financing if we innovate, collaborate, and strengthen our institutions. The Caribbean can, and I think will continue to lead the world in creative climate finance models, a region that demonstrates how innovative financing, regional cooperation, and institutional strengthening can help unlock the large amounts of capital needed to build resilience and development. The good news is that some tools already exist, and the urgency is evident. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rodriguez, for that. And the school marm is now asking, what was the innovation in the Bahamas that was suggested that we could copy? And the Bahamas delegation, feel free to respond.
Are you referring to carbon sequestration?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. Thank you so much. You were listening.
Can I get a gold star?
Yes, you can get a gold star. I'll draw it on your paper for you when you're finished. All right, so thank you so much for that. I'm then going to invite Mr. Friday, who's the executive chairman of Atlantean Limited, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, firstly, my thanks to colleagues at ECLAC for inviting me to speak here. My thanks to the previous speakers, including an excellent keynote address from Dr. Leon. You know, we meet in a moment when the old world order is dissolving faster than there's a name for the new world that's coming. And this moment of global fragmentation, messy though it may be, it is my firm view that this time more than any is a moment for the Caribbean. So today I'd like to talk about 5 things. This changing world order, the role of South-South cooperation in that context, and how through South-South cooperation we can access innovative finance, make the most of artificial intelligence, and most importantly, why we need to have a victor's mindset as we face the future. So let's set the context and talk about this shaping the new world order and the role of the Caribbean as a coalition builder. In a changing world order, small states are not doomed because small states can be nimble. Our size actually gives us strategic agility if we choose to use it. In this new world, smaller economies must band together. Caribbean nations must build deeper commercial, financial, and technological bridges with Latin America, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. We're delighted we heard from the Grenada delegation about working with the Exim Bank and that regional meeting that took place recently. Countries that share our development trajectories, our climate vulnerabilities, and our aspirations also share an interest in rewriting the rules of global engagement. And so this is why the next era of our development must be powered by South-South capital, innovation, trade, and solidarity. In this new dispensation, we can't be takers. We can be equal partners at the table. Secondly, let's look at accessing climate finance and innovative finance as we move from victimhood to victory. Perhaps for too long, and I've been part of it, the Caribbean's narrative has been framed around our vulnerabilities. And these are very important. Cannot forget about them. We've had the legacy of colonialism, diseconomies of scale, climate change, and the discontents of globalization. These challenges are very real, but none of them should dictate or define our destiny. Because the future that we want is before us, and as we all know too well, the best athletes focus on the race before them. They have the victor's mindset. And so yes, it's very true that we're on the front lines of climate impact, but our narrative and our brand going forward must be that we are on the front lines of climate innovation. We heard from one of the speakers earlier that we have a living laboratory of innovations and climate solutions, particularly in finance, in the region. So this single reframing moves us from advocacy to agency and from victimhood to victory. If we are successful in this reframing, we are no longer chasing money. In fact, investment dollars are chasing us. We can turn the tide in 3 important ways: mobilizing domestic and South-South capital, securitization of tourism taxes, and digital financing harnessing blockchain technologies. I want to just briefly touch on 3 of these. Let's start with mobilizing domestic and South-South capital. Do you know, when the United States wanted to finance innovation, they did it by mobilizing domestic savings. From 1979, innovation boomed with improvements and simplifications to ERISA laws, that's the Employee Retirement Income Securities Act. Washington allowed pension funds to invest a small portion into risky capital, venture capital, as part of a prudent, balanced portfolio. And the innovation economy exploded. So Silicon Valley is not an accident. It was a policy choice. Similarly, in the Caribbean, we are awash with bank deposits and pension assets. But these funds are often locked into conservative instruments, generating low returns while we import innovation from others. We cannot build an innovation future on zero-risk portfolios. Instead, we must legislate for smart, responsible, equity-oriented investments, including in climate solutions, blue economy, digital transformation, and so forth. If we do this, we can finance our own transformation. Secondly, tourism taxes and securitization. I think so far, this is really a missed billion-dollar opportunity. The region hosts over 63 million tourists annually. According to the CTO, about 32 million in stayover and about 31 million in cruise passengers. Yet our tourism tax regime remains fragmented, enabling a race to the bottom that only enriches the cruise companies. If Caribbean nations formed a treaty on tourism taxes, where every visitor contributed even, say, $10, this would generate hundreds of millions annually. But more importantly, these revenue streams can be securitized to deliver billions today. Just for one country, it could mean over $100 million in upfront capital. And this could be used to finance resilience, renewable energy, coastal protection. It can be used for debt swaps and so forth. Moreover, countries with a track record in citizenship by investment, these revenue streams can also be securitized for transformation today. At least one guarantee agency is prepared to work with small states, not on a project-by-project basis, but on a programmatic basis to help lower the cost of capital and also to help ensure that these instruments are structured on what has been referred to as state contingent basis, allowing for moratoriums and so forth in the event of catastrophes. My company, Azuros, is in discussions with one of the world's most respected banking institutions regarding a $1 billion facility to help governments in small states explore this. And we will welcome conversations with folks in this room. Thirdly, let's look at fintech as the next frontier, and specifically crowdfunding and tokenization as new forces democratizing finance. According to the OECD and the European Commission, global crowdfunding activity is now measured in the tens of billions annually. And there are examples where single campaigns are raising in excess of 100 million. This offers innovators opportunity to access grant, debt, and equity financing. The Caribbean cannot afford to stand on the outsiders of this revolution. We must evolve with it. The US introduced something called the Jobs Act to help lower barriers for this type of investing. We need to do the same, and we need to look at a continuum, crowdfunding, and the new growing phenomenon of private credit. Related to this, the next frontier, already transforming markets from Singapore to Dubai, is tokenization of real assets and future cash flows. The concept is simple. You have real-world assets, revenue, land, some of the natural assets we've been talking about. These can be put into digital tokens on a regulated ledger. Each token represents traceable, tradable claim. It unlocks liquidity and it democratizes access to assets. Just recently, I was in Panama. I was very pleased that they are now looking at the tokenization of carbon credits from forests, and this is now being tried. Indeed, I think the very premise of the Nature Bank is predicated on nature as an asset, as part of our balance sheet. So we need to be thinking about this. Leading financial institutions, including BlackRock, JP Morgan, and the Monetary Authority of Singapore, now say that tokenization will be the dominant pathway for global finance within the next decade. The UK plans to be a hub for tokenized capital markets and has recently established a digital securities sandbox. This is a generational opportunity for the Caribbean because it expands access to available capital across the world, including from South-South sources. We have sandboxes that we've set up across the region, but in my view, these are still very fragmented and somewhat unambitious. So this brings me to our third point, digital transformation and AI, because this is perhaps the single most inflection point in Caribbean development. While geopolitics is reshaping global power, AI is reshaping global productivity. And small states should not sit on the sidelines. If we act boldly, AI becomes one of our greatest competitive advantages. What we are seeing is that pervasive adoption of AI, not necessarily the amount of technology you have, but the adoption is what is driving development. And as nimble, small states, we can adopt very quickly. AI changes everything, so we must deploy AI into our bureaucracies to multiply productivity, retrain workers, build digital public infrastructure, and leverage true open source AI. We have sources now of OpenAI from China, for example, and other innovators in the global south. So let's imagine a Caribbean where governments deliver services in minutes rather than months. Hospitals and schools operate with AI. Our bureaucracies deliver more for less. And all of this will actually help to reduce our debt burdens, which will help make it a lot easier for us to access further financing. I think this is a future where Caribbean entrepreneurs can easily access funds from the domestic diaspora and from the global south. This is exactly the type of platform that my company Azurus is working on, and we are pleased that we are already supporting a company called Sargass, which is raising funds for sargassum valorization. The economies that win in the next 20 years will not necessarily be the largest, but certainly the fastest learners. And our nimble nations can be among them. And for these very reasons, less than 2 months ago in Washington, D.C., a group of people met to talk about a new asset class around small states. This is some of the same people who sat around in a room in the 80s and 90s and decided on emerging markets as a new asset class. To make the most of this, it is vital that we exercise greater urgency and agency in our education system, and that we prepare our kids for a new age of AI and not for the industrial age. I'll move on to my fifth and concluding point. This is our moment for maximum agency. The world is changing, power centers are shifting, technologies are accelerating, climate is intensifying. But we small Caribbean and Latin American states are not powerless. We are nimble, we are innovative, and we can be the architects of our own future. Madam Moderator, to help shape that future, I am pleased to learn that tomorrow consideration will be given to the points being made here today. We would hope that some consideration might be given to a working group that will highlight successes going forward, propose joined-up approaches, measure and report upon successes from time to time, and perhaps even excite the public about these new approaches using social media and other tools. I certainly hope that the private sector might be welcome at such a table. By doing so, we build the future for South-South cooperation, and we build a new Caribbean prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Friday. And of course, the School Mom in Me has a question for the audience. The question is, and it's from Mr. Friday's presentation, what does the small size of CARICOM nations give us? What advantage does it give us? Go ahead, Bahamas. It looks like you want another gold star. Just use your outside voice. Sorry? Thank you very much. Is she correct, sir?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Another gold star for the Bahamas. Thank you so much. All right, and I'm now going to ask Mr. Webson, the permanent representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the United Nations, to give his presentation. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Webson.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. To follow these tremendously inspiring speeches given from Jean to Mr. Friday, it's quite a task. But I would like to share my thoughts with the audience, primarily focusing on the small island developing states and the road ahead as we see it. You see, when we gathered together in Antigua and Barbuda last year and approved the ABAS, the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Islands, we endorsed at that time an agenda that we felt had to be different and had to be courageous. For us, we believe this was a generational decision that the next 10 years are some of the most critical period that we as small island states will face. And we had to deal with this with courage and with boldness. ABAS, we did not promise incremental change. We believe that it called for structural transformation and that had to be somewhat radical in the transformation of small island developing states. The inclusion of the Debt Sustainability Support Service, what we call the DSSS, in the Compromiso de Sevilla, that is the Financing for Development Conference of the United Nations held in Seville, which was the promise of Sevilla. The inclusion of the DSS in its outcome showed to us that it is an acknowledgement that at the very highest level in global discussions on finance, that the old financial system had failed us. So we needed to move into something for us. Across SIDS, and especially in the Caribbean, we know that we are facing a convergence of crisis. Our future is under threat by climate change, unsustainable debt, and financial architecture that has failed us, some of which you have heard already, so I won't go into that. Each climate disaster, so beautifully described by Jean, forces us to rebuild, to borrow, and I like the way he described it to the level of an individual family rather than just at governmental level. That helps us to understand the crisis as it fits right at the very heart where it matters. We did not create this crisis. We can't change our geography. In fact, people love it. So we have to be positive rather than negative. So for us, in future generations, we have to find solutions. And the solutions cannot lie in the old practices. With ABAS, we offer a transformative tools now recognized by the United Nations, a tool that we ourselves, as small island developing states, we came up with that concept of resilient prosperity. We built that tool and we have to use it to make the change. In our region then, let me focus specifically on our region a little bit. And the financial system that we operate today simply does not match with speed, scale, or structure that we have to respond to in climate shocks and external shocks that we face. In the Abbas, we designed the Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence is a new institution that is being designed for all small island states reaching across the oceans. We've been speaking of South-South, and we believe that we cannot simply work in our own little corners. Many of us are micro-states, mini-states even, and therefore we have to work together, even across the oceans, if we are going to address the challenges we face. The Center of Excellence has 4 pillars. One is a global data hub for SIDS. That data hub will provide the kind of information these days we are hearing that data is the new gold. And this global data hub for SIDS will focus on SIDS with the analysis relating to Abbas and the SDGs. And we have already attracted trade information from UNITC, and there are others who are encouraged to join because the use of that data in policy, the use of that data in development is going to be most useful in the transformation. Then we have the technology initiative, which responds to the need of innovation, because we have to innovate. We have to create new instruments for ourselves and work with new instruments in meeting the challenges. And then we have the Island Business Forum, a mechanism which actually will be launched next year in the Maldives, but it's a mechanism for SIDS that will address, that will attract private sector. We like to call it the SIDS Davos, where it will attract the private sector into looking specifically at the private sector, at the development needs of SIDS with government, so that we can track and we can work with private sector development. And the 4th pillar is the DSSS, which I referred to earlier. At the same time, we need to have new ideas that will allow our countries, as I said, to take advantage of the new opportunities. So I will come back to technology and link that with the university system in a minute. At the national level, we must strengthen project preparations and public investment, investment. We cannot do a lot of these things as small islands alone. So we believe that working together through an institution like the Center of Excellence will help us to begin to look at some of the analysis and some of the information that we need in putting out things like projects to attract global attention. On the area of addressing the question of debt, we can't get away from the crisis that we face with debts in many of the islands and the double whammy we face when we have to address a hurricane and so on. The Caribbean led the way with the CREF. The CREF was a very good instrument, but we will need we need to update and modernize the CREF in response. I was reading something, I think, last week, and I was liking what I was reading around some of the new approaches that CREF is making towards the response to Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica. And we have to come up with new ways of insurance to respond to the needs of our people. And there are ideas that are floating around that we may want to begin to look at in addressing new insurance ways. But the point here is we have to find new ways to respond because we have to respond quickly. We speak of disaster clauses that provide immediate breathing space for shocks. We speak of resilience bonds to unlock private sector capital. Those are some of the ways that we intend to propose and continue to expand on as we have some experimenting with some. We need to move from the project experimental phase to an actual systematic programmatic phase. We have done pilot projects, and a lot of that is what a lot of the kind of funding does. We need to move from pilot projects to programmatic, systematic, transformational change. The Caribbean financial architecture must be built on three simple pillars. Fairness, that is access based on looking at our vulnerabilities and not just on our income. It must be built on predictability, that is a long-term, stable, concessional flow, and it must be built on resilience financing that reduces our future risk and not compound it. At its core, this architecture must expand local currency financing. It must ensure equitable access to climate finance and climate funds, and strengthen regional platforms like the Center of Excellence, in helping us to, and the DSSS and the Nature Bank in helping us to access and structure our future. International financial institutions could play a part, but reaching out to South-South financial cooperation and collaboration may very well be the winning strike that we need to collaborate with as we look at these things. The Caribbean does not lack investment opportunity. We have investment potential in renewable areas, renewable energy, in digital infrastructure, the blue and or green economy, and the resilient tourism. These are but some areas that we can look at for expansion. What we lack is really an opportunity. It's really an opportunity. What we lack is not opportunities. It is simply risk alignment. Private capital will flow when regulatory frameworks are predictable, and that means we have to change the pace of how government works, and we have instruments to do that. Mr. Friday referred to using AI, and we see that as a tool. Projects must be well prepared, and again, we could do that collaboratively using instruments, using institutions, and new institutions like the Center of Excellence. They must be early stage in doing risk analysis and sharp and be cleared in the planning very early, and that is helpful by working with other institutions. In helping us to respond to this new and bold era, we have to have a look at how our institutions, like our universities, prepare students. I think we have one of the greatest institutions in helping us to prepare students academically. We now have to take our universities and help and direct its energy also to be a development instrument, not just an academic institution. Development in the context that the universities, you have to understand, is the umbilical cord of our human resource capacity. And we have, by preparing our students for our region, we have to have the university prepare and join hands with the industrial push that our region is making. AI as a practice within the university, within the various sectors of our development that we have identified, whether it is agriculture in the context of smart agriculture, renewable energy, and I could list in whatever those industries in our region, but the university and the industries must be in partnership, not just us designing academic training, but working in partnership to produce the new worker and for the new challenges. The Caribbean, I believe, will be able to lead if we can together work as one unit, rather than as separate entities. We spoke a lot this morning about South-South collaboration, and we continue to emphasize that this is important as we reach across the oceans to ensure that small island developing states, our voice can be amplified. It's no longer simply a small state by itself, but together we are worth a lot more. We have seen in multilateral corporations how important the islands working together can be. The CARICOM has proven as a small region in the United Nations to be one of the most powerful voices. And when we work together, I mentioned this morning about climate change, I mentioned Abbas, and I mentioned the Multi-Vulnerability Index. I recall just 2 or 3 years ago, in fact in 2021, when we said we were going to get the MVI passed, there was a lot of people saying that can't happen. We worked hard with the international financial institutions and the United Nations system, and we were able to get the MVI approved. Just showing that if you work together, we can make it. South-South cooperation is essential. It's essential here. And our collaboration across all areas of our sector is critical. I will conclude here by saying, Madam Moderator, if I could turn this page, that regional development is for us is important, and that Abbas has offered us a new agenda with new hopes, new institutions, and an area where we can work with something that we have developed for small islands. We offer a blueprint that is clear. A new financial architecture for the Caribbean. We said it must be built on these areas of fairness, predictability, and resilience, and we believe that working with our own institutions through working with our own institutions, being bold and courageous, is the new way to go, and that we are not dependent on aid, but we are dependent on partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Webson. And again, a question now to the audience, and I just want to know that the audience extends to the back. It's not just here. So feel free also to answer this question. What does Abbas stand for? Because it was used so much. What does Abbas stand for? I see the ladies on the left over here from the Trinidad and Tobago delegation smiling. But what does Abbas stand for? Anybody? Sorry? Thank you so much, Curacao. Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS. Thank you so much. All right, so our last presentation is from Mr. Bernardo Requena, Director Representative of the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF office in Trinidad and Tobago. Bernardo, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished authorities, colleagues, and friends. Thank you for the invitation to ECLAC to participate here. I have two statements. The first one is that I didn't like the presentation of Jean Leon because it was too good and too complete, and I don't know what to say. So the two reasons why I'm here still is because of you, and it's because I have some examples of what he said, but actually it was very complete, so my congrats. The other one is that CAF has a long-term commitment toward climate action, biodiversity protection, and sustainable development. All of those are very important components of our strategic vision in the region. In the case of CAF, our vision and our commitment remain to become the blue and green bank of the region. So in order to address the region's sustainable development challenges, we have committed to various goals from 2022 to 2026 and from 2025 to 2030. So the first commitment was that 40% of our approvals were directed toward green financing. The good news is that in 2024, last year, 2 years before than expected, we got 41%. And that is good, but this is 1 year, and we need to continue with this 40% because, as it was said, it's not that we get 1 year or just one objective. We have to continue. It has to be sustainable. The other commitment was related with the green financing, the amount, and it was 25 billion of green financing from 2022 to 2026. And we are in 20 billion until 2024, and it's going to be completed, and we think as a bank that it's going to be completed. The third, and not less important, is a commitment of 125 billion for blue financing, dedicated to the protection of and sustainable use of our oceans and coastal ecosystem, and that was fulfilled. So with those results, we decided to go bigger. So for 2026 to 2030, we are committed of 50% of green financing per year. The other is that 40 billion will be directed, are going to be directed for climate action and biodiversity. 2.5 billion for blue financing, 10% of all our financing dedicated exclusively to biodiversity, and 2 billion for the Amazon biome, 8.5 billion for agriculture prosperity, and 15 billion for adaptation and disaster risk management. And this is going to, one part of this, of course, not everything is going to come to the region. So let me talk about this vicious circle that we can generate, because if we have some extreme climate event, there is an emergency response. And with this response expenditure, it comes a reduction of the fiscal space. Less fiscal space, more vulnerability. If there is one more event, we have less money to respond to that. So this vicious circle, we have to break somewhere, and that is the idea. That was explained by all the colleagues, but I'm going to give you some examples what we think in CAF, what we want to do in the bank. So before that, some information related climate shocks. The number of storms in Latin America and the Caribbean, they are increasing, little by little, but they are increasing. The number of hurricanes in the Atlantic basin annually, they are increasing as well. And
This is the reality that we have to face. This is not going to change. This is what we are going to deal the next years, unfortunately. In the case of the Caribbean, the vulnerability is really very high. I'm not going to go through the information. The problem is that with a small country, if you have one shock, you can lose 40–50% of GDP. And this is an event that occurs in 2–3 days. And that is vulnerability. That is very hard. In the case of financing that the region is going to need for adaptation, seeds, they need $4.7 billion per year. That is around 1% of the combined GDP. We know that the current flows to seed stands around $2 billion. So we have a gap. We have a very important gap of money that is needed for the financing of the adaptation projects. So the capacity of response is very low because of limited fiscal buffers. We have high interest payments, and if we have an event happening, there is another vicious circle that comes. So again, the importance of have tools to respond to this situation. In the case of CAF, I'm going to talk about 3 examples that we are dealing with. One is, and it was discussed during this panel, one is debt for nature, and I'm going to talk about the example of El Salvador, which is very important, $1 billion of a project. Then the facility of contingent debt instrument and the green and sustainable finance. I'll go through all of them in some detail. So what are we aiming for? One is to protect the macroeconomic stability of the Caribbean member countries of CAF. Of course, we work with them. 2, ensure that the bank adheres to the international best practice in climate finance. And 3, contribute to the regional fiscal sustainability by facilitating liquidity in critical conditions, but in good financial conditions as well. So let's see. I'm not going to the whole details of the operation in El Salvador, but the idea here it was to help the country to repurchase $1 billion in outstanding and outstanding bonds and expensive bonds. So what we did is, there was bonds that the country had to pay. So through a rather, not complicated, I would say complicated because there were a lot of actors, we managed to generate $352 million of savings. So what is the result at the end of the day? Strengthening of public finance, but at the same time, these $352 million were used for the conservation and restoration of the Lempa River in El Salvador. So while we were going ahead with a financial operation, the amount, the savings that the amount that was saved was used for the restoration of Lempa River, which was a very old and important project in El Salvador. So this is a way of, combining green finance, financial sustainability. It was rather complicated because, as I said before, there were so many actors, many lawyers, but at the end of the day, the operation was a success and the project is going on. In the case of this slide is related with contingent debt instruments. The idea here is to include climate resilient debt clauses in the loan contract. What it means is that there is a flexibility of amortizations in case of an external event occurs. So, for example, if there is an earthquake or a hurricane or some pandemic, that's a trigger. And in that case, the country is not going to amortize, is not going to pay that semester. And if the effect continues, the next semester needs. And we can go like that for 2 years. So in that case, the country can use the money for the problems and not for paying a debt. So, as it was explained before, my colleague said, the net present value of the debt is neutral because the country pays at the end. However, the country doesn't have the pressure to pay at the moment where the country needs the money. There are some technicalities there. I'm not going to go through the details, but it can be activated 4 years before the maturity of the loan. Why? Because otherwise we are at the end of the life of the loan, so they are not going to have time to pay everything. So if the event occurs at the beginning of the loan, of course, we have more possibilities of using this facility. So that is a way of, give a loan regarding any project, but the country, if it faces a problem, an external problem, they have the money to use for the problem that they have. Another facility that we have is the PIMAC. The idea here is that when countries deliver measurable progress on climate social goals, the financial costs decrease. So this instrument is designed, as it says there, to boost progress on climate and social goals that the whole country has. And the mechanism is to provide an interest rate reduction, and is contingent to when the country fulfill the targets. Let me explain here a little bit better.
Excuse me, can you
So that is the way as this project goes. One, we determine the eligibility of the operation. Then we set the indicators and targets of the country. Once we have that, we assess the results. And if the results are validated, we can apply the interest rate reduction. So at the same time, we have a loan that it's been used for a project, but if the targets are validated, there is a reduction of interest rate. And that is a win-win. The principles is that the goals, they have to be relevant and meaningful, of course. They have to be transparent, based on a solid methodology. And they have to be focused on a sovereign level. The country needs to fulfill those indicators. Some guidelines that are very important: availability of the information, the frequency of information, recurring. It means that what the government is doing has an impact on the goals that were set. Of course, it's recommended to have a cross-country comparability to see the success of the project. The methodology has to be consistent, and it has to be attributed to the effort of the country. And I'm going to end the pivots here. Very important principles. They have to be aligned with the government long-term goals, not the short-term goals. They have to be associated with government actions, as I said, And that's the tricky part. They have to be challenging, but at the same time, attainable. Because if it's too easy, there is not an effort. But it's too complicated, they are not going to, never to get the reduction of the interest rate. So that is the tricky part of what we do here. In the case of the blue-green finance, as I said before, CAF pledged 2.5 billion to boost sustainable blue economy and preserve the region's oceans. This facility is based on a four-pillar strategy. One, our raison d'etre, which is the financing. We are going to provide the resources and the investment mechanism. Two, the diplomacy. We know that we are not alone in this, so we need to coordinate with other institutions. We need to coordinate with United Nations, IDB, the World Bank. Three, and very important, the education and capacity building. We have to increase. It's not only financing. This is also about education and how these loans are going to serve really to the country, and the local value generation. So with facilitating the participation of the private sector. One important matter here is how to develop local markets, because all our loans are in US dollars, but we see that can be a problem for countries. So what we are trying to do is develop the local countries. We have some experiences, one very important in Jamaica, with the issue of the first bond. It was a 4 billion Jamaica dollar pound, equivalent to around $26 million. Another one was made with the Development and Export Bank in Dominican Republic, and it was a disbursement of around $3.4 million. It's a small step, but it's a first step, to consider the debt in local currency, and that is very important. And now we are analyzing the possibility of issuing bonds here in Trinidad and Tobago, their possibilities, and also in the Eastern Caribbean. We are doing studies, and the idea will be to issue bonds in local currency to help the development of the local market in Trinidad and in the region. And that is part of our strategy as well. Another source of financing is the bonds. And this year we were very active in the issuing of bonds. One was 1.5 billion euros on sustainable bonds. These are dedicated to climate and environmental change. And this is very important. It was discussed here. It's a large amount, but we are considering in the issue of this bond all countries in the Caribbean. So this can be used on a small amount for helping, Grenada or St. Vincent and Grenadines or Bahamas, our neighbor, our country members. Another one that we issued this year is the first blue bond. We did this issued with the United Nations. It was $100 million. And the idea, the objective is to use this money for marine and coastal resilience. So the money is going to be used for those type of projects. And that was the pledge of CAF. And last but not least, a 100 million resilient bond. And that is an instrument which is designed to finance infrastructure that remains operational during extreme weather events. What happens here? It is important for countries to have money before, during, and after the event. Before, to finance infrastructure that is going to last. During, because people they are going to need. And after, because it is important for the country to continue with the efforts after what is going on. So the idea is not to finance something that is going to be destroyed, but something to finance something that is going to last in the future. So this is it. This is my presentation. The idea here is to show you that in CAF we are doing things that are practical. We are new in the region, but not that new. We have more and more member countries, and we are, of course, we are learning, and we are not alone in this very important adventure that we have here. Thank you very much for you.
Thank you so much. And my final question from presentations, and this is a fill in the blank. CAF is considered the leading multilateral organization in blank financing. Hello, it's a color. No, not green. Yes, blue. Thank you, Bahamas. You got the blue right. Yes. Thank you so much. All right, so we're actually running behind on time, but I still want us to ask a few questions. And I know I got a note saying Mrs. Elizabeth Emmanuel, the head of CCRIF, had something to say. Is she in the room? Yes, way back there. So I'm going to allow the persons from the floor to first ask the questions before I ask any questions. So, Ms. Emmanuel, please feel free to, there's a mic right there. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Ambassador. I'm not the head of CRIF. I am the head of the Technical Assistance Program for CRIF and head of something else at CRIF. But I wanted to make an intervention on the floor, having listened to all the presentations, some of which mentioned insurance. And I just want to make a plug for insurance. And if I start off by drawing on Jean Leon's example of that family, what insurance does, it closes that protection gap. So parametric insurance is not just for governments. In fact, last week, Thursday, and I don't know if anyone was there, we launched a livelihood protection policy for vulnerable groups and families. I want to point out as well that when we think about the payouts from CRIF, and I listened to the permanent resident representative as well, countries are able to purchase from CRIF coverage of up to $150 million US per peril at this time. Now, many countries are not able to do that because of fiscal constraints, right? The capacity that CRIF gets from the reinsurance markets, regular insurance companies are not able to get that capacity. The capacity to be able to sell the insurance at the rate that we are selling it at. And that is simply because it's not so simple, but the insurance companies out there, CRIF operates as a not-for-profit company. Now, CRIF has to make profit to be financially sustainable, but it's not for profit. And the reinsurance market, where you have to sell insurance, you have to purchase insurance, likes that, and therefore we get the required capacity. But I want to say a couple of other things. The speed of CRIF's insurance is something, it's unbeatable. 14 days within the event, right? You don't get a payout from anything else. In fact, Jamaica's CAF bond has not paid as yet. We are rules-based, 14 days within the event. It is not to cover relief, right? When you're talking about disasters, you're looking at phases. You have relief, you have recovery, and you have reconstruction and redevelopment. CRIF is in that space, what is referred to as the liquidity gap, where we're helping with critical needs on the ground, where governments, having gotten the bread and the cans of food and so on, you now need cash. And of all the payouts we have made, $483 million worth of payouts, 78 payouts, all those payouts were made within 14 days of the event. Now, once a payout is triggered, that model has to be rerun. You have auditing taking place. So you cannot, so we know, for example, we knew, right? We had systems that could tell us when Melissa was happening, how it was triggering, how it was going up, what it was. We knew what it was the day after, but that payout cannot come the day after. In fact, Jamaica got part of its payout within days because there was no cash. Dorian is another example. Within 5 days of Dorian, they got a portion of their payout, $5 million out of the $12 million US dollars. That's
So remind us what CRIF stands for.
CRIF is CRIF. CRIF is CRIF SPC. It was formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, but in 2014, we became a segregated portfolio company to allow countries in Central America to be part of CRIF. This is because studies show that joining CRIF would have enabled those countries, as it does the Caribbean, to access parametric insurance and this type of insurance at between 35 and 50% of what they would be able to access it if they try to go to the international capital markets on their own. And because of the high level of indebtedness, that may not be possible. But I'd like to say one more thing. CRIF currently has 7 products. One country in the Caribbean has 6 of those products, and that's the government of Grenada. In Beryl, 5 of those 6 products triggered because there was no earthquake, right? So they have products, they have sectoral products, right? We also have sectoral products because we have been able to continue to innovate. So we don't just have the tropical cyclones like hurricanes or earthquakes or rainfall. We have been able to use our base models and develop new products for the fishery sector, which allowed 666 fisher folk to get back to sea shortly after Beryl. We have a product for the electric utility sector, which allowed Grand Lake a payout of $9.3 million that allowed their electricity sector to get back on its feet. We have a product for water utilities. Grenada's water utility, Nawasa, got $2.2 million a month after joining CRIF, right? And that helped their water utility recover. So I want to say as well that CRIF is an instrument supporting loss and damage. You can have adaptation. And it is considered by the UNFCCC as one of the most dynamic instruments to support loss and damage. As we look at South-South cooperation as well, we need to do things together as well. So yes, CRIF is a risk pool that takes into account 35 members. But as we look deeper, there are other things that we need to do. When we think of loss and damage funds, at CRIF, we cannot access loss and damage funds, but as a region, you can, with the support of CRIF, put a proposal to the loss and damage fund for scaling up your coverage, scaling up access to finance. And so this is something that within the context of South-South cooperation, we actually will encourage you to do. As we look at climate change, and this is my final point, the increasing intensity, frequency, and unpredictability of climate change, what CRIF is also doing is looking at how we can, there are things that happen in our countries that are unique. For example, you have a rainfall event. What we're seeing because of climate change, we're all sitting here and then somewhere in Port of Spain, one little community may have a significant rainfall event. We saw that, for example, in countries like Barbados. So just as how you have a health insurance policy, and as a woman, we get an endorsement for, let's say, cancer, we're looking at policy endorsements. We're looking at policy endorsements where, for example, you may have rainfall for an entire week, not enough to trigger your CRIF policy, but your soil is saturated. And therefore, you have a little bit of rain tomorrow, and the entire mountain comes down. We saw that in Jamaica for Zeta and Iota. And sitting with the Ministry of Finance, we came up with a way to address that across countries. It's called a wet season trigger. Countries like Belize have benefited from that wet season trigger. So one of the things that we want to see, and I don't know if our permanent resident, misinformation and disinformation. I was with the Prime Minister of Jamaica recently, and it was a very big thing for him. We may see things that are not always necessarily correct, but I think one of the things that we're sure of, which that we've been hearing more and more, is the innovative part of CRIF. Indeed, we are the largest risk pool in the world and the best performing risk pool for our members. So I'd just like to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Emmanuel, for that intervention. Are there any questions? Grenada, I notice your name tag is up. Do you have another question? Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions for our panelists? No questions. Well, I had a question for Mr. Leon. You said we are to act differently. How does a country do that with a 5-year election cycle and the context of people in general do not want things to be different?
I think the answer is simply the counterfactual. Every politician can continue to tell the people they will solve the problem in 5 years, and then they will be shown to be wrong and will get the out card, and therefore they can have a choice. You can either explain to people what the alternative is, what is necessary, and how you are going to do it, and continue to communicate live what you're doing, what course corrections you're doing, and what you anticipate you can be done within the cycle. At least you will be on a pathway to saying this is what is doable. But I think the idea of selling short-term fixes forever, always wrong, and in fact mortgage your future all the time, that cannot be a recipe for going forward.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the floor for our panelists? Okay, so I have your permission to go ahead. Mr. Friday, this question is for you. How do we include AI in how the government's work when many of our civil servants are primarily older, and studies have shown that older persons are not AI savvy?
Well, that's a very good question. I think, we have a new generation coming up that are very savvy in terms of a lot of these tools. And I think, as a policy, we do need to recognize that the world has changed, and we need an approach which is going to insulate us from the shocks that AI could also bring. But not just insulate us, but also expose us to the opportunity. I want to just finish this by picking up a little bit on a question that you asked earlier. And that is the power of social compacts when dealing with challenges which go beyond particular administrations. And so in Grenada, after Hurricane Ivan, we had a number of difficult decisions to make. And so what was done, also with the encouragement of the IMF, was to put together a social charter, a social group, which included different stakeholders from society to help with some of these decisions and to ensure that they were somewhat apolitical. I think Jamaica did something similar, following its IMF program. So we do need to look at these challenges and have a whole of society approach in terms of agreeing how we're going to deal with these challenges that will go beyond any particular administration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Webson, this question is for you, sir. What measures do you think are needed to better mobilize private capital and create enabling conditions for blended finance in the Caribbean? What measures are needed, in your opinion, to better mobilize private capital and create enabling conditions for blended finance in the Caribbean? And you can also tell me that you don't believe there's room for blended financing, by the way.
No, I think, thank you very much. I think there is a need for blended financing. I think one of the things I mentioned is the whole bringing together of the private sector and the public sector in things like the new business forum that we're talking about. We have to include innovation and technology into the new financial architecture and the plans that we think in any strategies that we are looking to go forward with. So the measures that are needed is strengthening our technology sector, including the private sector into national public planning, and of course, expanding the involvement of the public sector and private working together hand in hand.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Requena, this question is for you. And we're within the context of a new financial architecture being set up for the Caribbean. What should the core features of this new architecture be? And what role can international financial institutions play in shaping it?
Right. Complex question. The thing is, for banks, we have many roles. One is, of course, to try to convey the money in the easiest, cheapest way. We need to support, for example, a small country in the Caribbean. A loan is complicated for him to develop a good project. But if we can support the country, not only the country, that country, but all countries in the region, to have like a space of a template or a way to present projects on a very easy way, I think that we are going to help. That's one more thing, one more idea, is that we are evaluating countries considering the level of income. I think we need to go beyond that. We need to consider other things like risk, like distribution of income. As multilaterals, I think we need to push forward that aspect as well.
Thank you so much. And for the person who gave the first presentation, Mr. Rodriguez, and this is the final question to the panel. What do you see as the most urgent reforms, nationally and internationally, to improve the region's access to climate finance?
I personally go back to the argument that I was mentioning, is I would like to see more regionalization in terms of projects. So reform can be at the individual level, but it also can be at the regional level. I think there are plenty of opportunities to continue to learn from each other. There are clear examples of progress and advancements, and I think innovation can be built based on what you already have. Can we absolutely talk about new frameworks to increase transparency, monitoring? Absolutely. But if I could insist on something, is again try to learn from each other. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that there's already successful examples in place, and new and more countries can take advantage of that. So I hope that's helpful, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, and this brings an end to this panel. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And let me take this opportunity to hand back to the chairperson for this event while we make our way from the podium, those of us who were a part of this panel. Thank you so much for your attention.
Yes, before anyone moves, I'd like to thank our moderator, Her Excellency, Natalie Campbell Rodriguez for moderating this panel with such passion. Please give her a hand. I also would like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Jean Leon, for his excellent presentation. Thank you again for that. Finally, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their presentations and engagement. Thank you so very much. They provided us with much to consider on the question of financing for development in the context of South-South cooperation. We learned about the Nature Bank, whose approach entails a paradigm shift from GDP to resilient prosperity based on monetizing nature capital. The pillars of this approach are resilient prosperity, systems control, and nature as an economic asset. We also learned about CAP's approach as a development bank interest rate reductions that can benefit Caribbean countries, involving also the opportunities for green and blue financing, development of local capital markets, and thematic bonds that channel capital into climate and biodiversity priorities. On the capital markets side, we heard about the importance of mobilizing private capital in the Caribbean, improving project execution, standardizing templates, and multi-country infrastructure projects that would benefit Caribbean countries in working this way. In terms of climate financing, we also heard that the Caribbean can serve as a climate finance laboratory, especially with its initial success with debt swaps involving debt and climate. And looking ahead, we heard about the opportunities in mobilizing domestic and South-South capital. The future opportunities also include tokenization with respect to digital tokens and the tokenization of capital markets, as well as small states as a new asset class. We also learned a bit about the transformative power of AI and the coming digital transformation of the economies that the Caribbean should take advantage of to improve its productivity. Finally, we heard about the provisions of the internationally agreed ABAS, such as the Center of Excellence and other things that will strengthen resilience of SIDS and provides a framework for SIDS and development partners to help improve access to climate financing and financing for development, and which will benefit SIDS as a collective group. Finally, in all that we do, we heard that the Caribbean will require partnerships to make progress on all of these fronts. Thank you very much again, and we go into our coffee break.
Thank you, sir.
We return in 15 minutes.
We stand of Jesus. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Since us all I have been told. He's the son of God, he's our Savior. So it's Christmas all over the world. Christmas in India, in Argentina, in South Africa, and then it's Christmas everywhere. It's Christmas everywhere. Christmas in China, birthday in Guatemala, in Australia, and then it's Christmas everywhere. It's Christmas everywhere. Every year we fasting, drinking and paranging, we celebrate Christmas Day. I don't like Santa, but no time for the Savior. This is not the way I say. Jesus in your Christmas, Jesus in your Christmas, Jesus in your Christmas this year. Came down here to save us from wickedness and chaos. Put Jesus in your Christmas this year. Put Jesus in your Christmas, Jesus in your Christmas, Jesus in your Christmas this year. Came down here to save us from wickedness and chaos. Put Jesus in your Christmas, put Jesus in your Christmas, put Jesus in your Christmas this year.
You're now rocking with the best. Sit back and relax. A1 Unlimited is taking control.
But we repented in the end. Everything is said. Rising on up close to the most high. The paradise in the sky. She gone to story. She gone to make it very down. With us we sound to like the wind. In what parang she will play. Tell me where she gone. I want to know where did she gone. Tell me where she gone. I want to know where did she gone. And so sweet, made us so happy. So Christmas when we make it merry, take one for this. Tell me where she gone. I want to see gone.
Now you're producing, but you're producing the rest of it right now. Yeah, no, that's great. It'll be more costly. We have the moderator, we have the chair.
El camino coge días y cogióle la desgracia, que golpe no llevaría. Que golpe no llevaría, una mujer me llamaba, pero yo no le entendía. Pero yo no le entendía, pero que no entendía, a ningún alma nacía. A ningún alma nacía en ella, pues la parada, yo vine porque sabía. Vine porque sabía cómo se lo encancela el pueblo de Santa Lucía. Y cogióle la desgracia, que golpe no llevaría. Que golpe no llevaría. Una mujer me llamaba, pero yo no le entendía. Y el nacimiento de Cristo así fue, según la Escritura, se lo explicaré, según la Escritura, y se lo explicaré. María, su madre así fue, su padre adoptado era San José, padre adoptado era San José. Por qué profeta nombrado Isaías, por qué profeta nombrado Isaías, fue profetizada esa profecía, por qué profeta nombrado Isaías. Ángel Gabriel, la María le anunció, el santo ángel Gabriel, la María le anunció, que por él dijo, concibe un hijo, por él dijo, concibe un hijo, bendita la canción María, bendita la canción María. María le contestó, me vas a tu voluntad. María le contestó, me vas a tu voluntad. No se le sirve a Dios que te canta su mandato. No se le sirve a Dios que te canta su mandato. Bendita tú eres, la canción María. Bendita tú eres, la canción María. Aquí conocí a tantos niños, primero zarpar, y después salir. Ay, llegó aquí, de tantos niños, primero zarpar y después salió. De parandita, es de María, y venimos adorando al Hijo de María. Es de parandita, es de María, y venimos adorando al Hijo de María. Palestina cerca de Belén, fue que nació Israel, que nació el de Israel, que nació el de Israel. Medianoche María parió, la medianoche María parió, un hermoso niño y mano así el amor, un hermoso niño y mano así el amor, un hermoso niño y mano así el amor.
Since there were very few people in the room. When do you plan that? After the meeting. Here, back here now, yeah. I wasn't sure now, but see, I know that I've left the here for now. Between here and separate
They say
I'm retired. I am
they say
yeah. But I'm young. I'm
I spent the day outside for it.
Amen. That's good. Yeah, no, I did retire because I want to.
Such a strange affair.
To focus on what I have.
I even know the language very well. Friendly is but not hard to tell. They deliberate my way. I was surprised to get to say, they say, we want you to sing me okay. And I was saying, dear friend,
But you have to email. So what I'll do is I'll let you scan the WhatsApp and we can build, yeah. Because it's sort of not just competition. And I also the environment. It's English. And I got it was nothing. So I just really policy, draft legislation, yes.
They stay.
All right, that is a good well, yeah, because that's the panel. But yes, it used to be more. But you can do what happened? We had no flight. But in March, when they asked, but it converted our status to final visa. So they reduced the number of dates. They went to strike. I can't remember the date of the day, but they have to have a very flexible balance. It's a little difficult.
Jesus Christ.
Remember they were moving towards trying to holidaymakers.
And like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I want to look at it on Facebook.
All right. Yes, I work very closely with them. I did a lot of good work when I was in CCC. I included them in a lot. We did a program where we developed a master's competition. Yes, I asked one of the young ladies to and my little card. I have done printed cards.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Christmas. Hey, Madre Mia. Sing a piece of para. 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 Para.
Yeah.
Let's hope we don't do too much talking. We don't want to put anybody in the room. All right. That's really a great thing. It really is no great thing. So I probably really know, when I say the names and the face names and hear it right song.
The majority of this now is the audience for media purposes. There's a political.
I know, well, that isn't political now. It really is. Are you involved
Merry Christmas. Before I go take a seat, instead of anything to going to kiss the crab. Something.
I did it in blindfold. I was like, okay.
When I say I'm gonna check out, he said, we have a goal. It's only now you don't pass through. Prepare for you. Thing you want to just say. You put it right on the board. Why did you say that? I'm happy. I thought I said wrong. It's something beautiful. It's something beautiful. It's something. Big response morning. We don't match in a figure two. People in behind the sun. So I went across to see what's really going on. I went for piece of pot. Just by Wellington. You know when I come back home. I'm on my house to I can Leroy with too much fun. I'm talking with too much fun. Yes, clean upstairs. Little boy, where you move and done? Answer me where your mother gone. She live the day right in the oven. Your mother live the best one. Hey, Leroy, where you move and done?
That is why I took this one.
From the region Flat Meadow, it have a beats and a control. A violin and a branch. They say they always have a plan. To give my family a plan. They wake up my mommy right away. When they ring out with the club with I just pray. Get up. Get back up. No girl. Madam Jeffrey. Get up. Time to put some smoke in the kitchen. No girl. Madam Jeffrey. What's up? I hope you know it's like you are drinking. No girl. Madam Jeffrey. Get up. Yeah.
We will begin in 2 minutes. We will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you.
We're scrubbing the cooking sister, hanging up people. That's all time boiling in the yard. Rasta grab up the hot pictures in a ham and dash up like him man. Hey, hey, Christmas, that time to be loving. Hey, Christmas, that time to be giving. Hey, Christmas, that time to be sharing. Oh Lord, I'm feeling so bad, baby. Never come back, yes, baby. Never repeat you. Never. Hot sun shining, the day was stop up with the van. Hear Moroccan watchers coming, the peasants been just come to Paran. The song the Annunciation, followed by an Aguinaldo. They lick up two bottles of rum and a pot of coffee before they go. Hey, hey, Christmas, time to be loving. Hey, Christmas, time to be giving. Christmas, time to be shared.
If it's at all possible, if you could all file in at this point, that would help tremendously. Let me see if he wants to. He may want to come back in. The door. Close the door. No. Close it. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope that the coffee break offered you a quick boost. We will now get right into the final panel for the day. on the theme Digital Bridges for Caribbean Integration and Institutional Strengthening, a South-South Cooperation Perspective. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Shirilita Dorr-Tyson, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sustainable Development of St. Kitts and Nevis. Ms. Dorr-Tyson currently serves as the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sustainable Development in St. Kitts and Nevis. She holds first-class qualifications in business studies, a master's degree in public sector management from the University of Roehampton, and is presently completing a second master's degree in global management with Nova Southeastern University. With more than 38 years of service in the public sector, Ms. Dorr-Tyson has held several senior leadership positions across key ministries, including education, agriculture, and tourism. She has also dedicated nearly a decade to the Clarence Fitzroy Ryan College as a business studies lecturer, contributing significantly to the development of young professionals. Beyond her administrative and academic roles, Ms. Dorr-Tyson has been involved in national political affairs and serves on a multiplicity of boards and organizations, and she's also a writer on social issues and an avid lover of people, nature, art, books, calypso, and travel. Ms. Dorr-Tyson is also the proud mother of 2 adult children. It's my honor to hand over to her to moderate this panel. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the protocol has been established. Hence, I kindly request the privilege of proceeding in accordance with the established protocol. It is truly my pleasure to welcome you to Panel 3, Digital Bridges for Caribbean Integration and Institutional Strengthening, a South-South Cooperation Perspective. I'm Shirilita Dorr-Tyson, and I'm the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sustainable Development in St. Kitts and Nevis, a very small island, a very small country. And I'm delighted to guide the conversation segment of this seminar. Now, I know what you're thinking. I'm looking at your faces, and you're thinking about dinner. So am I. And so we are going to make sure we don't keep you back from it. But at the same time as the last segment, we are going to enjoy this one. We're going to have good conversations. So let me warn you, ladies and gentlemen, I am sitting among giants. And I guarantee you that you will understand why I said that after this panel conversation. Across the Caribbean, we know that digital transformation is no longer simply an aspiration. It is the backbone of how we deliver services, how we connect to our citizens, how we strengthen institutions, and unlock new opportunities for resilience and development. But we also know that as Caribbean islands, we cannot do this alone. You see, the complexity of technology, the rapid speed of innovation, and the persistent resource gaps facing small island developing states all demand that we work together. It also demands that we learn from each other and build shared systems that reflect our Caribbean reality. So, today's panel brings together 4 individuals who have been shaping that reality in very concrete ways. On my immediate left, I have Dr. Maurice McNaughton. Wave, let them see you, Dr. McNaughton. Yes, this handsome gentleman right next to me. And he's the director of the Center for Innovation at the Mona School of Business and Management at UWI. And he will help us to explore how interoperable digital public infrastructure can move us closer to truly regional services and coordinated policies. Right next to the chair, on the left of the chair, we have Mr. Rodney Taylor. That's him waving there, another handsome young man. And he is the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And he will speak to the institutional machinery needed to lead regional digital transformation and how South-South cooperation can strengthen our capacities. We'll also hear from Ms. Nivea Ramsandar. She is an attorney and former executive director of the CARICOM Competition Commission, whose regulatory expertise will guide us in understanding how competition policy and market rules can foster innovation while building resilience in critical digital sectors. And our fourth presenter is Mr. Dimitri Heraklios. And he is the Associate Economic Affairs Officer in the Digital Transformation Unit of the Productivity and Development Division at ECLAC. He will help us to reflect on how digital agenda alignment is already bringing countries together and what more we can do as a region to make cooperation meaningful for SIDS. Now, this panel, let me just mention as well that if you would like to see their full CVs, and I would encourage you to, you can always contact me after. Now, this panel is designed to be a conversation, one where we move from ideas to practical solutions. We will begin with individual presentations from each panelist, after which we will engage our panelists in a dialogue that will highlight where their perspectives intersect. So I invite you to simply listen for the connections. Where is the region already converging? What can we do together tomorrow that we cannot do alone? And most importantly, how do we ensure that our digital future is inclusive, one that reaches men, women, youth, rural communities, our diaspora, and our people with disabilities? So I look forward to a rich and grounded discussion. I thank you for being here, and now let's begin. Dr. Maurice McNaughton, your overarching question: how can Caribbean states jointly develop or adopt interoperable digital public infrastructure to support regional service delivery and policy coordination?
Thank you very much, Madam Permanent Secretary, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your infinite patience for being here through the day. And as has been said, really look forward to this engagement and this set of conversations. To respond to that question, I think I have some slides up. I'm going to sort of organize my remarks into three buckets. The first is really putting a little bit of context to digital transformation, because it's a term that has become quite common, quite popular, quite prevalent, particularly in the post-pandemic era. In fact, it has become an integral part of the regional, I'd say, development agenda because of its perceived importance, right? Especially with the experiences going through the pandemic. And so I want to put digital transformation in perspective, what it is, why it is a whole of society imperative, and talk a little bit about the good and the bad, because it is not what's the term I'm looking for? It's not a magic wand. And talk about the critical importance of harmonized digital governance to both enable the opportunities and constrain the challenges. Then I'll talk about digital public infrastructure. What is that? And why now? Why has it become so important and in a very accelerated way? I'll give you a little bit of insight from the Caribbean DPI Summit that we had in Kingston, Jamaica earlier this year, and then just mention some example cases to consider, both within the region and extra region, since South cooperation is a big part of our underpinning narrative. And then the issue of regional cooperation, I'll look at just very briefly a spectrum of shared approaches. One of the critical things to enable the whole idea of harmonized governance and harmonized policy framework is to map and understand the existing Caribbean digital policy landscape. So I'll mention some work that we've done at UA around that. And very importantly, as part of this regional cooperation sort of fabric, what role for academia? Talk a little bit about the role that UA, which incidentally is one of the bastions of regional cooperation, if you think about it. So that's what I hope to cover, Chair, Madam Moderator, in a matter of 10 minutes, maybe. So digital transformation, let me start here. I'm going to offer this definition. It broadly refers to the use of digital technologies, ICT, communications, connectivity, to fundamentally change the way societies, governments, business, and citizens operate in such a way that improves the performance of all these societal entities. Why I like this definition? Because it reflects a whole of society intent for digital transformation, and that the ultimate goal is not just incremental, but transformational improvement in all of these societal entities. There's a chart here. You're not probably going to see all the details on this, but what it represents, the message here is that digital transformation enabled by all of these disruptive digital technologies, the internet, social media, we call it SMAC, so cloud computing, mobile, advanced AI, all of those are drivers of digital transformation. And what this chart represents are really two key things, that it impacts the private sector, governments, individuals, and civil society in tandem. And it doesn't work, it's not effective unless we address the needs and the challenges of all of these three entities. And on the right, what it suggests is that the outcome of digital transformation can be positive or it can be negative. There are opportunities and there are hazards. And so what is required to address and perhaps explore the opportunities and at the same time curtail the hazards is what we call a kind of digital governance that is harmonized, that is integrated, that perhaps not in the very conventional way looks at governance for each specific component, but looks at integrated governance. Case in point, AI has become quite fashionable as part of the digital transformation narrative. And so there's a lot of focus on AI and national AI strategies and policies, but AI is only as good as the data that it is trained on. And so if we don't have this sort of interdependence and coherence between data and AI governance mechanisms and frameworks, then we're going to be challenged, right? So things like making data representative, things like ensuring interoperability between data systems, that there's better quality and integration, empowering people to control the data. Those are all issues that are essential for AI to work. So it's just important that we, not just leapfrog data and start to focus on AI when we have all of these data governance unmet issues. And so that's just an illustration for the need for that kind of harmonization. So that's digital transformation. What is digital public infrastructure? I think the easiest way to think about this, we use physical public infrastructure every day, roads, railways, electricity, water. And who do we hold primarily responsible for establishing that kind of infrastructure? The government, the public sector, albeit they may be working in coordination and collaboration in concert with the private sector in terms of investors, right? So we can look at digital public infrastructure in the same way. And there are some DPIs that have been around for a couple of decades now that we understand very well, and we use intuitively with almost not thinking about it. The internet, GPS, mobile GSM. Those are all examples of digital public infrastructure. So you can think of DPIs as society-wide digital capabilities that are essential for persons to participate in society, in markets, as citizens, entrepreneurs, or consumers in the increasingly digital era. Because it is essential, then the state, public institution should guarantee that DPI is inclusive, it is foundational, it is interoperable, and there's public accountability. So again, in the same way that we look at responsibility for highways and water and electricity, we have to see digital public infrastructure and the responsibility of the state in the same way. And then, perhaps most important of these three elements, DPI is not simply a technology output. It's not simply laying down a particular type of infrastructure. It is a technology deployed with a specific approach that requires strong governance, thoughtful policies, and deep civil society engagement if there's going to be the kind of inclusivity that should accompany it, right? So just laying down a national ID system and having limited adoption is not what DPI seeks after. So, you can think of today's emerging DPI systems in terms of three core pillars: ID, identity verification, digital payments, electronic payments, and data exchange. Those are the three core pillars of the modern emerging DPIs. And perhaps the best examples of this are the Aadhaar digital ID platform in India and PIX in Brazil, or perhaps also UPI in India. Now, one of the things that vaulted both Aadhaar and UPI in India was during the pandemic, when the government needed to pay out benefits to 1.x billion citizens, and they needed to be identified, and you need to have an agile payment system to do that. And so UPI and Aadhaar, obviously interoperable and integrated, allowed the government of India to do that. And it's perhaps the best example we call the India stack, right? But those three core pillars are what represents DPIs, when we think of DPIs, emerging DPIs today. Earlier this year, we had this quite, I would say, not only successful, but fascinating Caribbean DPI Summit at UEMONA. And the DPI Summit was an important event that gave us the opportunity to introduce many stakeholders, many commentators in the region to the idea of digital public infrastructure. And so what this accomplished was facilitating awareness, helping to stimulate the regional dialogue on inclusive DPI ecosystems, showcasing best practices from around the world, not just those in the region, like in Trinidad and Dominican Republic and Jamaica, but also from Latin America and also from Africa and Asia. So the idea that looking at these examples of successful DPIs or DPI cases from around the world, one of the important aspects of this as well was to promote cooperative approaches. And again, the idea of regional policy harmonization as a critical part of effective digital public infrastructure. And the fourth element, which was deliberate because this was hosted at the University of the West Indies, was to ideate around and to advocate for an active role that academia and UWI as a regional institution can play in advancing the dialogue around digital public infrastructure, from capacity building and research that can support regional activities. So that was a very important event. It's one that we hope Rodney, as a partner and sponsor in this, that we could do every year, because this is a rapidly evolving field. I had the opportunity to attend the Global DPI Summit in Cape Town, South Africa, just a couple of weeks ago. And this is evolving at a very rapid rate. In fact, when you get a chance, take a look at this dpimap.org, which is a study done by University College of London, and it looks at DPI around the world. And you can probably see from this that there are over 64 digital ID systems, 97 digital payment systems, 103 data exchange systems, the three core pillars. And so it's a rapidly expanding digital ecosystem. Here in the Caribbean, we have already notable examples. So as I mentioned, in Jamaica, we have the National ID System, NIDS, which perhaps has its own challenges, but for the moment, that is being deployed. We also have a data exchange portal being rolled out by our eGov. In the Dominican Republic, there's digital wallet, data exchange, and digital ID. And here in Trinidad and Tobago, they're rolling out verifiable credentials, which is a way of having individuals being able to store, certify, and issue any kind of credentials. And of course, there's EID and a data exchange program in Trinidad as well. And further south, there are some interesting elements in Latin America. And again, the whole South-South cooperation encourages us to learn from these examples. But I've seen a lot of the South-South Chairman cooperative discussions focused on the Caribbean and Latin America. I think we also have to take the opportunity to look further afield. Again, as you can see from this map, DPI is pervasive across the world. And Africa is an opportunity to look at examples that would be relevant to our context. One of the interesting examples there, for instance, is Malawi. Malawi has rolled out digital ID on a national level that has achieved just about 90% adoption in terms of citizens who have national digital ID. Compare that with our own experience here in the Caribbean. So it's an example to look at and understand why this happened. What Malawi is grappling with now is, okay, almost all of my citizens have a national digital ID, but utilization is very low. How do we encourage use? How do we drive innovation on top of the pervasive presence of digital ID? And that brings into discussion the role of academia and entities like you to do the kind of research which understands why NIDS is struggling, which understands why Jamaica has rolled out 6 national payment systems in the past 10 years and all have failed. One has to understand these things and the factors and the parameters that drive success or failure before we jump headlong into digital public infrastructure. So that brings to mind the role that academia has to play in doing the kind of research that supports the rollout, the adoption and rollout of these kinds of digital public ID systems. And you know, one of the quite interesting projects that we did earlier this year, because we were quite concerned about the fact that there is such a plethora of policy artifacts across the region, whether it's data protection, whether it's privacy, whether it's national AI policies. And what we want is not to reinvent the wheel. And so this is a quite interesting tool that we developed earlier this year at the university. It provides a comprehensive policy mapping across the region, some 566 policy artifacts ranging from legislative artifacts to national strategies to regulatory artifacts. And it is developed in a kind of dashboard that one can interrogate, and it has a quite interesting AI interface built onto it. So you can interrogate it in a very qualitative way. And that's important for us to understand what exists as we look to evaluating the kind of regulatory coherence that is necessary across national boundaries if we're going to support digital public infrastructure at a regional level. So that's one of the tools that we have deployed. So, let me just end on this idea, because I know, Madam Moderator, there's some follow-up questions. But one of the things that we have to look at as we contemplate digital public infrastructure is what are the opportunities for cooperation, for collaboration. And we don't have to think of cooperation simply as shared infrastructure. It is an opportunity. So, for instance, digital credential system could be deployed across national boundaries and support multiple countries. But there's a spectrum of shared approaches: shared infrastructure, shared technical and institutional capacity, shared templates or approaches to DPI deployment. And so these are some of the things that we think the regional entities like the CTU, the University of the West Indies can collaborate on looking at what are the best approaches, what are the shared opportunities for rolling out DPI on a cooperative regional basis. So, Madam Moderator, let me stop there. Those are my remarks, and look forward to the conversation that ensues beyond this.
Thank you very much, Dr. McNaughton. Ladies and gentlemen, write down your questions, because I'm going to invite you into the conversation in a little while. But just before I do that, let's invite Mr. Rodney Taylor. Dr. McNaughton, you set the foundation. It was very enlightening. And so we're going to invite now Mr. Rodney Taylor. And Mr. Taylor, you will present on this question: what institutional mechanism or regional bodies are best positioned to lead digital transformation efforts, and how can their mandates and the top capacities, that is, technical, operational, political, and prospective, be strengthened through the South-South Cooperation? Mr. Taylor?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Honored to be here to speak with you just a little bit on this issue of South cooperation, and with a particular focus on the regional institutions. So if I can just have my slides up. Thank you very much. So, digital bridges for Caribbean integration and institutional strengthening. So I will bring a perspective from the CTU, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. It is an institution of CARICOM established in 1989, a specialized institution of CARICOM. You may be familiar with CARFA, CARICOM Impacts, CARDI, and others. So the CTU was established with a specific focus on harmonization of telecommunications and ICT policy within the CARICOM member states. Of course, since it was established in 1989, the technology has advanced significantly. We're not talking just about telecoms anymore and telecoms infrastructure. We're talking about things like artificial intelligence, 5G, satellite communications, direct-to-device, and so on, with new services like Starlink and so on, LEO satellites. We have 21 member states. The flag from French Guiana is missing, and that will be corrected. They just joined a few weeks ago when we held our ICT Week meeting in Jamaica, an annual meeting. And if you don't see your flag there, please talk to me. We're very much open to membership. We'd love to welcome Curaçao, of course, as the newest member. And we've started those discussions already. So you're very much welcome to join us. The structure of the CTU, at the highest level, we have the General Conference of Ministers. So ministers with responsibility for ICT and telecoms form the highest decision-making body of the CTU. Currently, Trinidad and Tobago holds the presidency. I saw Minister Swarat Singh was here earlier this morning. I think he's in the room as well. He once served as the president of CTU as well in a different dispensation. Below the General Conference, we have the Executive Council. Those are the permanent secretaries and chief technical advisors to the ministers. And I report directly as the CTU Secretary General to the Executive Council. They approve our budget and our work plan on an annual basis. Our focus is on harmonization of policy, so ensure that the CARICOM market is treated as one harmonized space, which would enhance the opportunities for investment within the sector. There are many pan-Caribbean operators, the likes of Digicel, Cable and Wireless, now Liberty, that operate within these markets, and to the extent to which we can have better harmonization of policy and regulation, then it makes it more conducive for them to invest. We coordinate regional projects. One of the very recent ones was the CARSIP, Caribbean Regional Infrastructure Project, that promoted submarine cable connectivity within the OECS member states. We do capacity building, working with many of our partners, ECLAC, CAF, many others. We have a School of Digital Transformation and Innovation in the Caribbean, but there are many other partners that we work with to build capacity, technical capacity. As you know, this is a very dynamic and evolving space. Representation at international fora, we just concluded a very strong representation for the Caribbean at the World Telecoms Development Conference in Baku, Azerbaijan, that is where the International Telecoms Union focuses on its priorities for its member states. And we had daily meetings with the Caribbean delegation to make sure that the inter-American proposals that were tabled reflected the interests of the Caribbean. And of course, we have an industry watch where we look at what is happening within the sector, how it is evolving. Again, one of our successes working together collaboratively was the elimination, or well, the reduction, drastic reduction of roaming charges within CARICOM. Many of you travel within the region. This agreement, the Declaration of St. George's, which was supported by CARICOM heads, facilitated up to 97% reduction in roaming charges. You know, have roaming passports that allow you to roam much more freely. And of course, the new innovations as well, like eSIMs, that also facilitate roaming within CARICOM. I should mention also the presentation previously was on, the delegate from Antigua spoke about the SIDS conference. We were there at SIDS. In fact, we facilitated the second Small Island Developing States Internet Governance Forum. So working with the UN definition of Small Island Developing States, we held a side meeting where we discussed the internet governance issues for small island developing states, and that forum was recognized by the United Nations as one of their national and regional initiatives. Maurice mentioned collaboration with Africa. Just this year, we also worked with the West African Telecoms Regulatory Assembly, because within CARICOM, there isn't a single regulatory authority. Within the OECS, there is the ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecoms Authority, and what we're promoting, learning from the examples in Africa, is a common regulatory framework for CARICOM to help drive, again, investment in this sector. That same, prior to that, we signed an MOU with the African Telecoms Union. It's a similar body to the CTU, but of course focusing on the African states. And this allows us to cooperate in digital projects and also to collaborate to coordinate our support within the international bodies like the ITU, et cetera, to influence the outcomes. Above this institution, the CARICOM heads have been working with the African Union, and then quite recently also agreed to the deployment of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, because one of the challenges we have in promoting trade within CARICOM is the settlement of payments. And so this is an opportunity to showcase those, how we can settle payments digitally across the region. In 2019, we also showcased what we call the Caribbean Futurescape, and this was an opportunity to demonstrate how, when we talk about a digital CSME, what it would look like. So where there were digital identities issued, we facilitated travel across the border, the ability to register a company from one Caribbean jurisdiction to the other, the coordination of corporate registries, civil registries, and so on. And this was a great opportunity to demonstrate, when we talk about a CARICOM single ICT space, what it would actually look like. So as pointed out before in the presentation, digital transformation can drive regional integration. So the opportunity to collaborate and cooperate at a functional level. The idea that if a credential is issued in Barbados, it can be accepted in Jamaica, whether it's a digital identity, a vaccine certificate, a police certificate of character. Those things can help to drive, to facilitate regional integration. Maurice mentioned about shared systems and benefits, shared infrastructure, shared platforms. And in fact, one of the things where I'm very keen on even having Curaçao as a member is because Curaçao is home to the only internationally certified Tier 4 data center in the Caribbean, and it is outside of the hurricane zone. So there is a piece of infrastructure that I think the region can benefit from and leveraging that data center in Curaçao. Move a little quickly. So the key regional bodies, this is not a comprehensive list, but CTU, of course, is the technical lead when it comes to digital transformation within the Caribbean. There's also the CARICOM Secretariat, and in particular, it's important to have the support of CARICOM heads of government. That is how we were able to achieve the elimination of roaming or the reduction of roaming within CARICOM. And we're working towards cooperation in things like satellite connectivity, etc. Within the OECS, there's also the ECTEL, the Eastern Caribbean Telecoms Authority. There are other bodies I mentioned, the CARICOM Impacts, University of the West Indies, of course. I mentioned the cooperation with the ATU, with Afreximbank. Africa just held a trade forum in Grenada a few months ago, and we signed an MOU with them as well to promote digital cooperation. And within Latin America, we also are part of the ELAC 2026 Digital Cooperation Strategy as well. The CARICOM single ICT space embodies everything I'm speaking about. This was approved by CARICOM heads in 2017. Implementation has been slow for many reasons, but it is to promote common frameworks for digital identities, payments, cybersecurity cooperation, and platform harmonization. I think in terms of how we can enhance the cooperation, there's definitely a need for an integrated regional work plan. So right now, institutions, while we had what we call an ICT cluster, so that includes the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, CARICOM Impacts, the CARICOM Secretariat itself, and of course the CTU, but there isn't an integrated regional work plan, and I think this is going to be important for us to move forward. We also need to establish a project registry, so identify very clearly where we are working on regional projects, make it transparent so that persons are aware and we can avoid duplication. These are some of the initiatives, the cross-regional digital payments. It's going to be a very big one. We sought 2 years ago to promote what was then referred to as CaribCoin. Again, a digital common currency within CARICOM, but that effectively has been superseded by perhaps the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. We're doing a lot of work along with CARICOM Impacts on cooperation in cybersecurity. This is definitely an area that we cannot afford to work alone, given the nature of cyber threats that we see. So not just in governments, but also the private sector, and how can we share threat intelligence, how can we establish better frameworks for cooperation. And to avoid duplication, so a clear division of labor, very clear rules for these institutions, MOUs that defined, where CTU starts and where it ends versus CARICOM Secretariat and other institutions like CARICOM Impacts as well. So we need to leverage the South alliances that we've established, so not just within Latin America and the Caribbean, but also within the small island developing states and with Africa as well, and because there's a lot that we can learn from each other and share. We can build on the MOUs that we've established, advance the promotion of the single ICT space with clear reporting to the CARICOM heads of government as they meet. There should be some accountability as to what we've been able to achieve. And of course, implementation of shared systems, shared infrastructure like data centers, submarine cables, satellite connectivity, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just in terms of an overview of the institutions and some of the cooperation that has been taking place within the Caribbean for working along with SIDS, with Africa, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean, Latin America. And I know you have a follow-up question later, so I will stop there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. A very enlightening and comprehensive presentation indeed. We invite our third panelist, our very powerful sister, Ms. Nivea Wamsundar. And Ms. Wamsundar will be presenting on the question, what role do competition and regulatory frameworks play in shaping a digital economy that is resilient to climate shocks, economic volatility, and external dependencies? How can institutional and market rules be adapted through South-South cooperation to incentivize digital innovation and fair access that build resilience in SIDS. Quite a mouthful. Trust me, she will handle it. Let's go, Nivea.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you to ECLAC for hosting the seminar and for having a very good day. I missed some of it, but I was here for most of it. So I'm going to try not to repeat anything. So let's see if I can figure this out. Yes. So we want to take a very quick stab, and I don't know, Madam has given us 10 minutes from the 15. So we're going to go at a little bit of a pace. So I'm going to do a very quick run through on the regulatory framework. Then we want to look at what I call the SIDS dilemma, and very quickly we'll look at South-South cooperation. So that is going to be too small for me to read, so I'm going to have to do a double operation here. So Dimitri will help me. All right? So the thing is that we know that regulatory frameworks of an economic nature, they focus on what we call the fair distribution of market innovations. And we focus on welfare and efficiency enhancing goals. And when we intervene, it is to address what we call market failures. Now, the regulatory framework for digital infrastructure, and I'm not going to repeat what the prof said, it tends to entail a little bit of subsidization, some aspects of universal fund concept, because we need to cater to the fallout in building out, rectifying that build out when we have a climate change or a disaster, and then we have to ensure access throughout critical services and consumers. So it means that regulatory frameworks are critical, not just to regulate our regulated, but to ensure that we have funding feedback loops and ensure that we have things that can put things right. The competition framework is there to support governance and regulation by advisory capacities and scrutiny of guiding governance decisions. And this is one of the key gaps we have in the Caribbean, because we don't have enough competition legislation in our member states. So it means that there's a critical advisor in the room, in our cabinets and in our regional entities that we just don't have. So we don't have the economic analysis that we need that will give us the impact assessments on what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what will happen if we do it. So we have ended up, and we will end up, with inefficiency and waste in our market economies because of the lack of strength and the lack of interworking in our overall regulatory framework. There's one other aspect that helps, and that's consumer framework. So these three things work together. It's macroeconomic policy at the top, but you don't have macroeconomic policy unless you have proper sector-specific market-based regulation, competition, and consumer. So we then look at, has it changed? We then look at the fact that, and I'm not going to give you any of the maps that I usually use over the past 6 years, because I'm going to direct you to Prof's excellent website that he now has, where you can get all your stats. But out of all of our CARICOM member states, we have 4 pieces of competition legislation, 5 if you include our new recruit in Curacao. It means that there's a whole competence that we don't have addressed. We have a stress on sector regulation. So we have some financial regulation, we have some utilities regulation, where we have some things happening, some things are not happening. We feel like putting something here, we feel like putting something there, and then there are big gaps. So what happens is that we have so much regulatory fragmentation that we are, as a region, open to arbitrage. We are open to a lack of market and consumer protection. I'm going to identify with you all the period of between 2010 to 2014. And what happened there is that we saw, in as much as we were liberalizing our economy, if that is a word, I hope there are no Cape grammarians here, we were also under a lot of anti-competitive behavior. We have some very key markets, telecoms, finance, energy, that we don't have the necessary protections that we need. So the thing is that we have something that is new. When we say We are talking digital agenda, digital transformation. We're not just talking about the fact that we have a lot of public servants in central statistical offices and public servants that just don't want to digitize their information and they don't want to digitalize and they therefore don't want to transform. It means that the entire layer system of core ICT infrastructure and production, subcore, extended, and then e-commerce and platform economies, all that digital economy is affecting us and we don't know it and we can't deal with it. And Rodney, in another forum, can tell you how he is trying to deal with big tech giants as CTU without a regional framework to help him. Now, there are certain critical core competition problems that exist throughout, but they are specific to us. And they are specific to the digital markets that we are experiencing. The first thing is that all the economists in the room would know that we have network effects. It means that the value of something increases its value the more people use it. So we have Facebook and we have LinkedIn, and the more people come onto it, it's a self-reinforcing growth cycle, and it seems good, doesn't it? But it also means that replicating that business model, if Nivea R wants to open something similar to Google, I don't have that capacity to replicate it. So there's a high entry barrier. Consumers have a chance of being locked in because users don't like to switch easily, even if the alternatives merge, because we get lazy. It's called fatigue and ease and comfort, and we're just going to click, 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 and stay where we are. The next big one is the data advantage. And what we call it a moat. There's a competitive moat that is built around our tech giants because they own the persons coming in. They own that data, and I can't replicate that data because the data is generated by the amount of users I have. So here in our little pool, here in our little pond, how do you do it? More users, more data, funded and positioned by algorithms. Heart of AI. We're talking a lot about AI. AI is not a pie in the sky. It's not a separate entity. AI is something that facilitates, and it's almost as if, you know how I think about it in layman terms, and engineers can correct me? It's just a form of software. It's a form of technology that is accelerating. When Prof said that it's as good as how you compute it and draft it, it's correct. There is a feed in to this artificial intelligence, and it simply is an algorithm, a formula that is learning at one level what you have given it. We have developed it now to deep learn, which means it can start analyzing and assessing, and it can go to another level where it is almost humanoid because it can self-assess and predict. And consumers have to face that in a small way, but it impacts them in a big way. Businesses have to deal with it because before, when we had to send people to the other shops and the other rivals to tell us what the prices are, these things are happening online. And faster than you know it, something called a tacit collusion or an implied collusion can happen. I have agreed that Monstratco will lead. So he spends the money on the software. And the rest of us collude that once his software triggers that this is the price we have to set, the rest of us are setting it. And it's just as anti-competitive as if we say people are in a boardroom over a bottle of blue whiskey and making the agreements. This is what happens. So it's learning by doing entry barriers. We have cross-market leveraging that's happening. We have concentration. Do you know? We are talking about how much we can and cannot do. Not even the European companies can stand up to China and the US. Have you looked at the top companies, the big tech giants? They as well have recognized that they have susceptibilities and vulnerabilities in the market. The other thing is that the structure is what we call a platform, a multi-sided platform. Similar to when you have a newspaper and you have an intermediary, but it's bigger now, it's bigger. And the competitive impact has now been called a gatekeeper, platform control, an old economic concept, but it's applied now to what's happening now with big tech. We have higher levels of anti-competitive strategies, and we have what's called an ecosystem lock-in, where you can't move out of that system. What is particular to us is the fact that for our cross-border issues, we have a CCC, of which I formerly was part, and I can tell you, without having the national legislation, you don't have the help you need. And even if you get the legislation, you don't have the structures you need in the CARICOM to help you deal with the cross-border competition issues. A few weeks ago, we all saw what happened when AWS went down. For those of us who may have banking in Halifax or Lloyd's, when that domain system went down, a lot of it went down. And all of us are based on the same platforms, AWS, Azure, Microsoft. These are the big giants in the room. So what do we do? But when we talk, what is the competitive impact of our lack of proper cross-border regulation? We have a jurisdictional gap on regional cross-border enforcement, national limitations on digital enforcement, and it leads to regulatory lockout. It means that your regulators can't do anything for you because they don't have empowerment. So, what's the SIDS dilemma? You've heard enough today about all of the susceptibilities that we have as SIDS. And yes, even though we are Guyana and Belize and Suriname, they are also small island developing states. Why? Because we are defined a particular way. Basically, when we talk about North and when we talk about South cooperation, North just means highly developed, South just means what they call developing. And we're all grouped into the same bowl of wax. Our investment dilemma is that our spend quantum, how much we spend, the method of infrastructural development in light of climate hazards and external dependencies, the recoupment life that we have to regain our investment, other people don't have that. Other people don't have a season other than Asia and CARICOM, people who have these particular externalities, our cost is always going to be more. It is not just as simple as putting down kit and running a network. We have more resiliency things to think about and to cost out. We also have a very high external dependency for digital products, and by products I mean from the very core semiconductor all the way up. So it's not easy for us to replicate things. We have a higher investment risk and sunk costs. Sunk costs meaning the costs we will never regain. And we have this way of our regulation, which is good, where if you are deemed dominant, we rely on you to provide access and interconnection, but it also means that after a while, people who have it will start to hang back because they don't want that first mover disadvantage. Because who build first, lose out, because you have to give everybody else a competitive advantage access to it, right? So it means that at cost recovery, price at cost will never truly be capable of recovery, because we have regulation on the cost that consumers have to bear, and that we tell people they have to set for their competitors, interconnection and access. We have a typical regulatory approach of ring fencing or not fully assessing all of the things that the company does. So when you ring fence something and the company is only charging the consumer for this bunch, but the company has to do all these other things to meet a universal service obligation, it means that you're falling short. And we have a regulatory preference of sector-specific and transaction-specific regulation versus transaction-neutral or competition. So, internationally, we have seen that there is now a shift. We're moving from what we call the very slow exposed way of only intervening when there's harm, and we are seeing more in-depth ex-ante or upfront intervention to try to prevent harm before it occurs. And where we see that in the EU, where they've created a new legislation for gatekeepers with core obligations for interoperability and data portability, and they prohibit self-preferencing where you always promote your own business. And you've got the CMA in the UK that has taken a slightly different approach with strategic market status versus gatekeepers, but very critical, they're looking at pro-competitive interventions. How am I for time? Very bad? The shaping role of regulatory frameworks, which is the heart of the question, is not in what the regulator can do to enforce. I've put that last. but what the regulator or the competition authority can do in the room to advise, to advocate what is preventative. The assessments we can do in the room, in the decision-making room, on how to take your decisions for the benefit of the economy. Our own realities, if we want to say that we want to follow the leader, we first have to understand if we have the scope and scale to command big tech to compliance. Then we have to ask ourselves, our regulatory framework, being as fragmented as it is, as slow as it is to develop, and inflexible, how are we going to have regulatory diffusion from other states? Because if we passed the RTC in 2001, we established the CCC in 2008, and people still don't have legislation. You can't count Jamaica. Jamaica's legislation was in place pre-RTC. Cooperation is insufficiently provided for in national legislation. We have certain cross-border issues that are very, very inhibitive of how we move forward. And how do we focus? There's a lot of PR out there about us getting involved in innovation and creation, and it happens. UE this morning was on Morning Edition speaking about their competitor to ChatGPT for local audiences. But the thing is that if you really want to go forward at this point, the focus is not so much on how we innovate, but is how we protect our usage of other people's innovation and our data. How do we build the necessary infrastructure, as Prof was indicating, before we move forward? And almost finishing up, during my tenure at CCC, they focused on cooperation, both North-South and South-South. So there are some critical partnerships that were built with COFICE, who is the competition and consumer regulator in Mexico, COMESA, which is most of South and West Africa, and ECOWAS. And the benefits of this is that you have similar bodies being able to talk to each other and to train, and we did a lot of good work from their learning. CARICOM has been moving forward, I'm pleased to say, and digital priorities were discussed at the heads of government at both the 47th and the 48th. And at the margins of the 80th UN Assembly just in September, there was a beautiful agreement that was executed with the UNCTAD to execute many issues, but two of them to foster innovation and industrial policy and to boost the digital economy. And we know from the OECS that work has been happening on the CODTIP and the CARSIP. Finally, cooperation as a key driver for a regional communication space. We know that cooperation is critical to assist in development of regional priorities. So lessons that are learned from similarly placed jurisdictions can help us. And the good thing about South-South, the good thing about this type of learning is that it's non-conditional. When we get EU funding or American funding, etc., the principle is usually conditional, where we have to do things and we have to return things in order to get that learning. South-South is a different basis. We know that competition law and policy are critical regulatory inputs. It is capable of supporting the new and emerging market issues and helping the development of the digital economy. So therefore, this is a plea to please go back home if you don't have the legislation to lobby for it. And the last point I want to make is that we need to reconsider our formula for regional integration. The global structure of the digital economy and the pace of the techno development means that combined regulatory strengths and the faster take-up of measures is critical. So we can't take 10 and 20 years before we decide we want to pass something and implement it. So in CARICOM, we are playing a little ballet dance where we stand up on one ballet shoe and we have one toe in and one foot out of regional integration. So what we need to do, this customs union is no longer sustainable for resilient economic activity. We need to think about a full economic union with a functioning single market, regional legislative competence supported by key and similarly placed South-South cooperative partners to really promote our development. Why? Because if you don't have legislative competence in your regional institutions, it means that what's happening now with take-up of legislation and activities taking decades means you will lose out and you will be on the losing end of the spectrum. So I think I have stayed relatively within my time allowance. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Olivia. Quite compelling indeed. I have my questions, but before I ask you, my second question, let's hear from Dimitri. Dimitri, you're going to present on this question. How is digital agenda alignment fostering regional cooperation and absorbing mutual expertise between countries, particularly in terms of addressing the unique needs and the realities of Caribbean cities?
Thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary. Indeed, I'm here with you to present ILAC, the Digital Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, a mechanism for digital cooperation between the countries of the region, a platform designed by and for Latin America and the Caribbean countries to advance inclusive, sovereign, and sustainable digital development. In line with General Assembly's Resolution 79-236, which calls on member states to promote digital transition, strengthen access to science, technology, and innovation, and develop mechanisms to bridge digital divides through South-South and triangular cooperation, ILAC really embodies these principles in a concrete regional framework. So, ILAC began 20 years ago in 2005 as a regional action plan adopted in Rio de Janeiro, aligned with the global principles of the World Summit on the Information Society. It's focused on digital inclusion and development. Over the time, ILAC has evolved into a solid, widely adopted regional agenda with successive updates through the ministerial conferences. Today, ILAC stands as a major mechanism for digital policy coordination and cooperation across our region. And one of its greatest strengths is that it brings together all Latin American and the Caribbean countries as equals. Through its conferences and working platforms, every country gets a seat on the table, shaping the region's digital future collectively and inclusively. So here we are. So, but indeed, in fact, ILAC is more than just a policy agenda. It's a fully operational mechanism for regional cooperation. It's built to help countries not only to define their digital priorities, but actually implement them collectively and systematically. And this whole process is anchored in the ministerial conference, which sets, of course, the political direction, but at its core lies a permanent monitoring and coordination structure. There is a board of directors and the presidency elected directly by the member countries themselves in the ministerial conferences, a network of national focal points, working groups where countries and stakeholders roll up their sleeves and collaborate on real thematic initiatives, and ICLAC, which acts as a technical secretariat offering critical analytical support, coordination, and hands-on technical assistance. Moreover, the process is quite inclusive, as observers from civil society, the private sector, academia, technical communities, and international organizations and actors all take part. And this makes sure that the agenda stays transparent, participatory, and responsive to real needs. So, in November 2024, the Latin American and the Caribbean countries came together in Santiago for the 9th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society, and it was there when ILAC 2026 was officially adopted. Chile elected in the presidency of ILAC along with the board of the directors. The 2026 agenda is built around the 3 strategic axes, with thematic pillars focused on infrastructure and meaningful connectivity, digital governance and security, and innovation and emerging technologies. At its core, the agenda acknowledges that digital transformation isn't just important, it's essential for addressing the region's deep-rooted structural challenges. So other than the agenda, the 2024 Ministerial Conference produced a strong political document, the Santiago Declaration. The declaration underlines a shared regional commitment to inclusive and digital development and underscores the principles of South-South cooperation at their definition: solidarity, mutual benefit, equity, and respect for national sovereignty. And by emphasizing cooperative action and asserting digital sovereignty, the declaration reinforces regional ownership of the digital transformation process, a topic that was touched from many interventions in this forum. And I do believe that is possibly one of the core discussions that we need to make within the South-South cooperation framework. At the same conference, ICLAC also presented a guiding document that builds directly on ILAC 2026. It highlights how emerging digital technologies can play a decisive role in tackling the development traps identified across the region by ICLAC. The low capacity for growth, the high inequality and limited social mobility, and the weak institutions and governance. These are challenges that we all share. Each country of the region, each one share those challenges. But the document makes it clear that solution must be tailored to each country's context. It provides practical guidance to help countries adapt their regional agenda to their national realities, ensuring that the digital transformation is both inclusive and effective. So, the Caribbean was there at the ministerial conference. 11 Caribbean countries and over 30 representatives attended. But beyond attendance, the most important is the fact that the Caribbean was actively engaged in shaping ILAC 2026 priorities, contributing to the discussions and debates on the agenda. This growing influence was formalized when Trinidad and Tobago was elected to the ILAC Board of Directors, underscoring the Caribbean growing role on the digital transformation of the whole region. So the active and effective participation in ILAC 2026 translated into a real shift, a recognition that while Latin America and the Caribbean share structural challenges, the pathways to digital transformation must, of course, reflect local realities. And in reality, this shift laid the groundwork for the creation of the ILAC Working Group for the Caribbean, the only territorial defined working group of ILAC, to act as a space where initiatives, policies, and projects are not only regionally aligned, but also tailored to the Caribbean specific context. And as we see in practice, this is how ILAC mechanism gains its strength by bridging countries and sub-regions, fostering real inclusion and enabling actions that are relevant, responsive, and that truly deliver results on the ground. So the Working Group for the Caribbean has been active for approximately 7 months now, and the level of engagement is already quite remarkable. It brings together over 40 active members representing 15 countries and territories, along with several regional organizations. To ensure strategic impact, the group is structured into 3 thematic subgroups, each focusing on high priorities area: artificial intelligence, digital sovereignty, and governance. This structure enables the group to maximize the limited, as always, resources, develop tailored solutions, and guide the Caribbean-led digital transformation within the broader ILAC framework. So within the last 7 months, since the working group came to life, the effort moved far beyond dialogue. While meetings, exchanges, and consultations are in the daily agenda, and they have been essential, what truly distinguishes this period is the production of concrete, results-driven outputs. A few months ago, right here in this room, in reality, we hosted the second Caribbean edition of the School of Digital Transformation and Innovation, a full week of knowledge, enthusiasm, and high-level training. With our Latin American and Caribbean partners, I believe that we strengthen the region's policymaking capacities. And I'm glad that I'm sharing the panel with representatives of our local partners. Professor McNaughton, Secretary Taylor, thank you for your leadership. Across the 2 editions of the school, more than 60 high-level policymakers have graduated. The school draws on over 11 years of experience in Latin America and thoughtfully adapting that knowledge to meet the specific institutional and development realities of the Caribbean. Reflecting Executive Secretary assessment of modern services exports as a strategic opportunity for economic diversification, just 2 months ago, Aligned with that, we organize a hands-on workshop on regulatory sandboxes with representatives from 11 Caribbean countries. That time it was in the room exactly next door. The Port of Spain is always very hospitable and has doubles, which helps a lot. But this workshop was grounded in the RISMA methodology. The RISMA methodology was developed by ICLAC and already advanced in Latin American projects. Through the working group, we adapted the methodology into a working document designed specifically for the Caribbean legal, economic, and regulatory context. And I'm pleased to share that this work already is producing results. 2 Caribbean countries have requested technical assistance, and we are now finalizing the last details to begin implementation of those projects. Beyond the working document for regulatory sandboxes and small island developing states, we have also already completed 2 other publications, each tackling different aspects of the Caribbean digital transformation. A regional artificial intelligence governance mapping, which offers a structured overview of AI governance efforts across all Caribbean countries and all territories. This analysis revealed important gaps and is already guiding and shaping the working group's next steps on national AI strategies and AI governance. Also, we already concluded a particularly forward-looking study on different dimensions of data embassies and their role in ensuring digital resilience in small island developing states. This work was inspired by Trinidad and Tobago's vision and born from the real urgent need to protect sovereign data in a region highly exposed to climate risks. And it's worth noting that this Caribbean-driven initiative is already drawing interest from Latin American and not only other global South countries, where digital sovereignty is increasingly seen as a strategic issue. So this work underscores a simple truth. When regional cooperation is focused, structured, and grounded in the local context, it can deliver its impact. And that's what always matters, right? So beyond the ongoing capacity building, technical presentations, technical assistance, and working group discussion, the next 6 months are already being shaped by a set of ambitious and strategic initiatives. We're advancing the development of a Caribbean-tailored AI agenda and design methodology to help Caribbean governments structure actionable and context-appropriate national AI strategies with a strong regional outlook. This effort has already brought together a group of prominent Caribbean experts. A dedicated workshop for policymakers will follow to ensure this tool can effectively support these countries. In collaboration with OECS Commission, we are designing a project to promote legal and regulatory harmonization across OECS countries, aligning with regional integration efforts and supporting digital public services in the base of the work that has been already done from the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project. A policy dialogue on data embassies and digital sovereignty is planned and is something that we aim to, that will be addressing growing interest in safeguarding critical national data and the national data infrastructure and enhancing digital resilience, particularly in disaster-prone environments. We are also planning a virtual good practices forum for early 2026, where countries across the region will showcase successful digital transformation initiatives, transforming national achievements into regional inspiration and shared learning. And finally, we have already begun organizing the School of Digital Transformation for 2026, tentatively scheduled for late June 2026. So, beyond the Caribbean Working Group, the broader ILAC structure includes other mechanisms designed to share expertise and lessons learned across the region. The Digital Development Observatory already includes data indicators for several Caribbean countries and is continuously working to expand its scope. Also in the Latin American and the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Index, Cuba, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic were among the 19 fully analyzed countries. Both of those initiatives underscore a persistent challenge across Latin America and the Caribbean, a very shared challenge, the lack of adequate timely data. And this is a regional issue, an issue that demands a regional response. And additionally to those tools, we also in the responsibility of the region is the Digital Transformation Laboratory, and with the Digital Policy Simulator, which can provide significant potential in the analysis of digital policies. These platforms, both the platforms systematize regional knowledge and offer simulation-based policy support. Finally, through the cooperation with EU-LAC Digital Alliance and German cooperation, ELAC acts as a platform of triangular cooperation between Latin American, Caribbean, and the European countries. Almost at the end, but I would like to remind everyone that 2026 is a ministerial conference year for ELAC. The logistics will be announced soon. But one thing is certain, the increase in dynamic participation of the Caribbean will be key to keeping the momentum going. And since I am the final speaker of the day, allow me to close with a personal reflection. We cannot afford a duplication of efforts in the whole region. We simply can't. It's essential to understand that coordination of the different regional and national actors that are working on digital transformation is key, and our efforts must be complementary and not competitive. And digital transformation is not a group race where we all run and see who finishes first. It's a speed race where the entire region is the runner, and we all must fuel and accelerate this runner together, right? And we are in the Caribbean, and we know that the Caribbeans can run faster than anyone. So it's time to show it outside of the stadiums, I think. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. It was a pleasure to share ELAC here with you, and thanks especially the colleagues in ECLA Caribbean for the invitation, but the continuous coordination and partnership and working together to the ELAC project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. I know we're going to have a lot of questions for you, especially in terms of your plans for 2026, or I'm sure we want to be a part of that and to engage further. But before I ask you a question I'm going to go back to my first presenter, Dr. McNaughton. I have a question. I want to know, how can South-South Corporation accelerate adoption of shared platforms through joint procurement, shared standards, or capacity building?
Okay. Well, one of the things that I said in the earlier narrative is that there are a spectrum of options available, right? So one doesn't necessarily have to go to the full extent of shared platforms. That's obviously one element of the spectrum. The general principle would be we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are so many relevant cases to look at, both in the region or big brothers south of us and indeed globally, that we can learn from and adopt. As you can see from the DPI map that I shared, many cases worldwide lend themselves to observation for us to learn from and potentially adopt approaches that are used elsewhere. So I would say let's consider a spectrum of options. You can start with looking at sharing technical and institutional capacity. In the region, for instance, Trinidad is deploying verified credentials. In Dominican Republic, they're doing a similar thing. So a country in the region that is contemplating that approach doesn't have to necessarily reinvent building those capabilities if we look at sharing with our colleagues elsewhere. So sharing technical and institutional capacities is one option. And then, of course, there are a variety of models, templates, experiences. The India stack that I mentioned has become something of a benchmark for other countries. And in fact, a number of open source platforms have emerged from that, that countries can adopt and deploy in their own context. So I think we have to look at the spectrum of options, and each country can decide what is appropriate in terms of modeling, replicating. But importantly, don't reinvent the wheel. There are too many cases and options out there that we can replicate.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm concerned though, because, you know, in the Caribbean, we are so siloed, you know,
We're so
silo, like, you know,
Yeah.
we operate on our own, and that I think is one of our challenges. But
It is.
something I guess we will have to work on, because it's necessary if we're going to really make the change.
I mean, one of the things that we're exploring is, again, and perhaps it's because of my academic pedigree, but what role can the university as a regional body play in helping to facilitate some of these conversations around shared approaches, you know, building capacity that can be utilized across the region. So I think we have to take advantage of some of those opportunities.
Certainly. Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor, I have a question for you as well. I want to know which regional bodies are best positioned to lead digital transformation today and why?
Thank you. Well, I mentioned some of them during the presentation, so I would just reiterate that CTU, for example, is certainly a lead when it comes to digital transformation in the region. But there are others like CARICOM Impacts. We work closely with UWI. There's also the Caribbean Broadcasting Union and others. We've established a Caribbean AI Task Force looking at policy recommendations for our member states, working along with those partners. We are a lead in the ICT cluster of organizations, which includes the CARICOM Secretariat. And so the C2 is well positioned, and we've been reaching out to other similar bodies, like-minded institutions like the African Telecoms Union. We have a strong alliance with other small island developing states within spaces like the ITU, the International Telecoms Union, as well as within the ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So there's a lot of collaboration that goes on. And what we've sought to do is leverage our youth and women as well within the region. And for us, that is important. Youth and women bring different perspectives to policy development. They help to strengthen the institutions like the CTU. We have a CTU Caribbean ICT Youth Network that we leverage to help us cover the international policy development issues. It's a very strong network, and when we have our initiatives, we have a youth forum along with that, most recently in Cuba, at the Caribbean ICT Internet Governance Forum. There was a Youth Internet Governance Forum, as well as within ICT Week, there was the youth focus as well. And lastly, we've also leveraged a network of women, not just within the Caribbean, but within Latin America as well. There's some cooperation with the CTU network of women. They help us, again, in terms of covering the various meetings that we have to cover. And we passed a resolution as well in 2023 to ensure that our member states include women in their respective delegations as we go to these international conferences, that they're included in their ICT policy development. So those are some of the institutions. CTU is well placed, working along with the others that I mentioned, and with a focus on youth and women to help us deal with the shortfall in terms of capacity and bringing new perspectives as well to policy development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. I have one question for you, Nivea. You gave us quite a mouthful, but I'm wondering what institutional reforms or harmonization would embed resilience into market rules and consumer protections?
Okay, so I think it is a little bit of a two-pronged approach. And Rodney mentioned one of them, which is the single ICT regulator. So you need somebody at the start who is going to set those policies and have them regionally agreed. But I alluded to one of the key institutional changes that I've been recommending, and I know that at the CARICOM level, they've been looking at options for the dual role for competition and utilities regulation. Now, I'm recalling that utilities regulation is something that is very, very tight to member states because it deals with national resources. So I know that that may not be the recommended approach. So the recommended approach is in the first instance to focus on having your CARICOM institutions that are already appointed do their duty, CTU impacts. The second approach, which I said at the end of my presentation, which I really and truly firmly believe, The time has come for us to graduate from being merely a customs union and for the OECS itself to graduate from being just a halfway economic union, and for us to understand that in order to face the united front of the Federation of United States and for the Union of Europe and for all of the other allies to these entities, that we need to be faster and we need to be leaner and we need to be cleaner. And the only way we can do that is if we have legislative competence through a full economic union. How we describe it, whether we don't want to have $1, whether we don't want to share certain things, that's fine. But there are certain areas that we need to join and have the authority at heads. When you agree to something, that is legislatively implicated at the instant that it is, so that we can keep up to pace as best as we can. So I think that's the way forward as I see it.
Okay, thank you very much, Nivea. I'm coming back to you now, Dimitri. You outlined some of the plans for 2026. Now, I want to know, how is ECLAC approaching digital cooperation, and how can we ensure that the Caribbean region is the center of its efforts?
Look, it's essential to understand that there is a principle. The smallest you are, the activer you need to be in the forums. It's an international relations principle, I believe. And in reality, to make sure that the Caribbean is very central in the discussion of digital transformation in the whole LAC region, it needs to be active. It needs to be active in different forums, in different platforms, to be on the table and to promote the Caribbean approach and the Caribbean philosophy in this extent. And in reality, the working group of the Caribbean, the ILAC working group of the Caribbean, is tries to do exactly that, to bridge the Caribbean digital transformation efforts with the whole region's digital transformation effort, to understand where there are synergies, where we can find common ground and work further, and where we need to adapt our principles and our work and our philosophy in order to achieve real results. Alignment does not mean duplication. This is quite clear, and we can't say that. It's clear that we need to find context-related solutions. And Caribbean, to establish those context-related solutions, needs to be active and present. And I do believe that today the footprint of the Caribbean in the regional discussions on digital transformation is quite important, it's quite high, and this needs a continuation, right? But let me finish with something. We need to go further the alignment. The alignment in a good extent is there. There are a lot of discussion, a lot of projects, a lot of common capacity programs. We have forums, we exchange ideas, and we can see that alignment of the agendas between Latin America and the Caribbean in extent is happening. We need to go further than that. Where in the Caribbean, where the margin error is small in policy making because of the limited resources, we cannot afford alignment that exists only in paper. We need to go further than that and make sure that there is a continuation and the policy alignment will be translated into actionable projects with a long-term perspective. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have one more question for the panel, and this is for anyone to respond to. With all of this talk and this technical talk about digital transformation, I want to know, how can we ensure that our women and our children and our youth and our rural communities and our persons with disabilities, how can we ensure that they are part of all of this? Because we can't leave anyone out if this is the future. So, yes?
You want me to start?
Oh, yes.
I think what we have to be clear on is that, and I mentioned it earlier when I spoke about some of the three attributes of digital public infrastructure. It's not about laying down a technical infrastructure, build it and they'll come, right? You have to invest in processes and mechanisms that facilitate inclusivity. One of the things that we saw during the COVID pandemic is that many of our citizens were excluded from the rushed transition to digital systems for education, for commerce, because A, they don't have the capacity, B, they don't have the resources, and so we have to invest. As we look at rolling out DPI, we have to invest in digital capacity building, we have to invest in ensuring that access to devices, access to the internet, I mean, those things are part of the whole program of deployment, right? Otherwise, we really, really, really run the risk of leaving many behind.
Okay. All right. Any other input on that?
So, if I can just reiterate that we have established a network of women specifically for that purpose, and we got the member states to agree to be intentional in the terms of ensuring that women are included in delegations when we are going to international conferences, and also youth. We sponsored 2 youth to go to the World Telecoms Development Conference, and the year before that to the World Radio Conference, because they broaden our capacity to cover these issues, and we're building a next generation of leadership. And so we're very pleased with the work we've been doing with both the ICT Youth Network and also the Network of Women. And lastly, within our ICT Week annually, we host a workshop for persons with disabilities, and it is conducted by persons with disabilities, and it shows how we can leverage the tools of technology to make life easier, so that they're fully participatory in policy development and in the economy as we roll out these digital services to make sure they're accessible when governments deploy websites and so on, to ensure it and be intentional, ensure that these services are accessible to persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else want to give an input on that?
Yes, sure. Just a small point. Inclusiveness is in the very heart of the ILAC agenda, and in reality, the agenda recognizes that inclusiveness starts with designing policies and systems with everyone in mind from beginning, not as an afterthought, as a result, and as a target that we will find in the process. That means placing women, youth, rural communities, marginalized communities, persons with disabilities at the very center of our digital vision. And one of the things that practically is crucial to understand is that inclusiveness, when especially we are designing policies, is not charity. Is the smart policy, because when digital transformation reflects our full diversity, it became stronger, faster, and resilient, most importantly. And this is how we can ensure that no one is left behind at the end, and not just in access, but in voices and opportunities, which is extremely important. So yes, we need to design policies with inclusiveness as first priority, and we believe that is the answer.
Okay. Nivea, you want to?
Well, it would be wrong of me as your female panelist to not respond. But interestingly, I'm wrapping up some work with Samoa at the moment, and it's amazing that very few of them are taking up digital financial banking, digital services as a whole, women and rural women being the percentage that's lower. And I think that I was drawing reference to Samoa and South Pacific and the Caribbean region, where we have 2 things happening with the vulnerabilities. We have the vulnerabilities of women and rural women and youth who are not able to access digital technologies because of cost or disabilities. But then you also have a cultural factor where your culture is such that it makes you a little hesitant to pick it up. And I think going forward, we speak a lot about formulating and educating on digital rights and digital literacy, that's fine. But going forward, in as much as we are making things available for the new and the emerging, I think we do have to have a little safe harbor for persons who are just not able to. They're going to have persons who are of a particular age or of a particular disposition who will not be able to pick up things as easily on the ICT platform. So maybe a balanced approach is what I'm getting at, where we focus on moving up, but we can still have some sort of safe harbor, some little safe pool for those who are not as comfortable, so that they can still access services, so they can still access all of their rights, even if they aren't able to access it online or they don't want to access it online. So that's my very short contribution.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm still wondering one thing, though. I'm wondering, so suppose we had all the resources that we needed. The recommendations that you made, suppose we were able to implement them all, how would our lives be different 5 years from now? We have all the resources, we have a level playing field. What would our life be like 5 years from now as citizens of the region when it comes to digital, yes, transformation?
Well, you know, when we look at the benefits and the hazards of digital transformation, you know, you speak about resources. I'm assuming you're speaking about the technological resources, the capacity building, the governance mechanisms that are necessary to ensure that we preserve the right balance, that we manage the opportunities into being, that we mitigate the hazards is absolutely critical. An ungoverned digital ecosystem is going to be quite dangerous, right? Even if you have resources, technical, even capacity of the various actors within the ecosystem. And so it comes back to one of the conversations that has been recurrent. How do we look at digital governance harmonization across the region? That is an issue that is paramount. And while we address the resources issue and the capacity issue, we're going to have to ensure that that is something that is accounted for.
Okay.
You know? I think bodies like the CTU have a critical role. Regional bodies like the CTU have a critical role to play in facilitating that.
Okay, okay. Anyone else want to?
I'll just quickly refer to the Caribbean Futurescape, which I spoke of earlier. That was a demonstration of what the future would look like in a Caribbean that is infused with technology. People are moving freely, they're paying for services digitally, they're establishing businesses much more easily. Caribbean is much more competitive, and we are leading innovation globally. You know, I always say that the world's first search engine was developed by a guy from Barbados by the name of Alan Emptage. He's in the Internet Hall of Fame. So there's no shortage of innovation and ideas in the Caribbean, and I think if we unleash the technology and we give young people the opportunity, they will stay here. They will not be looking for jobs in Canada and the United States, but this would be the best place on earth to live. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, audience, time to invite you to actively participate in the conversation. Any questions, any comments, any interventions? Are you thinking about dinner? Anyone else? Grenada? Yes, all right. Grenada, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question is for the Regional Legal and Policy Consultant. And I want to thank all the presenters for such an insightful discussion. But specifically when I saw the slide on CARICOM reality, thank you for putting it so together. Normally when we have to do something together in the region, we have model legislation so that it is easier for our chambers of attorney generals to follow. And listening to the realities you presented in terms of where we have policies but no legislation, no regulation, that means we are not implementing. And with the challenge we have in terms of implementation rate in certain areas, what would you see as the critical next steps to take us from having a policy framework, having the right ideas and innovation, to a place of policy action. Thank you.
Through you, Chair and Moderator, thank you, Grenada. And the thing is, yes, you do have model legislation. The model legislation in both consumer and competition has been established for some time now. So it will need updating. But the thing is that, and for digital, we don't have as much in the digital sphere. We do have a template Telecommunications Act that the OECS is working with. But the thing that we really need is political will. We know that we have a time span that every 5 years we change out. And even if administrations change they don't change at election, the leaders for the particular issues may change. So sometimes moving from the theory of having a model into implementation takes one person to have the courage to sit down in cabinet and said, we need to do this. So I think the time is now. It's 2025, you're going into 2026. We can look at it. We are still able to benefit from funding. And the funding will dry up because the other countries also need to bolster what they have. So the time is now. Utilize the funding that is coming into the region and the experts that's coming into the region. Relook the templates that we have for a version of it that meets the needs for all of our multilateral and regional treaties, but suits our own governance, and we can move from there. Earlier on in the year, I had the pleasure of collaborating with the OECS. So you may or may not have been there in the room when I was in Grenada. But I was basically telling you throughout each island in the OECS, it doesn't have to be this form. It doesn't have to be a big, huge commission with lots of money. It can be a desk in a ministry, like Samoa. Samoa has a CCC. Its CEO of its ministry is the CEO of the CCC. But they have a separate board, and what I've been trying to explain to them is how to create the Chinese firewall with the CEO's day-to-day functions and the investigative role. That is something that can easily roll out into the OECS, and that is one of the models that I gave them early on this year in my former life. In this life, I can say that I still hold to that. Nationally, you have the tools. We all in the Caribbean have the expertise. When you look at other regions, our region is rich in expertise. It is rich in the knowledge, and it is rich in what we have to model. The only thing we miss is the political will, because of course you will have the pull and tug of the financiers, the private sector, and the political will and the consumers and what they want. So that's it in the sum.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think we've had a very long and fruitful and rounded discussion indeed. My takeaway point today is that digital transformation is not only about technology. It is about people, it is about institutions, and it is about cooperation. I thank you everyone for participating. Audience, I thank you very much for listening and for staying with us, and we will now turn over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'd like to thank you for moderating this panel. Let's give her a hand. I also would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their presentations and engagement. Clearly, digital transformation is quite complex, but they gave us a sense of the state of play in the Caribbean and wider region, and some of the steps that now need to be taken to accelerate the process. South-South cooperation can help things along. Let's give them a hand, please. Just a few summary points. We heard that digital public infrastructure must be inclusive, foundational, interoperable, and publicly accountable. The core pillars of digital public infrastructure are identity verification, electronic payments, and data exchange. In our region, UE has a very important role to play as a research institution in providing analysis and doing monitoring on progress in the digital space. We also learned about the importance of advocacy, coordination, and engagement in our sub-region to get better digital services in the Caribbean. This approach helped to achieve improvements on critical issues such as adjustments to roaming charges. Digital transformation itself can help to drive regional integration, but an integrated regional work plan is needed to make greater progress. However, the Caribbean must also reconsider its formula for regional integration in establishing a digital market and digital harmonization. Learning from the experiences of other parts of the Global South can be very helpful in the Caribbean's efforts to tackle barriers to digital transformation. The MOU between the CTU and the African Telecoms Union is a good example of South-South cooperation in the digital space. We also got a better understanding of the competition problems affecting digital markets across the Caribbean, which is not helped by regulatory fragmentation across CARICOM SIDS that leaves too much room for regulatory arbitrage. There's also the issue of the long period to recoup on investments in digital infrastructure and the Caribbean's high external dependency for digital products, services, components, infrastructure, and advanced technology. Engagement between the Caribbean Competition Commission and COFIS, COMISA, ECOWAS, and UNCTAD has been helpful in examining how to tackle competition problems in the digital space. Finally, we heard an update on ECLAC's ELAC initiative that has brought governments together around a digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. We look forward to the activities planned for 2026. This brings this panel to a close, and we will swiftly move into our closing segment.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our closing session. We will have statements by our chair and also by our executive secretary at ECLAC. So it's my honor to turn the floor over to His Excellency, Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar Zirinax, for his closing statement. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ministers, excellencies, ambassadors, representatives of member states, esteemed panelists, those of you that are still here, development partners, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. A very special acknowledgement to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and especially to Senator the Honorable Dr. Kennedy Swarat Singh for welcoming us to Port of Spain and chairing these sessions with commitment and with vision. As we bring this high-level seminar on unlocking Caribbean potential, enhancing growth and development through South-South cooperation to a close, it is my privilege to make some reflections around a day of truly substantive, forward-looking discourse. We had three very rich panels. The first one on the enormously important issue of South-South cooperation. From the outset, we framed the dialogue around a series of issues that are key for the Caribbean: strengthening technological and productive capabilities, advancing structural transformation in key sectors, generating regional public goods, bolstering institutional capacity and resilience throughout the Caribbean region. The Caribbean's heterogeneity in development level, size, economic structure, and particular structural needs, which makes a one-size-fits-all approach to development cooperation unsuitable, was appreciated, and it was underlined as a fundamental strategic consideration, particularly when mobilizing innovative financing and driving digital transformation. The discussions between the Latin American and the Caribbean panelists, particularly in the first panel, pointed out the key elements of this region's next strategic steps in mobilizing South-South cooperation to strengthen productive and technological capabilities, particularly on climate adaptation, renewable energy, transportation, agro-processing, connectivity, and digital services. The presentations, as well as the subsequent conversation between the panelists and with member states, converged on the great importance of South-South cooperation, particularly in the present new phase of geoeconomics and geopolitics. Such cooperation is extremely valuable because it can create regional public goods, training systems, policy platforms, early warning systems, regulatory models that uplift the multiple assets of the countries of the region. One of the central themes was the notion of leveraging South-South cooperation to address the Caribbean sub-region's long-standing predicament of being crowded out of access to affordable development finance in light of their classification as being middle-income countries. At ECLAC, we take note of the request to do everything we can to facilitate more South-South cooperation between Latin American countries and Caribbean countries. The second panel was on financing for development, finding ways to increase the Caribbean's access to climate finance. Panelists recognize the high debt burdens and high debt servicing commitments, averaging 40% of government revenue, and how they persistently constrain fiscal space and crowd out development opportunities. And of course, the role of natural disasters in creating extraordinary and frequent needs for reconstructions with strong financial consequences. We benefited from the keynote presentation by Dr. Hyginus Leon, an extremely interesting and forward-looking new paradigm and vision. Dr. Leon invited us to shift from GDP to resilient prosperity and from nature to an externality to nature as part of our balance sheet, and to see natural capital as a core economic asset. All of this and more as part of the philosophy and vision of the SIDS-centered Nature Bank. Dr. Leon's message was clear. To unlock resilient prosperity, SIDS must rethink how concessional finance is allocated, leverage nature-based assets as investable capital, mobilize special drawing rights in favor of climate-vulnerable economies, and adopt approaches that value ecological regeneration alongside economic growth. The Nature's Bank focus on real-world natural assets, reefs, wetlands, forests, coastal ecosystems, as economic stabilizers, introduces a very interesting shift away from traditional thinking on SIDS development finance. And I thank Dr. Leon's reiterated role for ECLAC in supporting the implementation of this vision, something we are committed and happy to do along with other partners. And I want to recognize his positive outlook and his enthusiastic call to action to all of us. We heard several excellent diagnoses of the barriers and structural challenges of the Caribbean to increase the Caribbean's access to climate finance and finance in general, and most important, many useful ideas about what can and should be done to achieve this. For instance, Manuel Rodriguez from Oppenheimer Investment Bank told us about the potential state contingent debt instruments, the debt for climate and debt for nature swaps, blended finance solutions, thematic bonds, catalytic guarantees, and restructured access criteria based on vulnerability, not income levels alone. He also stressed the importance of strengthening project evaluation, design, and monitoring capacity. And he told us that a way of doing this is by pooling experts across the regions, for instance. In addition, Angus Friday, president of the Pioneer Facility Azuros, also gave us additional lights as to the directions we should explore to innovate. Azuros offers itself as a smart platform which can facilitate regional investment into marine resources, blue economies, and indigenous innovations, ultimately supporting a sustainable future and financing for development. He also asked us to imagine a Caribbean in which government delivers services in minutes rather than months, and to think of the role of the digital transformation and AI in achieving this. I thought that was a particularly interesting insight and invitation to think about this. The seminar also benefited from an elaboration of the new vision and ambitious agenda for SIDS, the Abbas agenda presented to us by one of his architects, Ambassador Walton Weston of Antigua and Barbuda, who is here with us. He told us that the solutions cannot lie in the old practices, that Abbas is a transformative tool with a number of innovative platforms and initiatives, such as the Islands Business Forum, the Center of Excellence, the Multidimensional Vulnerabilities Index, and others. And we heard a very important presentation from Bernardo Requena of CAF of the special vulnerabilities of the Caribbean and about opportunities for financial innovation, such as debt for nature swaps. And the third panel today was on the role of digital transformation. No doubt digital transformation is an indispensable transformation to build institutional resilience and regional integration, as we at ECLAC have it in our proposal of 11 vital transformations for LAC, one of which is the digital one. The distinguished panelists and experts from the Caribbean Telecommunications Unions, the University of West Indies, and ECLAC ourselves outline modalities and mechanisms to address gaps in digital public infrastructure, elevate interoperable systems, et cetera, et cetera. We just heard about all of that. These efforts aim to enable stronger government performance and enhance what we call the top capabilities of institutions, the technical, operational, political, and prospective ones. Ultimately, this is intended to reduce regional inequality and boost productivity and employment. South-South cooperation in regional governance offers a significant promise for harmonizing regulatory frameworks, scaling innovation, and building all these interoperable systems that facilitate trade, mobility, payments, and public service delivery. Dear delegates, across all these three panels, we have arrived at three basic conclusions, if I may summarize it in that way, that I think must shape our preparation for next year's Regional South-South Conference. First, the Caribbean must be an active architect, not merely a beneficiary of new development models. Whether through the Nature Bank, regional digital platforms, or South-South policy and cooperation networks, the region holds the expertise and the vision necessary to shape global solutions. Smallness might be a disadvantage in certain dimensions, but being small and nimble, as was reiterated several times here today, might also be an advantage in today's fast-moving world. Secondly, development strategies in the Caribbean, and indeed in its partners in Latin America, must be mission-oriented and integrated, breaking silos across climate, finance, technology, and social inclusion. We need more integrated approaches. The challenges we face are interconnected today more than ever, so too must be our solutions. And finally, institutional capacities are a strategic asset and a crucial multiplier. Strong institutions equipped with data, technology, skills, regulatory tools, and forward-looking policy capabilities are essential for absorbing finance, manage and sustain the vital transformation and scaling innovations. As we conclude this seminar on South-South cooperation, the message is unmistakable. The Caribbean's vulnerabilities and small size do not define its future. Instead, its future will be shaped by the partnership it builds, the systems it strengthens, and the innovations it chooses to embrace. I extend my deepest appreciation to all representatives of member states, panelists, moderators, and development partners for your contributions. Thank you very much. The insights shared will serve as an invaluable guide as the CDCC continues its work to advance sustainable development, equity, and resilience across this wonderful region. Thank you very much.
I thank the Executive Secretary for his statement and his engagement throughout the day. It is now my honor to invite the Chair of the CDCC, Senator Dr. the Honorable Kennedy Swaraj Singh, for his closing remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Please give a very big round of a hand to Benito because he actually filled in for so much for today. So thank you so very much. I owe him coffee, lunch, and dinner. Excellency, thank you for being here, and thank you very much for your contributions today. Distinguished members, Excellencies, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, I have some prepared remarks, but having listened to His Excellency, I think I want to do away with some of them. I know it's late, and many of you have been here on a long day, and thank you very much for staying the day and for contributing and being so involved in the discussions today. I have a different sort of outlook. I was first in government in 2007, and I'm back in government now, and the tragedy of then till now is that in the Caribbean, as I was involved in, not very much has changed. And when I listen to Benito and others share their journey, it seems to me that we've been talking about this for a very, very long time. It seems to me as if very many of us have been around this mulberry bush too many times. When I listen to all the conversations, I have a more practical approach to government now that I'm a little bit older. I'm not so sure about wiser, but a little bit older. The fact is that very many of us, especially in the Caribbean context, have an election cycle that spans 5 years. And in that election cycle, whatever you don't get done in the first 2 to 3 years will never get done. The reality is that there's an urgency of now. And all the things we talk about, all the things we want to do, all the conversations we have, if we are not committed to getting them done now, we're going to come back here in the next year or two, and we're going to have not the same conversation, probably a little different conversation, but it will be around the same type of arrangements. I say that to say, therefore, that my commitment and the commitment of this government, the commitment of this Prime Minister, is to actively find ways to expand Trinidad and Tobago's reach, outlook, to expand the way the CARICOM and Caribbean community interacts with Latin America in significant and meaningful ways. Now, don't get me wrong. I was outside and I was reading some of the publications because I have to pilot the finance bill in Parliament tomorrow. And I was reading some of the economic literature outside. And every time we pick up the literature these days, and you go through some of the wonderful publications that ECLAC have outside, and you will see in most of the publication that next year will be predicted to be a slow economic year for the Caribbean and Latin America. Low growth, fiscal vulnerabilities. I mean, I am not just Minister of Planning, I'm also Minister in the Ministry of Finance. And I can tell you that our revenue structures for 2026 in Trinidad and Tobago significantly down. All the hydrocarbon initiatives we have will bear fruit in 2033, 2037. So the reality is that if we don't do anything, if we don't do things differently, then nothing different will happen. In the Caribbean, I spent the last 15 years living in Barbados. My very good friend, Rodney, who is the Secretary General of CTU, and I will tell you, and I've worked all over the Caribbean, I would characterize the Caribbean in one phrase: talk tired. People are tired of talk. We in Trinidad and Tobago have spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing all kinds of research, all kinds of papers, all kinds of studies. I think we have a study and a paper for everything under the sun, including who created the sun. I don't want to bore you guys because I can spend the rest of the evening preaching, but sufficing to say this, that nothing that Benito have shared with me in the last couple of days, nothing that I would have heard today would have changed my position of the urgency of now. Whatever it is that we have to do to get the Caribbean connected to Latin America and to get exchanges that will result. I mean, we launched an $11 billion revitalization strategy a couple of weeks ago. I remember in 1999, many of you may not remember this, I was in the Defense Force at the time. We hosted the Miss Universe showdown in Chaguaramas. Some of you may not be, you're a bit too young to remember that. But we hosted the Miss Universe show in Chaguaramas. And I remember Donald Trump, who was then the owner of the Miss Universe franchise. When he came to Chaguaramas, I was in the Army, he looked at an island called Carrera, where we have prisoners, where we house prisoners. And he said he would like to build a hotel on that island. We just launched a revitalization strategy, a revitalization plan. And I was coming back from COP in Brazil, stopped in Miami, met with a group of businessmen who close as well to the Trump administration. And they actively, they said, they remember that conversation, and they said, we are interested in investing in that island. Now, I say this to say, therefore, that Trinidad and Tobago is open on a new development trajectory, one that will engage the private sector, one that will take our stranded assets and convert them to something that could contribute meaningfully to the development of Trinidad and Tobago. And I am prepared, based on the direction and the instructions I received from my Prime Minister, to facilitate conversations that will lead to investments and new investment strategies for Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. If we don't get off of our comfort zones, if we don't try to do things differently, we're going to find ourselves, after this political cycle, having the same conversations. So I really don't want to go to my closing remarks. I really want to tell you this. Hopefully today, one of the things that you would have gotten from the gentlemen on my right and left, who are much brighter than I am, is that the type of engagement we need now, we are facing a new world order with new opportunities, new possibilities, that is moving at a phenomenal rate. And if we don't get on board, and if we don't get structured into creating meaningful engagements with these things, we're going to find ourselves with the rest of the Caribbean as people who are talk tired. And the time is now. So when we get back to our respective delegations, to our respective countries, let us seek each other out. Let us create meaningful engagement. Let us not wait until we have all these structures and strategies and policies and programs in place, because they will not suffice. We are planning for a country, we are planning for scenarios that have gone. Our structures in government now in Trinidad and Tobago are pre-colonial structures that we inherited from 96 from independence to now, that we can't change. A public sector that is structured not to deliver, not for the new engagement, but a public sector that is structured for bureaucracy, to maintain the status quo. So, I'm sorry, my reality is I have to go and deal with this economic survey that ECLAC has put out, that tells me that in the next year, all I have is 1 or 2% growth. That will not help me, and it ain't going to help the Caribbean. Trinidad and Tobago, as one of the larger economies in the Caribbean, have to work towards a larger growth structure that will help facilitate business and economic transformation across the region. So if we're okay with this, then I'm happy for you, but I am not. I am not accepting this as my reality. And I will work assiduously to make sure that this new South-to-South engagement, that I will do whatever I can on behalf of this government, on behalf of this Prime Minister, to make sure that Trinidad and Tobago plays its role to bring about that new transformation that is required. So, Your Excellency, thank you for being here. You have my commitment, whatever little I can do. And Benito will probably be along longer than I am. This is my last time in government. I'm not staying beyond these 5 years. But these are going to be very, very interesting 5 years. Hold on to your handrails. We are about to take on and take off into a new reality. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished chair of the CDCC for his closing remarks. It is just left for me to say 2 thank yous. One, to thank the interpreters. Please give them a hand. They've served us all day. And of course, to thank Dr. Miasotis Pina and her team at the ICLAC office here in Port of Spain for all their work in preparing for this seminar. Just one bit of housekeeping. When you depart from this room, for those of you who are traveling, please just stop at the desk right outside. We need to confirm your transportation arrangements for tomorrow and the day after. So if you can just make a quick pit stop, that would help us. And with that, I would like to declare this seminar officially closed. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.